Chapter 982, The Tip of the Iceberg. Even to super guilds, 80,000 gold was a considerable amount of money. They couldn't collect so much money within a short period, much less the smaller guilds. Gentle Snow had little hope that anyone could afford to purchase all of her lands. She would just sell as many plots as she could. Once she collected enough coins, she could proceed with the next part of her plan more smoothly. While Shifeng carefully inspected the commercial lands, Gentle Snow received a call from Zhao Yueru. Snow, the guild has called an emergency elder meeting and has officially announced that Abandoned Wave will be replacing you as the guild leader. Aside from the raw materials you have, Abandoned Wave has frozen the guild's assets. Furthermore, many of the God-slaying army's members have reported ambushes in the fields and outside of dungeons. They've suffered grievous damages, Zhao Yueru reported, shaking with rage. The Blackwater Corporation was too vicious. The God-slaying army was their asset as they left Ouroboros. The guild had spent many years nurturing these experts. If these experts came them and they had enough funding, the new Ouroboros could quickly establish a firm foothold in another kingdom. Initially, hiding the locations of the army's members had not been an issue. After all, every member was an expert. With their equipment, killing these players would not be easy. Now, however, the Blackwater Corporation had somehow recruited an army of its own experts and slaughtered the God-slaying army scattered throughout Star Moon Kingdom. The loss of a single level might have been fine, but the lost weapons and equipment was horrendous. When Blackwater's experts killed them, the Legion members would drop at least 2 pieces of equipment. Some would even drop 3 items. The God-slaying army had been equipped with the best items available in Ouroboros. If several hundred members lost an item each, it would severely wound the army, much less if they lost 2 or 3 items. They would need a lot of time to recover from the loss. Normally, the God-slaying army could simply replenish their equipment from the guild's warehouse. However, the Blackwater Corporation had already limited their authority. Now they could not even take a piece of common equipment from the warehouse. With the God-slaying army suffering such a blow, rising in another kingdom in a short time would be impossible. I understand. For now, have the army's members be extra careful. Gentle Snow's frown deepened after receiving a more detailed report. Even Ouroboros' old rival, the Star Alliance, couldn't kill so many of the God-slaying army's members so quickly. Guild leader Snow, you don't look too well. Has something happened? Shifeng asked curiously when he noticed Gentle Snow's troubled expression. I've just received news that Blackwater has already begun to exact its revenge. The God-slaying army that I command has suffered over 700 deaths. Although reports say that they've been ambushed by groups of cloaked players, I'm sure that these players are experts from Blackwater, Gentle Snow helplessly explained, not bothering to hide this fact from Shifeng. Moreover, it was impossible to keep a tight lid on such a major incident. It was only a matter of time before the truth revealed itself. It seems that your victory over Lethal Gale has made the Blackwater Corporation anxious. Otherwise, they'd have no reason to make such an excessive move. The news surprised Shifeng. No matter what was said or done, the Blackwater Corporation had already purchased Ouroboros. One could even go so far as to say that Ouroboros was the Blackwater Corporation. If news spread of mysterious players slaughtering Ouroboros' strongest legion on its own turf, it would damage the guild's reputation. Since Blackwater has already gone to such lengths, I'm betting that even if you leave Star Moon Kingdom, they will find some way to crush you, Shifeng said seriously. How about this? Invest in Zero Wing and become one of its shareholders. With Zero Wing's prestige in Star Moon Kingdom, the fledgling Blackwater Corporation should hesitate before declaring all-out war. This, Gentle Snow was taken aback upon hearing Shifeng's proposal. The symbol of Ouroboros, which the White Clan group had created, was incredibly important to her. If possible, she wanted to establish a new Ouroboros. However, if she joined Zero Wing with Ouroboros' top players, the Blackwater Corporation would shift its focus to Zero Wing. If you're worried about the percentage of shares that you'd control, or how your subordinates would be treated, relax. I can give you 15% of Zero Wing's shares. I'll also give you 50 core member slots and the power to form the Ouroboros Legion, which will be under your full control. What do you think? Shifeng suggested. Are you not afraid of the backlash from Blackwater? Gentle Snow asked Shifeng seriously. With Zero Wing's strength and potential, don't you think that you'd be suffering a loss by offering me 15% of the guild's shares for the little manpower and resources in my possession? Zero Wing was no longer the upstart guild it had been. Not only did Zero Wing control Stone Forest Town, but it also owned Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Zero Wing was the publicly acknowledged #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Even first-rate guilds were no match for it. There were also many companies and corporations chomping at the bit to invest in Zero Wing. Some major corporations were offering enough to tempt super guilds for as little as 50% of Zero Wing's shares. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had declined every offer. Yet Shifeng had offered 15% of the guild's shares to recruit her and her people. No one would believe this if she told them. In response to Gentle Snow's query, Shifeng shook his head and confidently stated, "No. You are worth it." Shifeng's answer confused Gentle Snow. Even she didn't believe that she was worth this price. Yet Shifeng sounded strangely confident. Moreover, the look in Shifeng's eyes told her that he was not lying. Gentle Snow also felt a little moved. After so many years in Ouroboros, her trust had long since ceased to exist, yet she trusted Shifeng, despite so few meetings with him. Yet, despite only coming into contact with Shifeng several times before, the man had somehow managed to fill her with trust. She didn't know what to say. If Shifeng were a fool, Zero Wing wouldn't have had so much success. An indistinct feeling made Gentle Snow even more curious about the guild known as Zero Wing. After taking a deep breath, Gentle Snow looked at Shifeng and replied, "All right then. I agree to your conditions. However, you have to promise me one thing." Chapter 983, Gentle Snow's Condition. Guild Leader Snow, feel free to state any concerns, Shifeng said, chuckling. Many of Ouroboros' elite and expert players followed Gentle Snow. If he recruited all of them, it would raise Zero Wing's overall strength by a large margin. Although Zero Wing's member count still wouldn't compare to a first-rate guild's, it would have far more elites than its competition. There was also Gentle Snow's potential to consider. If he could give Gentle Snow access to the secret pavilion simulation training system, with her talent and his other training resources, it wouldn't be long before she became a true Apex expert. It wouldn't be long before she surpassed him either. What guild wouldn't want such an expert? Moreover, Gentle Snow was different from Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, who lacked management experience. Regarding management capabilities, only Aqua Rose might be a match for Gentle Snow. Before joining Zero Wing, Aqua Rose had only managed her own subordinates in Twilight Echo. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, had managed Ouroboros. Moreover, her previous guild had continuously improved. The guild had even shown signs of surpassing the Star Alliance. Even if Gentle Snow listed 3 or 4 conditions, Shifeng would likely agree. Only Shifeng knew exactly how valuable an expert capable of becoming a Tier 6 God-rank player was to a guild. After so many years of development, Ouroboros has formed its own perfect expert training system. This was the reason that Ouroboros had ranked near the top among first-rate guilds. Unlike other guilds, we could produce our own experts without recruiting or poaching players. However, the perfected expert training system had cost my White Clan group too much. Although I can bring the God-slaying army with me, I can't take the training center. The White Clan group only owns 40% of the training center's shares, while the other companies own the remaining 60%. I want Zero Wing to purchase the training center. Gentle Snow's condition stunned Shifeng for a moment. For any guild in God's domain, constructing their own training center was of the utmost importance. This was also why second-rate guilds couldn't compete with first-rate guilds. The initial cost of constructing an expert training center was already more than what the companies supporting second-rate guilds could handle. Moreover, even if a second-rate guild had a training center and established a perfect training system, the upkeep would be astronomically expensive. Unless a guild could earn enough to maintain this training system, no guild or company would be crazy enough to invest in something that would hemorrhage money. Shifeng had been contemplating his own training center as well. The Big Dipper Training Center was simply not enough to meet his requirements. The training center did not even have a simple simulation training system. However, as constructing a training center was immensely expensive, he had to tackle this problem gradually. He had never imagined that Gentle Snow would ask him to purchase Ouroboros's training center. He would have been lying if he had said he wasn't pleased. With Ouroboros's training center, Zero Wing could save several years of effort. Unfortunately, there was one big problem. He didn't have enough money. Shifeng had served as the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past. He had been personally involved in establishing and constructing Shadow's training center. It had happened shortly after Shadow had officially become a second-rate guild. Hence, he knew just how much money a training center's construction required. If not for several major companies in Jinhai City working together, Shadow's training center would never have come into fruition. The cost of the site and machinery was one thing. However, the various simulation facilities and the required energy to maintain them were a different story. Take the Fruit of the Secret Pavilion's research, their simulation training system, for example. Only energy of the highest grade could power this kind of system. Even an inferior simulation system's daily maintenance cost was enough to quickly bankrupt multiple large companies. With Zero Wing's current financial strength, affording its maintenance was impossible, not to mention purchasing it. Guild leader Snow, you must be joking. Zero Wing can't even afford to operate a training center, not to mention purchasing a perfected one. Even if we could afford it, I doubt that the other companies would willingly sell it. After all, that is Ouroboros's foundation. As long as the training center exists, the guild can produce more experts, Shifeng said, smiling bitterly. Zero Wing had started with nothing. It didn't have the support of any companies. The Zero Wing workshop in the real world relied on the guild's daily income. Moreover, Shifeng also did not dare to convert in-game resources into credits casually. More major companies were joining God's domain by the day, and the competition was becoming more intense. The resources in God's domain were also becoming more valuable. Converting coins into credits would be a devastatingly foolish move. I understand that I am being somewhat unreasonable, but now is the best opportunity to buy it. Gentle Snow was also aware of how expensive it was to purchase a training center. Although Blackwater has purchased Ouroboros's training center is nothing to the corporation. Meanwhile, the training center's daily operation is a huge burden to those companies. They will try to get rid of it as quickly as possible. If we don't buy it now, another corporation, that wants to nurture its own experts, will. If Zero Wing is willing to buy it, I can try to lower the price as much as possible. I understand. Please wait a moment. I have to contact the guild leader about this first, Shifeng said, creating an excuse to leave the room. It would be much more convenient to purchase a training center than establishing his own. If he purchased it now, he could save himself a lot of trouble in the future. Zero Wing would not have to risk stagnation as Shadow had in the past due to a lack of experts. With the training center, he could nurture a large number of experts rapidly, sending them out afterward to capture and defend towns. He could then use the money and resources these towns generated to sustain the training center. However, Zero Wing couldn't gather so much money in such a short time span. Forget it. Let's give it a try. After Shifeng left the room, he contacted Aqua Rose. Chapter 984, Qualifications for Cooperation. Although Aqua Rose was Zero Wing's vice guild leader, her family owned its own large business. Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild with an even longer history than Ouroboros. Aqua Rose's family was one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders. In the past, Shifeng had learned that Aqua Rose's family owned the Sun and Moon Group. In 10 years' time, the Sun and Moon Group would join the Fortune 500 list. Of course, Aqua Rose had been the main contributor to the company's success. The Sun and Moon Group and the Open Source Corporation were both involved in the energy industry. Hence, Aqua Rose's family had been afraid of the Open Source Corporation when they had threatened the family to persuade Aqua Rose. Open Source was one of the industry's giants. On the other hand, Sun and Moon struggled within the middle ranks. If the Open Source Corporation wanted to, It could easily squash the Sun and Moon Group. However, although the Sun and Moon Group only ranked in the mid-range in the energy industry, it wielded an extraordinary amount of funds. After all, the most profitable resource in the world was energy, as it was used in nearly every aspect of life. It was also precisely this reason that Twilight Echo's members had treated Aqua Rose like a treasure, even making her the guild's honorary elder. Not only was the Sun and Moon Group one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders, but it was also the guild's biggest shareholder. Without the company's supply of energy, the other shareholders would choke on the daily cost of maintaining the guild's training center. Guild leader, has something happened? Aqua Rose asked. Aqua Rose was still dealing with the list of members they intended to send to other countries, as well as various other tasks. She was so busy that her brain was about to short-circuit. Her helpers also rushed about the office, contacting guild members, and dealing with the letters of intent from guild members who were willing to move to the branch guild. Now that Zero Wing planned to expand to other countries, many players wanted to apply to the branch guilds. Although the branch guilds were as safe as the headquarters in White River City, where they didn't have to worry about other guilds provoking Zero Wing, they would have more opportunities for promotion in the branch guilds. In White River City, there were only so many slots available for the guild's main force. Becoming a reserve member was nearly impossible, not to mention becoming an official member of the main force. However, once the branch guilds were established, the guild would establish new main forces, and the main force members enjoyed far more benefits than elite members. Aside from having priority over equipment, just the amount of magic crystals each main force member received was enough to make a player drool. Main force members also had the opportunity to obtain the rumored 100-berry wine. According to rumors, the 100-berry wine was even more effective than the Divine Colosseum's Icefire Spirit. It could help players improve their skill completion rates. Currently, not one bottle was available on the market. No one knew how to obtain their own. Only official members of Zero Wing's main force qualified to compete for the 100-berry wine. Since members of the branch guild's main forces would receive similar benefits, why wouldn't Zero Wing's elite members be tempted? When Aqua Rose had announced the news, many elite members frantically applied to join the branch guilds. Although Aqua Rose looked battered, inwardly she was elated. She dreamed of helping Zero Wing grow stronger. Because of Zero Wing's extraordinary performance, her family now saw her in a different light. In fact, they even cancelled her engagement to Brilliant War God. As Zero Wing's performance reached new heights, her status in her household rose. Many large companies had secretly sent upper echelons to ask her family members to contact her, desperately wanting to invest in Zero Wing, and offering many impressive perks. As a result, every time she visited home, her parents instantly pushed for her to meet with the company's representatives. She was even busier than the Star and Moon Group CEO. It's nothing major. Didn't you say that your family has wanted to invest in Zero Wing? And that other companies frequently pester you to negotiation or cooperation? Shifeng asked. MHM. More representatives have been showing up lately as well. My family is also constantly on my case. I swear they are even more diligent now than when I had been forced into the engagement with Brilliant War God. They almost annoy me to death these days. Do you have a plan to deal with them, guild leader? Aqua Rose asked. Just discussing this topic made her head ache. She knew where Shifeng stood on the matter. Thus, she always rejected the offers. To avoid these people, she had no choice but to hide in her virtual gaming cabin. Only in God's domain would her family leave her alone. I have a method. It also isn't a solution to always have uncle and auntie pressing you for an answer. I can offer them an opportunity to work together, Shifeng said, chuckling. As for whether or not they want to cooperate with us, that will be up to them. Really? Aqua Rose froze, surprised by Shifeng's declaration. She couldn't believe this was true. Zero Wing was very famous in God's domain. This was because it had rejected countless investment offers. Other guilds dreamed of having their own investors, yet Zero Wing turned them away. Zero Wing was already known as one of the most difficult guilds to work with. Yes, I intend to rent some plots of land, so I would like you to find a few partners. However, each company must first invest 1 billion credits. I will choose a total of 10 partners. Gentle Snow had already given Sherfong a rough estimate of the cost. If he wanted to take over Ouroboros's training center, he needed at least 7 or 8 billion credits. Moreover, this was only the initial estimate. After all, Ouroboros's training center was massive. It even had its own independent research team. The training center was also located in a top-tier city. Considering, Gentle Snow's price was exceedingly low. Guild leader, are you talking about Stone Forest Town's lands? Aqua Rose was so shocked that she had to ask for confirmation. Sherfong nodded, replying seriously, that's right. Guild leader, although the player traffic in Stone Forest Town is high, as expensive as the town's lands are, they will never be worth as much as the golden lands in kingdoms and imperial capitals. Moreover, even those golden lands aren't worth that much money. Only a sucker would accept your offer. No one will agree to that, Aqua Rose said helplessly. For some reason, Aqua Rose constantly had the feeling that Sherfong lived in a different world. She was clearly the rich heiress here. Yet when Sherfong talked about 1 billion credits, it sounded as if he were talking about chump change. That was 1 billion credits they were talking about. While the Sun and Moon Group could collect that much money, the other companies would likely hesitate. What if I have this item? Sherfong laughed as he retrieved an old parchment from his bag. This parchment was none other than the Star Moon Kingdom city building order. With this, he could claim one unassigned location within Star Moon Kingdom and construct a city. Chapter 985 Shocking Star Moon Kingdom. This is... Aqua Rose was astonished when she took a closer look at the old parchment's information on the screen. A city building order. This item was far more valuable than any captured town. Yet, while super guilds were investing time and effort into capturing towns, Sherfong had procured a city building order. Aqua Rose rubbed her eyes. She was sure that they were playing tricks on her. What was a Star Moon Kingdom city building order? That was proof that one had the rights to construct a player city in Star Moon Kingdom. Currently, player towns in God's domain generally accommodated 30 to 50,000 people. However, none of the guilds that had captured various towns allowed had built houses in their towns. They had all built hotels. This way, the towns would accommodate more mobile players, which would, in turn, generate more income. Aside from guild members, players had practically no options to become permanent residents. Even so, a player town could only handle a limited amount of traffic. Take Stone Forest Town for example. Stone Forest Town was very close to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Because most of God's Domain's players had already reached level 30, the town's traffic grew with each passing day, giving it an even livelier atmosphere than White River City. In the end, Zero Wing had no choice but to limit the amount of time each player could reside in Stone Forest Town's hotels. This was also why many companies desperately wanted to work with Zero Wing. However, a town had its limits. Not only was the area around Stone Forest Town small, but the local environment also posed a huge problem. It was not suitable for players seeking entertainment, which greatly limited the benefits a real-world company could reap from setting up a virtual shop. A city, on the other hand, was many times larger than a town. Generally, a town could house over 200,000 resident players, not including mobile players. If they chose an appropriate location, they could easily attract many entertainment seekers, who disliked adventuring and fighting, to live in the city. You've seen the city building order for yourself. Companies that cooperate with Zero Wing will be given priority when purchasing a large plot of land in the city. As for the 1 billion credits, that is only a deposit. However, before you let them in on this secret, find companies that truly intend to cooperate. Moreover, they must sign a confidentiality agreement. I don't want news of this to leak, attracting everyone's attention, Sherfong explained. In truth, he did not want to sell any of the city's lands because of how much more valuable they would become in the future. If he nurtured his city to have a population in the millions, he could drown Zero Wing in money each day with the profits from renting the city's lands. Unfortunately, he had no avenues to earn so much money in such a short time. I understand. I will see to the necessary arrangements right away. Aqua Rose nodded excitedly. Currently, The value of Stone Forest Town's lands could rival those with high potential in major cities. However, if they chose a strategic location to set up their city, the city's lands would easily surpass Stone Forest Town's by several, or even over 10 times. If she advertised this news, many corporations would be eager to work with them. How many days do you need to get this done? Shifeng asked. I'm in somewhat of a hurry for the money right now. Roughly 3 to 5 days. After all, most major companies would be hard-pressed to collect so much money on such short notice. After giving it some thought, Aqua Rose suggested, if you are in a rush for money, I can have my family pay for you first, or offer them a few more plots of land in the new city. I believe they will be more than willing. Although the new city had yet to be built, if a company could enter the city and construct its own virtual shop immediately, it would massively benefit the company's development in God's domain. After all, once the new city was complete, plenty of entertainment seekers were bound to visit the city. If a company could leave a deep impression on these players, more people would recognize them as they started shops in other cities. This would create brand awareness. All right. I await your good news, Shifeng said. As long as he gathered the necessary 10 billion credits, he was satisfied. Following which, Aqua Rose logged out of the game and hastened to make the necessary arrangements. As for Shifeng, he went back into the room. Guild Leader Snow, Zero Wing agrees to your conditions. However, we'll need some time to collect the required credits. It is unlikely that we can do so in 1 or 2 days, Shifeng explained. That won't be a problem. In any case, the training center won't sell quickly. That will also give me more time to drive down the price, Gentle Snow said, smiling. Initially, she had expected Zero Wing to reject her condition. Either that, or the guild would need a very long time to gather the required funds. She hadn't expected the guild to raise the money so quickly. As she experienced more, she realized how little she truly knew about the guild. Following which, Shifeng and Gentle Snow discussed the details of their contract. First, Gentle Snow would join Zero Wing with the elites and experts under her command. At the same time, Gentle Snow would transfer all lands in her control to Zero Wing. In return, Gentle Snow would receive 15% of Zero Wing's shares and become one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders. Simultaneously, she would serve as the captain of the Ouroboros Legion and manage all of the Legion's affairs. After both parties signed the contract, Gentle Snow logged out of the game, and to initiate her plan to purchase Ouroboros. Shifeng, on the other hand, headed to White River City's City Hall, and took ownership of the 16 plots of land Gentle Snow had owned. Afterward, he simply needed to construct the Candlelight trading firm on these 16 commercial lands. With the additional coverage, the Candlelight trading firm's income would increase significantly. Gentle Snow's insight is impressive. Of the 3 lands in the Black Dragon Empire, 1 is in Emerald City. I won't have to hunt for an emerald source. After Shifeng visited the 11 plots of land in Starmoon Kingdom, he could not stifle his grin as he looked at the deeds for the 3 lands in the Black Dragon Empire. Emerald City was one of the Empire's top 10 major cities. It was in no way less prosperous than White River City. Players could find many ores around Emerald City, and emeralds were the most common, hence the name Emerald City. Emeralds were generally used as raw materials to produce ornaments, as the ore possessed relatively good mana-storing capabilities. It was rarely ever used to produce other items. However, aside from requiring mana stones, Titan City's magic light set equipment needed plenty of emeralds. With a shop in Emerald City, he could purchase emeralds long-term. His guild members wouldn't need to travel back and forth from the city constantly. Following which, Shifeng traveled to the Black Dragon Empire via Starmoon City's teleportation hall. Shortly after Shifeng left, a shock tore through Starmoon Kingdom's various guilds. What did you say? Zero Wing now owns Gentle Snow's lands. How can this be? Abandoned Wave was flabbergasted when he received the news. Chapter 986. War of First-Rate Guilds. Under Boss Wave, there's no mistaking it. If you don't believe me, take a look at these pictures. Our shops in these locations are now owned by the Candlelight trading firm, the bald, middle-aged man reported as he displayed the pictures his subordinates had taken. Abandoned Wave's expression darkened as he looked through the images. Gentle Snow. Abandoned Wave slammed his palm on the wooden table. The impact shook the wine glass and bottle of Witch's Tear, nearly sending them to the ground. He had never imagined that, as soon as he forced Gentle Snow out of her position and killed her subordinates, the woman would counter with such a move. He hadn't even had a moment to enjoy his victory. In reality, Abandoned Wave wasn't the only person that Gentle Snow's actions had infuriated. The upper echelons from Star Moon Kingdom's various large guilds wore twisted expressions when they heard the news. What exactly is Gentle Snow trying to do? Has she lost her mind? She actually sold so many high potential lands to Zero Wing. The various guilds loathed Gentle Snow's latest decision. They would rather pay double the price to purchase Gentle Snow's lands and let them rot in their hands than let them fall into the Candlelight trading firm's hands. These lands had originally housed Ouroboros's New Moon trading firm. Now, however, they housed the Candlelight trading firm. Although the storefronts were the cheapest variations, curious players had already crowded the shop's entrances, interested in the sudden change and purchasing items. It was very easy to transfer a shop's ownership to another player in God's domain. One simply needed to visit a city hall and follow the necessary procedures. If one didn't intend to modify the shop, only changing the name, they could immediately have NPCs do so free of charge. The Candlelight trading firm had always been known for its light stones and armor kits. The intermediate armor kits, in particular, usually sold out the instant they were restocked. If not for its low production volume, the Candlelight trading firm would have long since dominated Star Moon Kingdom's market. Even so, Candlelight had still become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Moreover, due to the Candlelight trading firm's lack of background, it had only purchased a limited number of high-potential lands, despite all of its efforts. As for Major City's golden lands, first, the trading firm could not afford them. After all, one golden land was worth around 3 or 4 high-potential lands in the same city. Unless Zero Wing intended to set up a particular city as its main headquarters, or went on a spending spree, it would not purchase a city's golden lands. Second, Zero Wing's members did not have the required reputation to purchase golden lands in other cities. Therefore, the Candlelight trading firm's development in Star Moon Kingdom was limited. On the other hand, to avoid competition with the Candlelight trading firm, Gentle Snow's high-potential lands had been purchased in cities that lacked Candlelight's presence or were located far from Candlelight's shops. By selling these lands to Zero Wing, Gentle Snow had just compensated for the Candlelight trading firm's shortcomings. Moreover, the Candlelight trading firm had recently recruited a large number of lifestyle players. Once the trading firm nurtured these lifestyle players, it would be a disaster for their guilds, who were already limited to a small corner of the market. However, they could not do anything to oppress the Candlelight trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. While Star Moon Kingdom's various large guilds tried to think of a solution to cope with the Candlelight trading firm's new strength, Shifeng had teleported to Emerald City from the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital, Black Dragon City. As soon as Shifeng exited the teleportation hall, he found just as many players in Emerald City as there were in White River City. Only the players' levels and equipment was slightly inferior to those in his home city. Currently, due to the teleportation house, one could easily find level 37 or level 38 players roaming about White River City's streets. Prior to that, level 39 experts were as rare as a phoenix feather. Emerald City, however, was different. Shifeng rarely saw level 36 players roaming the streets, much less those who had reached level 37 or higher. However, unlike kingdoms, second- or first-tier cities with populations ranging in the tens of millions were designated to God's domain's empires. It was easy to find many gaming workshops and guilds based in these cities. With Emerald City being one of the top 10 cities of the Black Dragon Empire, Shifeng saw members from no less than 10 different guilds going about their business. Such a sight was rare in Star Moon Kingdom. Generally, only 3 or 4 large guilds contested over its major cities. Emerald City, on the other hand, had more than 10, and even the weakest among them were second-rate guilds. As for first-rate guilds, Sherfong counted 3 from where he stood. Emerald City already had as many first-rate guilds as Starmoon Kingdom. I recall that the Undefeated Dynasty had been Emerald City's ruling guild in the past. Among the many first-rate guilds, Undefeated Dynasty was relatively tolerant. I shouldn't need to worry about any trouble if I set a shop up here. Sherfong secretly assessed the city's situation as he rode an advanced horse carriage. Based on what he could see, a large number of the guild players roaming the streets belonged to Fantasy Shrine and Undefeated Dynasty. The other first-rate guild was World Dominators, which Sherfong was familiar with. Ever since Zero Wing had become White River City's overlord, World Dominators had withdrawn from Starmoon Kingdom, shifting its focus to the Black Dragon Empire and other kingdoms. Mountain ranges surrounded Emerald City, and it produced rare ores and emeralds. It was considered a strategic city in the Black Dragon Empire. There were only so many guilds in the city right now because the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion paid little attention to them. After Sherfong alighted from the horse carriage, he saw over a dozen independent players leaving the New Moon trading firm. These players had very high levels, with the lowest among them being level 36, and the rest being level 37. In a large guild, they would be elite members. As for their combat standards, at this stage of the game, it was very difficult for independent players who hadn't reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor to reach level 37. Moreover, these players were well equipped. Even the most inferior piece of equipment they wore was a level 35 secret silver rank. In the eyes of ordinary players, they would definitely be considered experts. Damn it! To think that intermediate regeneration potions and intermediate mana recovery potions would sell out so quickly. If I had known that something like this would happen, I would have stockpiled. Now, I won't be able to earn a little bounty reward no matter how much I try. There's nothing we can do. Who would have expected Fantasy Shrine and Undefeated Dynasty to start a war against each other in Emerald City? They are even placing bounties on each other's members. Really though, what is up with these guilds? Why did they suddenly declare war on each other? Haven't they tolerated each other pretty well until now? Based on some insider information I obtained, it seems that the two guilds have discovered a town above a mithril vein. If the town is captured, players can mine the vein freely. A mithril vein. Won't they be rich if they capture the town? I know, right? However, the NPCs guarding that town are extraordinary. Capturing the town will be very difficult. If one guild ambushes the other, the latter's efforts will go to waste. That's why both sides are trying to chase each other out of Emerald City. Large guild members sure have it easy, while independent players like us are exhausting ourselves just to find ordinary ores. They get to mine mithril ore in the safety of a town. As these players spoke of the mithril vein, they nearly drooled. Although mithril ore was not particularly valuable, it was frequently used to forge weapons and equipment. Generally, selling the mithril ore one had was very easy. If they could harvest a steady supply of the ore, they could earn more money than they could imagine. A mithril vein? Sherfang's lips curled into a smile as he watched the departing independent players. Chapter 987, Branch Residence. After the dozen or so independent players left the New Moon trading firm, Sherfong entered the shop. Mithril veins were one of the more common mineral veins in God's domain. Large guilds also fought over them fiercely. As the producer of ores and emeralds in the Black Dragon Empire, there was more than one mineral vein in Emerald City's vicinity. This was also why Undefeated Dynasty, Emerald City's ruler in the past, had amassed a fortune. Meanwhile, the only mithril vein Emerald City's players knew of was beneath Whitebone Town. Whitebone Town had been relatively famous in the past because the mineral vein beneath it was a rich vein, and players could reach it easily to mine mithril ore again. Although one could not make as much money as they could from the manatite vein under Raven's control, if developed, the profits would still be considerably shocking. However, current players were not yet strong enough to capture Whitebone Town. The NPCs guarding Whitebone Town were not humans, but undead. Their levels were all above 50. Moreover, any player that entered the mine would be cursed, causing them to lose 10% of their HP every 3 seconds. The curse also lasted for an hour. In addition, Several level 70 Grand Lords lurked within the mine's depths. With players' current strength, even an army of several 100,000 elites would not be enough to defeat these monsters. However, this reminded Shifeng of something. The basic Holy Spirit Potion. This item would give players temporary immunity to curses. However, as the potion was only basic rank, its effects were limited. Fortunately, the potion could offer immunity to Whitebone Town's curse. Due to the richness of Whitebone Town's mithril vein, many players would take the risk to mine there. The money these players earned from a single day of mining the mithril ore and its byproducts was even more than those who grinded monsters in the fields or raided team dungeons. Because of that, the basic Holy Spirit Potion had been extremely popular in Emerald City in the past. The potion had not been particularly expensive. Initially, each bottle only sold for 2 silver. Even ordinary players could afford that. The potion's effects only lasted for half an hour. In that time, one could easily earn more than 2 silver while mining underneath the town. Although Whitebone Town's monsters were very high-leveled, the mine's entrance was located in the town's outskirts. Not many monsters ventured there. So as long as one lured the monsters away, other players could enter the mine freely. The mine was massive, and its terrain was complicated. Very few monsters patrolled the mine, as well. As long as one didn't explore too deep, they would not find any significant danger. When a player finished their mining, they simply needed to use a return scroll to leave safely. Hence, many players had taken the risk to mine there. As more players headed to the mithril mine, the basic Holy Spirit Potion's price quickly rose to 5 silver. Later, it had even reached 10 silver per bottle. Alchemist players had been overjoyed. The basic Holy Spirit Potion's recipe was not particularly difficult to obtain. Level 30 and above team dungeons had a chance of dropping it. Unfortunately, the drop rate was very low, which resulted in few copies on the market. The potion's materials were also relatively common. Crafting the potion's main requirement was a Holy Spirit flower, which was considered a rare herb. Making the potion didn't even cost 1 silver. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng burst into action. This was a valuable opportunity to make a fortune. Emerald City's player population was in the millions. Once players discovered the method of mining in Whitebone Town, swarms of players would flock to the mithril vein. One could just imagine how large the market would be for the basic Holy Spirit Potion. Following which, Shifeng changed the New Moon Trading Firm's name to the Candlelight Trading Firm, and removed the lifestyle players and products in the shop. He then made a trip to the city hall, and spent 1,000 gold to upgrade the shop front to the highest ranking available. He also hired NPCs to purchase various kinds of ores, herbs and emeralds. As for the candlelight products that would be sold in this shop and the shop's personnel, Shifeng passed the responsibility to the Candlelight Trading Firm's management team. Meanwhile, he visited the auction houses in the Black Dragon Empire's various cities to purchase the basic Holy Spirit Potion recipe and Holy Spirit flowers. After spending most of the day like this, Shifeng finally bought all the recipes on the Black Dragon Empire's market. He had managed to collect a total of 776 recipes. Although the method to obtain the recipe was easy, its drop rate was painfully low. The recipe's current market price wasn't high. Shifeng only spent around 35 to 40 silver coins for each copy. Overall, he had not even spent 300 gold to buy all of the copies. The low price was mainly due to players not having a major use for the basic Holy Spirit Potion. It simply wasn't one of Alchemist's hot items. If he were looking for the Intermediate Regeneration Potion and the Intermediate Mana Recovery Potions recipes, however, they would be much more expensive. With so many recipes, even after every alchemist in the Candlelight Trading Firm learned it, he would still have plenty to spare. Shifeng had also bought over 6,500 stacks of Holy Spirit flowers, with 20 flowers per stack. Currently, each stack sold for around 12 to 13 silver. In total, Shifeng had spent over 800 gold on the Holy Spirit flowers. For a while I'll have Candlelight purchase Holy Spirit flowers. Shifeng was mostly satisfied with how many Holy Spirit flowers he had procured. At the end of the day, the Holy Spirit flower was a rare herb. Rather than sell it, Most guilds usually opted to store the flowers in their guild warehouses. Only independent players sold the herb, thus the limited supply on the market. If he turned these 6,500 plus stacks of Holy Spirit flower into basic Holy Spirit potions, he would have enough to last Emerald City's players for quite some time. As long as the Candlelight trading firm's acquisition of Holy Spirit flowers could keep up with the potion's demand, Emerald City would become a stable source of income for the trading firm for a relatively long time. Shifeng had also spent 3,000 gold to construct an advanced guild hall in Lake Heart City. Although the land he bought from Phoenix Rain could not compare to Zero Wing's main guild residence, the towering advanced guild hall was still impressive enough to shock Lake Heart City's players. Wow, this guild has style. I wonder which guild this is. To think that anyone would want to develop in this backwater city. It shouldn't be a large guild, right? Maybe it's some third-rate guild. I guess you're right. There is no way a large guild would fancy our Lake Heart City. There were not many players residing in Lake Heart City, due to its location on an island. There were not many good leveling spots around, either. The city's current population was slightly over 100,000. No first-rate guild would waste their efforts on a desolate city like this. As a result, only a second-rate guild ruled over Lake Heart City. Moreover, its main headquarters wasn't located in the city. Rather, it was based in a major city with a player population of over 500,000. Furthermore, the guild residences in Lake Heart City. They were a far cry from Zero Wing's magnificent advanced guild hall. Huh? Wait a minute. Look at the emblem on that guild flag. Doesn't that look like Zero Wing's six-winged emblem? Chapter 988. The Seven Treasures' First Appearance. Upon hearing Zero Wing's name, the players on the street turned to look at the flag flying from the guild hall's roof. It really is a six-winged emblem. What? Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild is actually starting a branch guild here. Many people felt chills crawl down their spines, excitement overwhelming them as they stared at the guild flag. None of them could believe their eyes. Although Lake Heart City was in the Black Dragon Empire, the empire neighbored Starmoon Kingdom. They were up to date about the nearby kingdoms. They also frequently purchased a copy of the God's Domain Experts list. Everybody knew about Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Moreover, the ruler of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, had suffered at Zero Wing's hands. With such a powerful guild appearing in Lake Heart City, how could they contain their excitement? Since Zero Wing is coming here, does this mean we'll have a chance to join Zero Wing? I guess so. When a guild develops in a new city, it normally recruits some of the local players to expand gradually. I heard that the benefits Zero Wing offers are awesome. They are even better than what first-rate guilds offer. In other guilds, I heard that only core members get to use the guild hall's private rooms. On the other hand, one only needs to be an elite member in Zero Wing to rent a private room and accumulate the double EXP buff. I've always wanted to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, it costs too much to teleport from the Black Dragon Empire to White River City. Now though, I don't have to worry about teleportation fees. Anticipation filled these independent players' hearts as they ogled Zero Wing's new guild residence. To ordinary players, traveling to other countries was too expensive. Even if they spent their entire fortune traveling to White River City, there was no guarantee that they would be accepted into the guild. Furthermore, they had long since familiarized themselves with Lake Heart City and its surroundings. If they started developing in an unknown city, their leveling speed and daily income would decrease drastically. In addition, unlike in Lake Heart City, they wouldn't have companions to rely on in White River City. Now, however, times had changed. Shortly after Zero Wing's branch guild had appeared, news of this matter quickly spread throughout the city. Some rejoiced, while others grew worried. To independent players, Zero Wing's appearance was good news. To the local guilds, however, nothing was good about this development. When the Crimson Castle Guild, the second-rate guild ruling over Lake Heart City, received the news, it had held an emergency meeting among its upper echelons. Why has Zero Wing suddenly shown up in a backwater city like Lake Heart City? If Zero Wing really intends on developing here, They will target the high-resource areas we usually occupy. What's there to be afraid of? Even if Zero Wing is powerful in Starmoon Kingdom, this is Lake Heart City. This is our territory. We are far more familiar with the city's surroundings than Zero Wing. Even if a war breaks out between our guilds, the winner isn't set in stone. Crimson Castle's upper echelons discussed the situation heatedly. Although the leveling areas around Lake Heart City were not particularly beneficial, once players familiarized themselves with the area, their leveling speed would increase. Moreover, unlike other cities, there were very few guilds in Lake Heart City. This allowed Crimson Castle to obtain plenty of raw materials very easily. There is no need to get too worked up about this. I have heard that the situation in Starmoon Kingdom isn't very stable. Zero Wing won't focus too much on conquering Lake Heart City. Moreover, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has a grudge against Zero Wing. If we report Zero Wing's arrival to the pavilion will seek vengeance, the dignified, middle-aged man in the guild leader's seat said as he watched the arguing players before him. In a deep tone he said, "During this period, keep an eye on Zero Wing's members. Report everything to the pavilion." Hearing their guild leader's order, the Crimson Castle's upper echelons fell silent and nodded in agreement. As their guild leader had said, Zero Wing had used the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion as a stepping stone to become famous, leaving the pavilion's prestige in tatters. After that incident, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's 9 Dragons Emperor declared that he would not let the matter rest. Although dealing with Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom was difficult for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was a different story in the Black Dragon Empire. The Black Dragon Empire was the pavilion's territory. It would be child's play to take care of a measly branch guild. While Crimson Castle hashed out a plan to deal with Zero Wing, Shifeng spent 300 gold to bind the guild transfer scroll's coordinates. Afterward, Zero Wing's members in White River City could simply purchase Lake Heart City's guild transfer scrolls to travel to the city directly. The guild transfer scroll was one of a guild's greatest benefits. Unlike NPC City's teleportation halls, which charged a steep teleportation fee, players only needed to purchase the corresponding guild transfer scroll to reach their desired guild residence. However, such a major benefit came with restrictions. Players were only allowed to carry one guild transfer scroll at a time. Moreover, the scroll had a very long cooldown. The transfer scroll's prices also varied depending on the distance between the destination and where it was purchased. Regardless, it was still cheaper than using the teleportation halls. If a guild had enough guild residences, it could easily replace teleportation halls. When Shifeng finished binding the coordinates, he looked at the time. Glancing up at the already dark sky, he called up his system interface, intending to log off for the day and rest. Now that he had established Lake Heart City's branch guild, he needed Aqua Rose to transfer the batches of selected members. As for Raven's monster repelling issue, Shifeng had already instructed Flying Shadow to handle it. Originally, he had intended Fire Dance to carry out the task. However, Fire Dance was currently busy leading Zero Wing's members in raiding the Undead Gorge, and did not have time to spare. So he used his next best option, Flying Shadow. Flying Shadow was Zero Wing's second best assassin. Not only was his movement speed quite high, but he could also move about rather secretively. He wasn't easy to detect. When it was time to repel the monster invasion, Flying Shadow could use the monster repellent scroll without anyone noticing, which would reduce the chances of Raven discovering the scroll. Although the monster repellent scroll was very rare and few people knew about it, seeing as Quiet Melody, the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Master, had purchased so many in Blackwing City, Shifeng deemed it wise to use the scrolls discreetly, hiding the scroll's function. In any case, Zero Wing only needed to repel the invasions. It was not obligated to reveal its means of doing so. After clicking the logout button, while Shifeng waited on the logout timer, he habitually used the Golden Stigmata's detect skill. The quest to find the 7 treasures was truly sinister. With God's domain being so massive, how was he supposed to locate them? Fortunately, he had been given a very long time limit to complete the quest. Hence, Shifeng routinely used the detect skill once a day. If not for the skill's one-day cooldown, His search for the 7 treasures would have proceeded much faster. After using the detect skill, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System. The golden stigmata has detected the 7 treasures' energy waves. Do you wish to track the energy waves? Why would the 7 treasures be here? Shifeng instantly tensed. He had never imagined that he would come across the 7 treasures' energy waves in Lake Heart City. Chapter 989, Special Set Equipment. Upon hearing the system notification, Shifeng immediately stopped the logout process and chose to track the energy waves. The golden stigmatas detect had a 50,000-yard range, which was not particularly large. The skill just managed to cover Lake Heart City as well as the surrounding forest and fields. There should not be any monsters within that range, and it was even less likely for there to be any relics. Otherwise, someone would have long since discovered them. After all, it was impossible for an NPC city to be constructed above a relic. Yet, the 7 treasures, which had been lost for many years, had appeared in the middle of nowhere. It was inconceivable. As expected, it is inside the city. Shifeng could not help his surprise when he saw the perceived location on his map. This should be in the Nobles District. Although Shifeng knew that the 7 treasures could be anywhere, who could have thought that he would find the legendary 7 treasures in Lake Heart City's Nobles District? If the War God's Temple knew that the 7 treasures were in the Black Dragon Empire, they would have turned the empire over in their search, not to mention the insignificant Lake Heart City. After checking the general location, Shifeng summoned the demonic flame tiger and charged towards the Nobles District. A monster! A monster has appeared in the city. Crap, that's a mount. What kind of mount is that? It's so cool. When the players on the street saw the demonic flame tiger charge out of Zero Wing's residence, they were stupefied. A city like Lake Heart City didn't even have one level 40 player, much less a mount. Hence, when these players saw the majestic, towering demonic flame tiger, they grew more enthusiastic to join Zero Wing. Black Dragon Empire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild residence. Entering the guild leader's office, a beautiful, tall female summoner reported respectfully. Vice Guild Leader, the Crimson Castle's guild leader requests a meeting with you. He claims that it is related to Zero Wing. I understand. It seems that quite a few people are displeased with Zero Wing today. Blood Dragon, the guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Black Dragon Empire branch guild, said chuckling. Ghost, bring him in. The female summoner, Beautiful Ghost, nodded. She left the office to guide Crimson Castle's guild leader. Inside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's reception room, a robust man, standing about 2 meters tall, waited patiently. This man was none other than the Crimson Castle's guild leader, Crimson Fox. Why haven't they met with me yet? Crimson Fox was frustrated as he stared beyond the window pane at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members going about their business. Sure enough, the pavilion deserved to be called a super first-rate guild. Despite only being a branch guild's residence, he saw plenty of experts moving about the hall, with many of them radiating a significant pressure. Among these experts, he envied a few players' equipment. The Crimson Castle could never compare to a guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Crimson Fox had originally intended to send one of the guild's upper echelons to the pavilion. However, when he thought about the violent and arrogant temper of the pavilion's vice guild leader, Blood Dragon, he felt that it would be safer if he visited the guild personally. Once he reached the pavilion's guild residence, he firmly believed that he had made the right decision. His guild's representative would never have been allowed through the pavilion's gates. Moreover, not long ago, he received another message from his subordinates stating that Zero Wing's demonic flame tiger had appeared in Lake Heart City. The upper echelons of God's Domain's various guilds were no strangers to the demonic tiger. After all, the demonic tiger was known as the best mount in God's Domain. Many even suspected that it might be a fine gold mount. Besides, this powerful mount's owner was none other than Zero Wing's Yifeng. Those who understood Zero Wing knew that Yifeng's position in the guild was definitely among the top 3. He might even be second only to Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Such an important figure in Lake Heart City stressed Crimson Fox. Anyone capable of leading a large guild was no idiot. With a figure like Yifeng visiting the city, it was clear how important Lake Heart City was to Zero Wing. If they did not remove Zero Wing as soon as possible, it would only be a matter of time before Crimson Castle fell from the position of the city's ruler. While Crimson Fox occupied himself with these thoughts, the reception room's wooden doors swung open. A tall beauty then entered the room. This woman was the female summoner Beautiful Ghost, who had reported to Blood Dragon. When Crimson Fox's eyes met Beautiful Ghost's, he shuddered. Alarm bells rang in his mind, warning him to be careful of the woman standing before him. "You're Crimson Fox? Follow me," Beautiful Ghost said. After sparing Crimson Fox a glance, she turned and left the reception room with an air of indifference. Her eyes hadn't contained a hint of respect when she looked at Crimson Fox. Rather, they held contempt, as if she had been watching an ant. If not for Blood Dragon's orders, she would not have paid any attention to the man at all. Although Crimson Fox wanted to respond, after a moment of hesitation, he chose to shut his mouth. Aside from the fact that he was on foreign soil, this female summoner was already stronger than him. Not only was she level 39, but her equipment also radiated the unique glow of dark gold items. Moreover, the red-blue robes, headwear, and other equipment were clearly pieces of a set. In other words, Beautiful Ghost wore a dark gold set equipment. In comparison, he only had individual pieces of level 35 dark gold equipment. A level 35 dark gold set equipment? As expected of a super first-rate guild. Crimson Fox smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to endure this woman's contemptuous look. After all, she had more than earned her arrogance. However, Crimson Fox did not know that Beautiful Ghost's dark gold set equipment was not a level 35 set. If Shifeng were present, he would have instantly recognized the equipment. This was the level 40 dark gold set equipment Life Summons. Only level 40 and above field Great Lords had a chance of dropping these set pieces. Initially, only level 40 summoners could equip the Life Summons set. However, this equipment was somewhat special. If one had all 5 pieces of the set, the level requirement would drop by 5 levels. Under Beautiful Ghost's lead, Crimson Fox quickly arrived before the guild leader's office on the 3rd floor. On his way, Crimson Fox had seen many level 50 NPC guards. Without someone of relevance as a guide, even the guild's elite members would not be allowed near the guild leader's office. Upon entering the office, Crimson Fox involuntarily shuddered. He felt an immense pressure, almost as if a boss monster were in the room with him. Moreover, it didn't feel like any ordinary boss monster. At the very least, it felt like a lord boss or stronger. How is this possible? Crimson Fox stared at Blood Dragon, who leaned against his office chair while enjoying a glass of wine, shock filling his heart. Is this the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's vice guild leader? At this moment, Crimson Fox struggled to breathe. Compared to Blood Dragon, the pressure he felt from Beautiful Ghost before was a joke. Against Beautiful Ghost, he could more or less move unaffected. However, when faced with Blood Dragon, his movements were somewhat sluggish. In battle, this pressure would greatly impact his combat power. However, the scene inside the office was even more shocking. Seated opposite of Blood Dragon was a gorgeous woman who, despite the powerful mental oppression in the room, seemed utterly unaffected. Chapter 990, Empire's Overlord. Who is she? Crimson Fox's attention unconsciously drifted to the leisurely woman. Currently, Blood Dragon was level 40, and only a handful of players throughout the Black Dragon Empire had reached this level. Level 40 players were much stronger than level 39 players in terms of attributes, as they could equip level 40 equipment. If even he, someone who wore a full collection of level 35 dark gold equipment, felt such immense pressure from Blood Dragon, one could just imagine how intense of a pressure a level 20 player would feel in Blood Dragon's aura. Yet, the mysterious woman before him treated Blood Dragon's undisguised aura as if it were a spring breeze. In addition, the mysterious woman herself exuded a noble and graceful aura that coaxed one into submission. "Sit," Blood Dragon told Crimson Fox as he pointed to one of the wooden chairs on the other side of his desk. "Let me introduce you. This beauty is the Blackwater Corporation's representative, Qin Muyun. Like you, she is here for Zero Wing. The Blackwater Corporation? Crimson Fox was taken aback. Everyone had heard of the Blackwater Corporation. It was a Fortune 500 company. Meanwhile, the young woman before him had been chosen to represent such a major corporation. Guild Leader Crimson, if you have any information regarding Zero Wing that you wish to share, please tell us. I believe that Miss Muyin is also interested to hear it, Blood Dragon said, chuckling. Crimson Fox nodded nervously. He then relayed everything about Zero Wing's development in Lake Heart City. Vice Guild Leader Blood, you've seen Zero Wing's ambition for yourself. If we let Zero Wing develop any further, no one will be able to guarantee that Zero Wing won't set its sights on the Black Dragon Empire. If we don't take measures to contain the guild, with its development speed thus far, it won't be long before it grows so big that even you will be helpless against it, Qin Muyun said, smiling. You should consider my earlier proposal. Qin Muyun had the voice of a siren. Her words were intoxicating. Even an expert like Crimson Fox was not completely unaffected. Initially, Qin Muyun had worried that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would reject their offer of cooperation. Now, however, her worries had been resolved. Before this, Zero Wing's operations had been limited to Star Moon Kingdom. No matter how strong it became, it wouldn't impact the pavilion's operations in the Black Dragon Empire. However, she had never imagined that, of all places, Zero Wing would choose to expand into the Black Dragon Empire. The Black Dragon Empire was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territory. For the sake of its reputation, the pavilion couldn't let Zero Wing enjoy itself here. Otherwise, Nine Dragons Emperor's prior declaration would be nothing more than his own disgrace. Since Miss Muyin has already said as much, I agree to provide support in resources, products, coins, and experts to help you defeat Zero Wing. Once the deed is done, however, the pavilion wants full authority over Stone Forest Town. Please rest assured. As long as the pavilion helps us from the sidelines, the Blackwater Corporation will deal with the rest. Qin Muyin smiled. If there isn't anything else to discuss, I must leave to report the good news to my superiors. Blood Dragon nodded before sending Qin Muyin off with his gaze. Vice Guild Leader Blood, what about Lake Heart City? Crimson Fox asked anxiously. Lake Heart City was an important source of income for the Crimson Castle. Without it, the guild's development would deteriorate significantly. Relax. Since Zero Wing dares to enter the Black Dragon Empire, the pavilion won't let the guild off the hook. I will send the Blood Legion to assist the Crimson Castle. We'll make sure that Zero Wing regrets ever setting foot in the Black Dragon Empire. Blood Dragon could not help but chuckle. Turning to Crimson Fox, he spoke in a domineering tone. I'll appoint my aide, Beautiful Ghost, to command the operation. I believe that you do not have any arguments, right? Of course, Crimson Fox said excitedly. The Blood Legion was a legion of expert assassins that everyone in the Black Dragon Empire knew about. Not only did these experts possess excellent equipment, but every one of them was also adept with ambushes in the fields. Although the Blood Legion was not the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strongest force, it was the one that the various large guilds feared the most. Even first-rate guilds were afraid of the Blood Legion. Out in the fields, even a single expert assassin was a force not to be reckoned with. Knowing that a team of 1,000 expert assassins waited for them, who would possibly be bold enough to venture out to grind monsters. Even if a guild dispatched a small army of players to hunt down the Blood Legion, its efforts would be futile. It was precisely this reason that the various large guilds paled at the mention of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion. Only a super first-rate guild with a powerful foundation was capable of compiling such a force. For a first-rate guild, even forming a team of 100 expert assassins was impossible. Now that the pavilion intended to dispatch the Blood Legion, Zero Wing's members should not even consider leaving Lake Heart City. If they did, they should not dream of returning alive. If this persisted, Zero Wing would not survive in Lake Heart City. Eventually, it would be forced to withdraw. I'll leave the rest to you, Blood Dragon told Beautiful Ghost. Vice Guild Leader, do not worry. I will gather the men right away. It will only take a few days to eradicate Zero Wing from the Black Dragon Empire. Beautiful Ghost said very confidently. In Beautiful Ghost's opinion, their opponent was merely Zero Wing's branch guild. Dispatching the Blood Legion was simply making a big fuss over nothing. Lake Heart City's Nobles District. Not many players wandered down the street of Western European buildings, only NPC nobles. When Shifeng arrived before a luxurious mansion atop the demonic flame tiger, he noticed a team of 20 players gathered at its gates. He also spotted a few familiar figures among the team members. These people were none other than Thoughtful Rain, Blue Bamboo, Gunfire, Deathwind, and Autumn Goose. Big brother Yifeng, why are you here? Blue Bamboo noticed Shifeng and the towering demonic flame tiger immediately, surprise flashing in her eyes. Hearing Blue Bamboo's exclamation, Thoughtful Rain and the others turned towards the demonic tiger by the entrance. Shifeng was even more shocked by the sudden development than Thoughtful Rain and her companions. He had only arrived before this mansion due to the 7 treasures. At this point, the Golden Stigmata's tracker pointed to the 7 treasures' exact location. He had never expected to find Thoughtful Rain and the others here as well. However, after Blue Bamboo had noticed him, the rest of the team turned and glared as if he were their greatest enemy, killing intent filling their eyes. Suddenly, the shield warrior Deathwind scattered the heavy atmosphere as he approached Shifeng and asked pleasantly, Brother Yifeng, what a coincidence. Are you here for a quest as well? Chapter 991, Cost of Contempt. An acquaintance. When everyone in the team saw Deathwind greet Shifeng, their gazes softened slightly. Even so, they remained very cautious with him. Currently, Shifeng wore his black cloak, so they could not see his information. However, the fact that he rode a mount showed that he was extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached level 40 so quickly. They wouldn't mind a weak acquaintance. However, Shifeng's strength was precisely the reason that they remained wary. Autumn, you guys know him? A robust man asked Autumn Goose, who stood beside him. This robust man weathered appearance spoke of years of life's vicissitudes. A suit of silvery gray knight's armor protected his body, and he carried a tower shield that was nearly as tall as he was. At his waist, he carried a luxurious golden knight's sword. Furthermore, he had already reached level 40. He's one of Zero Wing's elders. He is incredibly strong. It was thanks to him that we had completed our previous quest. Autumn Goose nodded to the robust man's question. She did not try to hide anything as the man beside her was none other than the commander of the wind god's spear, Fallen Wind. If we can convince Yifeng to help us, we'll have a much higher chance of completing this quest. Hearing Autumn Goose's words, Fallen Wind could not help but re-examine Shifeng. Although Autumn Goose seemed approachable on the surface, she was arrogant to the bone. In her eyes, very few people were worth Autumn Goose's recognition. Autumn, aren't you giving him a bit too much credit? Isn't he just some expert a large guild nurtured? How strong could he possibly be? If we take him with us, he'll probably only hold us back, a frosty youth in brown leather armor said dismissively. Aside from Wind God Spear's brilliant battle records in the multiple confrontations they have had with several large guilds, their several new experts were already many times stronger than first-rate guilds' pampered experts. As for the members here today, they were the creme de la creme of the Wind God Spear. Every Wind God Spear member here was a top-class expert with a list of illustrious achievements. How could someone like Shifeng possibly compare to them? To further his point, the youth had never seen Shifeng's name on God's domain's experts list. Disregarding the cold youth's words, Autumn Goose looked directly at Fallen Wind and said, Commander, I believe that Big Brother Deathwind will also support my point. At Autumn Goose's strong recommendation of Shifeng, Thoughtful Rain's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although she did not understand why, whenever she was with Shifeng, she felt indescribably safe. She didn't even feel like this when she traveled with someone as powerful as Fallen Wind. This is interesting. Fallen Wind could not help but watch the cloaked Shifeng, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Naturally, there was no need to mention Shifeng's level. However, the swordsman's combat standards were unknown. Generally, One could judge a person's strength based on the aura they radiated. The stronger a person was, the stronger their aura was. Such a phenomenon was due to the confidence they gained from experiencing countless battles. Yet, even after observing Shifeng for a long moment, Fallen Wind could not sense any aura that hinted at Shifeng's strength. As to whether or not Shifeng concealed his aura, this was unlikely. After all, even experts would find it extremely difficult to conceal their aura completely unless their mental fortitude had reached a certain level. However, experts capable of doing so were generally in their 30s or 40s. Some only reached this refinement in their 50s. To put it simply, it was impossible for a youth to have enough control to hide their aura. However, both Autumn Goose and Death Wind seemed to admire Shifeng. This was strange indeed. Autumn, let's pass on asking him this time. If the opportunity presents itself, we can invite him in the future. We've already determined our team's roster. Sudden adjustments to the team will increase our chances of failure, Fallen Wind said after giving it some thought. We cannot afford to fail this quest. If we complete this quest, the Wind God's Spear's strength will climb to a new level. The Wind God's Spear won't have to shuffle around in the Dark Knight Empire's shadows anymore. Instead, the Empire's large guilds will have to hide like rats. I understand, Autumn Goose dejectedly replied. She understood Fallen Wind's sentiment. They had invested a lot of effort into this quest. Now that they had reached the final phase and were prepared, they would be taking unnecessary risks if they replaced one of the team members. Our commander knows best. If we allow a half-assed expert into the team, I'll constantly have to worry about him dragging me to the grave, the cold youth said, nodding. When Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo heard Fallen Wind reject Autumn Goose's proposal and Ordinary Blades, the cold youth ridicule, they were annoyed. However, as they were members of Zero Wing, they did not find it appropriate to intervene in Wind God's Spear's internal matters. Yet Ordinary Blade's disrespect of Shifeng made them somewhat angry. Commander Fallen, I apologize, but Blue and I won't be participating in this operation. After all, this is the Wind God's Spear's affair. It wouldn't be proper for us to take part, Thoughtful Rain announced. They had simply tagged along for this quest due to Fallen Wind's invitation, and their friendship with Autumn Goose and the others. Now that Zero Wing's elder had been belittled, how could they, members of Zero Wing, remain on the team? Ordinary apologized to Miss Rain and Miss Blue. Fallen Wind growled as he glared at the frosty youth. How could he not understand the meaning behind Thoughtful Rain's words? The sudden development stupefied Ordinary Blade. He was simply trying to make himself look good before Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. How had things ended up this way? What was going on here? Miss Rain and Miss Blue are members of Zero Wing. Fallen Wind softly reminded the boy. This was the first time Ordinary Blade had met Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. In addition, as the two women were participating in the quest as individuals, they had not worn their guild emblems. Hence, Ordinary Blade had not realized that the duo was from Zero Wing. Miss Rain, I misspoke. Please forgive me. Ordinary Blade quickly apologized after realizing his blunder. He very much felt like digging a hole and jumping in. Seeing Ordinary Blade's distress, Autumn Goose, who was familiar with the youth, could not help but giggle. In the Wind God's Spear, Ordinary Blade was famous for his indifference. However, when the youth had met Thoughtful Rain for the first time, his eyes had nearly fallen from their sockets. It was obvious that the youth was interested in Thoughtful Rain. Unfortunately, his attempt to impress her had backfired magnificently. This time, even their commander couldn't save him. She and Thoughtful Rain were as close as sisters. She was very familiar with Thoughtful Rain's personality. When Thoughtful Rain made a decision, even a force of nature wouldn't change her mind. She remembered Thoughtful Rain's decision to join Zero Wing. No matter how much she had tried to dissuade the girl, hadn't Thoughtful Rain still joined the guild? Chapter 992, Legendary Difficulty. Thoughtful Rain's resolute refusal gave Fallen Wind a headache. Ordinary Blade truly knew how to give him trouble. Thoughtful Rain was a God's Domain player who had come into contact with virtual reality games just recently. However, When Fallen Wind watched the battle video Autumn Goose sent him, which showed a duel between herself and Thoughtful Rain, a shiver had crawled down his spine. If not for Autumn Goose telling him about Thoughtful Rain's situation, he would not have even imagined that God's Domain was her first virtual reality game. Within just a few months' time, she had actually managed to grow to a point where she could hold her own against Autumn Goose. Her improvement speed was simply godly. Compared to Thoughtful Rain, those players who were held up as geniuses in God's Domain were simply garbage. Recently, Autumn Goose had been improving very quickly, and right now, her strength already ranked steadily within the top 10 of the Wind God's Spear. Although the Wind God's Spear was only an adventurer team, its members were all battle maniacs and extremely proud. Members of the team would frequently spar with each other. They would also often pick fights with members of large guilds. As a result, their strength increased continuously every day. Rather than passing their time leisurely in God's Domain, they desperately sought all sorts of means to improve themselves. Hence, ranking within the top 10 of the Wind God's Spear was a challenging proposition, not to mention maintaining a position there. Yet, when Autumn Goose reunited with Thoughtful Rain after not meeting her for a short time, Autumn Goose had actually lost to Thoughtful Rain, who was significantly weaker than herself before in a duel. Moreover, when Thoughtful Rain defeated Autumn Goose, it was obvious she had not used her full strength. Fallen Wind found it truly hard to fathom what heights Thoughtful Rain's combat power had already reached. However, he estimated that she should be able to rank within the top 5 of the Wind God's Spear. In contrast, although Ordinary Stranger was very talented and his improvement speed was very fast, he only ranked within the top 20 even now. Losing a combatant like Thoughtful Rain would greatly hamper their quest. Just as Fallen Wind was about to say something, a crisp voice suddenly came from within the mansion, echoing throughout the entire courtyard and making everyone's souls tremble. What a lively day it is today. I never thought that even an important person from the War God's Temple would be willing to pay me a visit. However, since you've already arrived, I'll have to ask you to remain and head to another world to enjoy. After the sound of this voice dissipated, a magic barrier enveloped the entire mansion. What's going on? This sudden development threw everyone for a loop, Fallen Wind in particular. Their quest had tasked them to visit Countess Katie Green of the Black Dragon Empire. The Countess would then bring them to a secret location. However, based on the words she had just spoken, it was clear that she was trying to make them suffer. While everyone was panicking, Sherfong remained relatively calm. It was very obvious to him that the Countess's words were intended for him. Otherwise, she would not have mentioned War God's Temple. While Sherfong and everyone else were thinking of how to deal with their current predicament, their vision immediately filled with darkness. Every one of them transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the luxurious mansion. It was as if none of them had ever appeared there. The NPC guards patrolling the streets did not even sense the existence of the barrier magic array. Oh, what is this place? Why have my movements turned sluggish? Commander, I can't use my return scroll. Me too. As soon as everyone could see again, they discovered that the scenery before them had changed. Their bodies also felt leaden. Many in the team could not help but grow anxious at this situation. Meanwhile, this sealed space had only a set of open pitch-black stone doors, a few hundred meters in height, standing right before them. Beyond these doors was a wide and spacious passage, the walls of which boasted countless carvings of gods and demons, the images depicting the ancient war between gods and demons. This passage led directly to a towering temple in the distance. Upon seeing the massive stone doors, a name immediately appeared in Sherfang's mind. The Trial of God. To players, the Trial of God was an opportunity. It was extremely difficult to encounter one. Previously, Blackie and the others had only managed to enter one due to luck. However, great rewards also came with great risks. Maybe it was also due to their luck, but Blackie and the others had encountered only a 4-colored trial. It was also precisely because it was only a 4-colored trial that they had managed to deal with the challenges and safely clear the Trial of God. However, the Trial of God before him right now was no 4-colored trial. Generally, Players could determine the rank of the trial they were taking through the transfer gate in the outside world. However, after entering a trial, there was still another method to determine its rank. And that was the size of the trial gate. Trial gates that were around 10 meters tall signified that one was undertaking a one-colored trial, after which came 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, and 999 meters. Meanwhile, the trial gate before them was clearly over 100 meters in height, perhaps around 300 meters in all. In other words, this was a six-colored trial, and its difficulty could rival legendary quests. Shortly after Sherfeng realized that this place was the trial of God, Fallen Wind and several other experts came to the same conclusion. Immediately, their expressions turned very gloomy. Why is it a six-colored trial of God? As calm as he was, even Fallen Wind's mouth twitched involuntarily when he noticed this fact. The trial of God was no secret in God's domain. With so many players playing the game, there were bound to be quite a few players who had encountered it. As more and more players discussed the trial on the official forums, details about the trial of God became public. After the others heard Fallen Wind mentioning the trial of God, they promptly looked it up on the official forums. However, once everyone understood what exactly a six-colored trial was, their hearts grew very heavy. "Commander, what should we do now?" Many members of the Wind God's Spear asked worriedly. There were only two methods to leave a trial of God. One was to clear the trial, while the other was to give up on it. There was no third possibility. Those who died inside the trial would be resurrected and forced to continue. Those who completed the trial would be showered in glory, their strength increasing significantly. However, those who chose to give up would have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, the higher the rank of the trial, the greater the price exacted. If one forfeited a six-colored trial, the consequences were unimaginable. There was a great chance that their account would be crippled permanently. Hence, most players who encountered a trial of God would first determine the trial's difficulty before deciding whether or not they should challenge or distance themselves from it. In their case, however, they had been forcibly transported to this place. They did not even have a say in the matter. To the Wind God's Spear, if the trial had the difficulty of only an epic quest, they would still be confident of clearing it. However, for a trial whose difficulty approached that of a legendary quest, they had no confidence whatsoever that they would succeed. After taking a deep breath, Fallen Wind said, "Calm down. Since we've already entered the trial of God, what we need to do now is think of a solution to clear it. We don't have any other choice." As soon as Fallen Wind finished speaking, numerous silver-armored knights with glowing red eyes started emerging from the walls of the passage. In the blink of an eye, the entire passage was packed full of knights, every one of them charging toward Sherfeng's ground. Undead Fanatic, Dark Creature, Elite, Level 50 HP 200, 000/200, 000. This scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb. "Form a defensive formation," Sherfeng shouted hurriedly. At this time, everyone finally reacted. Currently, everyone no longer considered whether they could succeed or not. Instead, they wondered how long they could survive. When the tide of undead fanatics reached the team, the MTs at the front felt greatly pressured. Despite these undead fanatics being elite rank only, they possess great strength. Not only was every one of their attacks capable of pushing the MTs back, but it also caused nearly -1000 damage even when blocked. With multiple undead fanatics attacking at the same time, the MTs lost HP by the thousands. The healers standing at the rear simply couldn't keep up. Although everyone from the Wind God's Spear was doing their best to retaliate, their attacks inflicting several thousand damage to the undead fanatics, there were simply too many monsters. No matter how much they attacked, their efforts did not seem to be making a difference. When the team was close to succumbing, a streak of light suddenly cut across the monsters. A large number of undead fanatics in a cone-shaped area died instantly. Everyone was stupefied by this scene. At this time, everyone could not help but shift their gaze towards the cloaked Sherfeng, the origin of this phenomenon. Chapter 993, Soaring Life Force. Is this the person that caught Autumn Goose's eye? Fallen Wind was astounded at the sight. He was a level 40 Guardian Knight as well as the lead MT of the team. He had been fighting at the front line all this time, so he knew very clearly just how powerful these undead fanatics were. If there was just one of these elites, anyone on their team could easily solo it. Although the undead fanatics possessed great strength, far surpassing even that of their team's level 40 berserker, Autumn Goose, their attack speed and reaction speed were not particularly fast. Given enough space, even an MT could slowly wear one down by themselves. However, it was terrifying if they had to go up against over 10,000 of these elite monsters. The tide of undead fanatics surrounding them gave them no room to maneuver whatsoever, so they had no choice but to clash directly against these elites. Moreover, the undead fanatics possessed 200,000 HP, above average HPs for level 50 elite undead. In addition, the inherent magic resistance of undead was very high. Even when someone in their team used an AoE attack spell, they only managed to deal around -2,000 damage to the elites. Even after multiple applications, they barely did any damage to the undead fanatics. It was only a matter of time before the team would get annihilated. Yet, with just a single swing of his sword, Shifeng had vaporized nearly 1,000 undead fanatics. Aside from Fallen Wind, everyone else in the team was stupefied by Shifeng's performance as well. Autumn, just how did you get acquainted with such a monster? A level 39 female cursemancer asked softly. I met him when I was doing a quest with Rain. Back then, just like you guys, we thought that guild experts were merely pampered players. When Autumn Goose recalled how she had the same thoughts that the members of the Wind God's Spear had right now, she could not help but feel ashamed of herself. Hearing the conversation between the cursemancer and Autumn Goose, thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo felt a surge of pride overwhelm their earlier anger. I've said it before, right? Big Brother Yifeng is very powerful. Some time ago, Big Brother Yifeng managed to kill a level 50 Field Great Lord with just me and Rain in the party. It is naturally not a problem for him to deal with these level 50 elite monsters right now, Blue Bamboo said proudly, puffing out her chest. Although they had relied mainly on Shifeng's 2 personal guards to defeat the level 50 Great Lord, Blue Bamboo considered the personal guards part of Shifeng's strength. After all, she had never seen anyone else with the ability to recruit such powerful personal guards. What? He managed to solo a level 50 Field Great Lord with just you 2 magical classes. That's impossible, right? Previously, even after our Wind God's Spear had gathered a team of 100 players, we managed to defeat a level 40 Field Great Lord only after utilizing many rare tools. Everyone from the Wind God's Spear was shocked by Blue Bamboo's revelation. The feat of killing a level 50 Great Lord was much more amazing than directly wiping out hundreds of undead fanatics. After entering God's domain, they had fought against plenty of monsters. Hence, they knew full well just how frightening a level 50 Field Great Lord could be. Current players simply had no chance of contending against such a boss. Level 50 was a major milestone. Players could begin challenging their Tier 2 class change at this level and greatly improve their attributes. Their skills could reach Tier 2 as well. Overall, upon reaching level 50, players could receive a tremendous boost to their combat power. Hence, the system had made it so that level 50 monsters were stronger than level 49 monsters by a large margin. This gap was also the reason why even a berserker expert like Autumn Goose was no match for the level 50 undead fanatics in terms of strength. Immediately, everyone looked at Shifeng with astonishment. Meanwhile, when Ordinary Blade, who previously still felt contempt towards Shifeng, noticed thoughtful Rain constantly looking at Shifeng, jealousy sprouted in his heart. Just you wait. I will definitely surpass you one day. Ordinary Blade swore to himself. He had only been in contact with God's domain for a short time. His strength was still rising rapidly. Besides, he had recently managed to apprentice himself to a martial arts master in the real world. Said master had even acknowledged him as a martial arts genius. With the virtual environment of God's domain practically the same as the real world, he refused to believe he would fail to surpass Shifeng in the future. We can't always stay on the defense. I'll open a path for us. Melee classes, protect the magical classes from the sides and follow me. Shifeng said hurriedly when he noticed that undead fanatics were still pouring out from the walls of the distant passage. Magical classes don't bother attacking. Try to use movement speed reduction and imprisonment skills as much as possible. After Shifeng was done speaking, he cast Firestorm ahead of him. A towering inferno promptly devoured everything. Although the undead fanatics possessed high magic resistance, Shifeng's killing ray doubled his damage towards dark creatures. As a result, by the time Firestorm's duration ended, none of the undead fanatics caught within the range of the flames remained alive. Unfortunately, as this place was the trial of God, regardless of how many monsters players killed here, they would not receive any EXP. Similarly, the monsters here also did not drop any loot. The only thing players could gain from fighting against the monsters here was skill proficiency. Generally, players would receive rewards only after they cleared a stage. Shifeng, however, got an additional benefit from killing these undead fanatics. Previously, when he used Lightning Blade to kill the undead fanatics, he discovered that Icarus's heart had absorbed plenty of life force. After he had used the Holy Grail to evolve Icarus's heart, the necklace no longer required him to kill bosses to upgrade it. Instead, he only needed to kill players and absorb their life force. The only downside was the amount of life force required. Currently, he needed 5,000 units of life force to upgrade the necklace to epic rank. Although Shifeng had killed plenty of players after evolving Icarus's heart, he had also used the necklace's skill numerous times, particularly when he was opening treasure chests and killing bosses. Each use cost him 100 units of life force. He had practically used up all of what he had collected. Hence, he had never been able to upgrade Icarus's heart to epic rank during this time. However, for every 2 or 3 undead fanatics he killed, Icarus's heart's accumulated life force actually increased by 1. After just 2 attacks, Shifeng had gained over 800 units of life force. The rate at which he was gathering life force right now was much faster than when he was killing players. Following which, Shifeng activated both Defensive Blade and Thunder God's Descent. He then started brandishing his swords, executing Sword's Orbit as he slaughtered his way forward. The undead fanatics might have had an advantage in strength over Shifeng's team members, but the same could not be said for Shifeng himself. When comparing strength attributes, Shifeng, who possessed a fragmented legendary item and multiple epic weapons and equipment, only needed a single attack to send the undead fanatics flying. In terms of speed, he was many times faster than the elite monsters. Before the monsters could even touch him, his swords would have already struck their weak points, repelling them. Shifeng was like a meat grinder when he went up against the endless undead fanatics. His swords madly devoured the elite monsters charging at him. With no exception, all undead fanatics within 15 yards of Shifeng would have their HPs reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, numerous undead fanatics had their 200,000 HPs depleted completely. Following which, Icarus's heart's accumulated life force rapidly increased. In just a few moments, the counter had crossed the 1,000-unit threshold. Autumn, is he really a player? The members of the Wind God's Spear following behind Shifeng gulped involuntarily. They could not bring themselves to believe what they were seeing. Chapter 994, Rising to Epic. Everyone had already seen for themselves just how strong Shifeng's basic attributes were. Even the level 50 undead fanatics were no match for him in terms of strength. He could easily send the elites flying with a casual attack. However, being able to make it so that not a single monster could get within 10 yards of himself was impossible just by relying on attributes. Combat techniques and experience played important roles as well. While players could improve their basic attributes through equipment upgrades, combat techniques and experience could not be easily improved. This was also the Wind God's Spear's greatest point of pride. The various large guilds were all busy raiding dungeons to upgrade their weapons and equipment. They did not place much attention on improving their techniques and accumulating combat experience. Hence, the Wind God's Spear would manage to safely break away the encirclement of the Dark Knight Empire's various large guilds time after time, and continue existing with relative ease until now. Previously, when the members of the Wind God's Spear witnessed Shifeng killing hundreds of undead fanatics with one attack before, the most they felt was shock. After all, that was something he achieved through relying on powerful items and skills. However, now that Shifeng was using an inconceivable combat technique to slaughter the elite monsters, the feeling everyone felt when they looked at Shifeng was no longer that of shock but admiration and worship. Instead, many members on the team had already become deeply mesmerized by the sword's orbit. If not for the undead fanatics constantly charging at them, they would definitely place all their attention on observing Shifeng's technique. With such a sword technique, I'm afraid that even one sword of the 8 sword heroes can't compare to him. When Fallen Wind looked at Shifeng, his eyes blazed with the urge to fight. In the entire Dark Knight Empire, the number of experts that received his acknowledgement could be counted with his fingers. Among them, one sword, whom the secret pavilion had dubbed one of the 8 sword heroes, was someone Fallen Wind admired greatly. Now the number of people he admired had increased by one more. If not for the undead fanatics, he really would have wished to fight Shifeng to his heart's content. If he keeps on using such a powerful combat technique, will his stamina and concentration be able to handle it? Autumn Goose asked somewhat worriedly as she looked at Shifeng. She was not an ordinary player. Previously, when she had gone up against the encirclement of the Dark Knight Empire's various large guilds, she had also encountered players wielding special combat techniques. While these special combat techniques were indeed powerful, they also had a fatal flaw. They were extremely taxing to use. Utilizing a special combat technique was akin to sprinting all out. The burden it placed on a person's stamina and concentration was many times greater than jogging. In God's domain, even if players only had 1 HP remaining, they could still move freely so long as they did not receive heavy injuries. However, when players' stamina and concentration fell below a certain level, they would no longer be able to enter combat. If Shifeng exhausted his stamina and concentration right now, the consequences would be unimaginable. In reality, however, Autumn Goose's concerns about Shifeng were unnecessary. While Sword's orbit did indeed place a huge burden on Shifeng's stamina, the technique's consumption of concentration was minimal. Moreover, before using Sword's orbit to defend against these undead fanatics, Shifeng had already activated the basic tyrant title, increasing his fortitude by 30, maximum stamina by 20%, and all basic attributes by 5%. The additional 30 fortitude reduced his stamina and concentration consumption significantly. Coupled with the increase to his maximum stamina, Shifeng could persist for much longer than Autumn Goose thought. Moreover, even if Shifeng's current stamina and concentration could not last him until they reached the distant temple, he still possessed the Blood Refining Stone. The Blood Refining Stone was something he obtained from the Blood Refining Passage. It could absorb the life force of powerful monsters and turn this into blood energy. He could use every 100 points of blood energy he accumulated to produce a drop of life essence. When consumed, the life essence could increase a player's stamina and concentration recovery speed rapidly for 2 hours. Moreover, the effects were stackable up to 3 times. This was an item Shifeng always kept on his person. Although not every elite or above monster provided him with blood energy, after long periods of accumulation, he now had 827 drops of life essence. He did not need to worry about running out of stamina and concentration anytime soon. Time passed quickly. Whenever everyone thought that Shifeng's stamina would not hold up, Shifeng would consume life essence. However, the recovery speed provided by a single drop was not enough. Only after consuming 3 drops would his recovery speed exceed his consumption speed. As Shifeng continued slaughtering the undead fanatics, the amount of life force Icarus's heart accumulated increased rapidly. 2,000 points. 3,000 points. 4,000 points. By the time the team arrived before the dazzling, golden temple, Shifeng had long since accumulated 5,000 units of life force. Without hesitation, Shifeng upgraded Icarus's heart. Icarus's heart, necklace, epic rank, equipment requirement. All attributes 120 level 40, level 100 currently level 44. All attributes plus 44 luck plus 18. Additional skill 1 Divine Providence. Temporarily increases player's luck by 50 points for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Luck, duration, and cooldown can be increased, prolonged, and reduced by sacrificing life force. Maximum of 200 points of life force allowed to be sacrificed at a single time. Additional skill 2, God's Blessing. Forcefully upgrades all lifestyle classes learned by the user by 1 rank, up to a maximum of master rank, for 1 hour. Cooldown, 5 hours. Duration and cooldown can be increased, prolonged, and reduced by sacrificing life force. Maximum of 500 points of life force allowed to be sacrificed at a single time. Passive skill Life Storage. Player can accumulate up to 10,000 units of life force. Current amount 0/10,000. Sherfong was momentarily stunned when he saw the improved attributes of the epic-ranked Icarus's heart. Although Icarus's heart did not receive much of an improvement in terms of basic attributes, it was definitely a godly item all players would want to have. Setting aside the increased luck attribute Icarus's heart provided, just the necklace's ability to forcibly upgrade a lifestyle class's rank could easily skyrocket a lifestyle player's worth. Particularly during this period when lifestyle players were still low-leveled, being able to upgrade an advanced lifestyle player to the master rank, even if it was only for 1 hour a day, would help a trading firm massively. Currently, Sherfong could not help but wish he could fly back to the Candlelight trading firm right this instant. Unfortunately, he first needed to clear the trial of God. When everyone arrived before the temple, they were still thinking of a way to shake off the undead fanatics' pursuit. However, once everyone entered the main hall of the temple, the mob of undead fanatics suddenly transformed into mists of blood before vanishing into nothingness. There were no signs that those monsters had ever existed. Are we safe? Blue Bamboo looked at her surroundings. After failing to find even a single undead fanatic in the vicinity, she automatically breathed out a sigh of relief. Had the battle dragged on any longer, her mana would have definitely run out. Before, in order to keep everyone's HPs above a safe margin, she had never once stopped casting her healing spells. On their way to this temple, she had consumed over a stack of intermediate mana recovery potions. Not only were intermediate mana recovery potions expensive on the market right now, but their supply was also very low. The ones that appeared in trading firms or auction houses would sell out almost instantly. After all, mana was the second life of magical classes. Without mana, magical classes were no different from rubbish. Hence, those who played a magical class would always carry around 3 or 4 bottles of basic or intermediate mana recovery potion at the very least. She had obtained these intermediate mana recovery potions, using the guild contribution points she had earned with great difficulty. Now, however, she had used up half of her stockpile in just this short time. Truly a disheartening situation. Just when everyone thought that they were finally safe and could obtain the 7-colored treasure chest sitting atop the towering altar located at the very back of the main hall, the steps of the staircase leading up to the altar suddenly released red beams of light, which then formed into 3-meter-tall, fully armored undead guardians. Undead Guardian, Dark Creature, Chieftain, level 50 HP 2, 400, 000/2, 400, 000. Although there were only several hundred undead guardians standing on the staircase, a far cry from the endless flood of undead fanatics from before, everyone could clearly sense that these undead guardians were many times more powerful than those elite monsters. Currently, 3 undead guardians stood on each step of the staircase, and if the team attempted to lure any one of the chieftains, no doubt the other 2 undead guardians would follow. In other words, the team had to go up against 3 undead guardians simultaneously at the very least. Their team's average level was 10 levels lower than the undead guardians. In addition, each level 50 undead guardian could most likely rival a level 40 high lord in strength. Only their HPs were lower. With so few players on the team, going up against 3 level 40 high lords at the same time would be extremely difficult. It seems we won't be able to clear this stage without defeating those guardians, Sherfong said. He could not help but wet his lips as he looked at the 7-colored treasure chest sitting atop the staircase. This was not his first time challenging a trial of God. However, having a lucrative reward like the 7-colored treasure chest appearing in the first stage of the trial was definitely a first for him. Chapter 995 Guardian. Commander, these undead guardians are too close to each other. Even if we lure them over, we'll have to fight a minimum of 3 at a time, Deathwind said, frowning. While he might be able to hold his ground against a level 40 High Lord for a short time, he couldn't handle 3. He would be lucky if he did not die instantly. Meanwhile, their team only had 2 MTs, himself and the team's leader, Fallen Wind. However, even an expert like Fallen Wind couldn't hold off 2 undead guardians simultaneously. Starfish, can you handle kiting one? Fallen Wind asked as he turned to a lean, muscular ranger. The ranger class possessed high movement speed. In addition, the class had quite a few control skills. Rangers were perfect for kiting monsters. Starfish happened to be one of the top-ranking rangers in Wind God's Spear. If Starfish could lure one guardian away from the team, the MTs could handle the rest. If control skills work on these monsters, it should be doable, Starfish said after observing the hall. He had plenty of space to run, so kiting the undead guardian shouldn't be a problem for him. I don't think control skills are effective against them. None of our control skills worked on the undead fanatics. Only the elementalist's ice walls slowed them down. The stronger undead guardians should have the same settings as the undead fanatics, Autumn Goose said. The other team members agreed with Autumn Goose's deduction. Generally, unless a control skill were very high-tiered, it would have no effect on boss-level monsters. We don't have another choice. Use a Tier 2 summoning scroll then, Fallen Wind said, gritting his teeth. He had thoroughly prepared to tackle this quest. The Tier 2 summoning scroll was one of his trump cards. Unfortunately, Tier 2 summoning scrolls were rare, and he had only brought 4 with them. Suddenly, Shifeng offered a suggestion. No need. I can handle one of them. However, we will need to prioritize killing mine. Are you sure? That's a level 50 chieftain we're talking about, Fallen Wind questioned. As high as Shifeng's basic attributes were, they should not be higher than a level 50 chieftains. Moreover, a swordsman was not an MT. The class's impact resistance and damage reduction were far weaker than the tank classes. I can handle it, Shifeng said, shrugging. Commander, leave it to Brother Yifeng. While he might be a swordsman, he is even more capable as a tank than I am, the shield warrior Deathwind piped in. During one of their last meetings, he had watched Shifeng tank a level 44 Lord-ranked Ice Cheetah. A lot of time had passed since that day. Shifeng's equipment had definitely improved during this period. He should have no problems tanking a level 50 chieftain. Alright, I'll have to trouble you with it then, Fallen Wind said. After hearing Deathwind's confidence and witnessing Shifeng's shocking performance earlier, Fallen Wind could not help but believe in Shifeng. Once everyone knew their responsibilities, the team began to move. To start things off, the Ranger Starfish stretched his bow into a full moon and fired 3 arrows at the undead guardians patrolling the staircase's first layer. Not only did his arrows hit all 3 undead guardians, but the arrows also struck the 3 chieftains when they were furthest from the second level. As a result, the attacks had not attracted the second level's guardians. The instant the arrows struck the 3 undead guardians, a damage of around -500 points appeared above each of their heads. Their defense was frighteningly high. Aside from the high defense, these chieftains were also very fast. When they moved, they were as swift as cheetahs. If not for Fallen Wind using Justice Roar in time, pulling the 3 undead guardians aggro, Starfish would not have been able to escape. As the 3 undead guardians turned towards Fallen Wind, Deathwind used charge from another side. The shield warrior then slammed his sword into the nearest undead guardian. Pong. The sharp sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the hall. The undead guardian had blocked Deathwind's slash with its great sword, not receiving a single point of damage. On the other hand, the impact forced Deathwind to retreat by 2 steps, and a damage of over -5,000 points appeared above his head. The shield warrior instantly lost a quarter of his HP. Everyone watching was appalled. Among the MTs in Wind God's Spear, Deathwind's equipment was only second to Fallen Wind's. He was also a level 40 MT, yet not only had the Undead Guardian discovered his sneak attack, but it also had more strength than any of them had expected. Its strength rivals a level 40 strength-based High Lord, and its reaction speed is incredibly high. Melee players approach it with care. Don't try to fight it head-on. Fallen Wind hurriedly shouted. Understood. The melee players promptly answered, tensing. A level 40 strength-based High Lord could kill any class except for plate armor classes instantly, not to mention a strength-based High Lord with such quick reactions. In their opinion, Deathwind had timed his attack perfectly, yet the Guardian had still blocked his blade. If they crossed weapons with the Chieftain, they would lose far more than 5,000 HP. Just before the other two Undead Guardians reached Fallen Wind, a streak of red light struck one of the Chieftain's sides. Minus 43,246. The terrifying critical damage rendered everyone speechless. Starfish's attacks had only dealt around minus 500 damage, yet this attack had inflicted over minus 40,000. Moreover, the impact had sent the Undead Guardian flying, its body slamming into the ground. Instinctively, everyone turned towards Shifeng, the source of the attack, mixed feelings filling their hearts as they looked at the swordsman. Its magic resistance sure is high. Shifeng frowned at the Undead Guardian that he had hit. Others might not realize it, but the skill he had used was Flame God's Fury, a sure kill skill. In addition, his sacred sword doubled his damage against dark creatures, yet his attack, even after achieving a critical hit, had only inflicted over minus 40,000 damage. One could just imagine how high the Undead Guardian's defense and magic resistance were. Shifeng's terrifying damage instantly drew the Undead Guardian's aggro. Raising its greatsword, the chieftain leaped into the air and landed before Shifeng. Suddenly, crimson flames burst from the Undead Guardian's originally silver greatsword as it swung the weapon at Shifeng in a horizontal arc. Tier 1 skill Flaming Cross Slash. Crap. This monster actually knows a sure kill skill. Seeing the towering pillar of fire, the other players realized that this was many times stronger than the Berserker's Flame Slash. They could see how much range the attack had from the height of the flames. This attack was impossible to dodge. Coupling this skill with the Undead Guardian's horrific strength, even an MT like Fallen Wind would be hard-pressed to survive the attack. You want to compare brute force? That Shifeng chuckled. He then activated Flame Burst. Suddenly, the sacred sword in Shifeng's hand released a blinding light. As if he wielded a miniature sun, he swung Killing Ray at the incoming pillar of fire violently. Chapter 996, New Guild. Dodge. Fallen Wind shouted when he saw the Undead Guardian's pillar of fire. The Guardian's attributes were no laughing matter. Now that it used Flaming Cross Slash, it had an attack range of at least 30 to 40 yards. With such an attack range, the Guardian's attacks could reach over half of the team's members. Even after casting Protection Blessing on himself, Fallen Wind doubted he could survive this attack. Even if he did, he would be very close to death. As for his team members, if they didn't have skills that granted invulnerability or damage immunity, they would not be able to survive the attack at all. We're doomed. Everyone felt the threat of death loom over them. Although they tried to dodge the Undead Guardian's Flaming Cross Slash, the chieftain's attack speed was simply too high. By the time they turned to run, the Undead Guardian had swung its pillar of fire horizontally. As the pillar was about to devour the team, Shifeng's sacred sword released a brilliant glow. Boom! The massive pillar stopped abruptly as it struck the ground, scorching the earth black and gouging a 2-meter deep trench. Overall, however, the pillar of fire hadn't damaged the team. Only Shifeng had been thrown like a cannonball due to the impact. He crashed into one of the temple's support pillars before he slid to the ground. The other players gaped at this scene. Despite receiving the undead giant's terrifying attack, Shifeng had only lost around 2,000 HP. When Deathwind had received one of the undead guardian's attacks, the shield warrior had lost over 5,000 HP. Yet despite receiving a far more powerful skill, Shifeng had only suffered minuscule damage. Although most of the players hadn't seen exactly what had happened, Fallen Wind had. As the undead guardian's attack had descended, Shifeng struck at the chieftain's greatsword, sliding the blades along each other and altering the weapon's trajectory slightly. In doing so, he forced the chieftain's skill to an abrupt end. Not only had he managed to save half of the team from instant annihilation, but he had also reduced the impact on himself significantly. However, this feat was easier said than done. The undead guardian had immense strength and top-class attack speed and reaction speed. Finding the perfect location to strike against such a powerful monster's attack was harder than threading a needle. Shifeng's counterattack had been far from risky. Had he deviated in the slightest, he would have failed to save his team members and paid for his mistake with his life. While Fallen Wind was confident in achieving a similar feat, he wouldn't have been able to do so as easily as Shifeng. So that is the rumored flowing water realm? After seeing Shifeng's powerful deflection technique, a flash of inspiration struck Fallen Wind. Shifeng's attack had also blown away the roadblock that had hindered his progress. When Shifeng had executed Sword's Orbit, Fallen Wind could only tell how powerful Shifeng's combat technique was. He could not understand the technique's underlying principles. However, the technique Shifeng used to counter the undead giant's attack had fully displayed the properties of the flowing water realm, which helped Fallen Wind finally understand why he had been stuck in the refinement realm all this time. Reaching the refinement realm required precise control of one's body. The flowing water realm, on the other hand, required precise control over the opponent's body. Until now, Fallen Wind had focused too much on his own body, so he hadn't truly observed his opponents and understood them. However, after seeing Shifeng effortlessly deflect the undead giant's sword, he finally understood that he didn't have to spend so much energy on his own movements. Rather, he needed to put that energy and focus into his opponents. Although this situation had only changed his views slightly, Fallen Wind's aura began to change rapidly. Unlike his previous battle-ready state, his aura relaxed, contained. "Commander, be careful." Autumn Goose shouted a warning as she noticed Fallen Wind slipping into a daze. There was still an undead guardian looming before Fallen Wind. If the guardian knight did not deal with the chieftain properly, it was very likely to kill him. Just as the undead guardian before Fallen Wind swung its great sword, the guardian knight lifted his massive tower shield. Pung! The descending greatsword slid across the shield smoothly before smashing into the ground. Although the blade had scored a deep trench in the ground, Fallen Wind had only been forced back a step, a damage of over -2,000 points appearing above his head. The impact had only taken 1/10 of his HP. "Commander, did you? Autumn Goose's jaw dropped in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. Although it wasn't as refined, Fallen Wind had used almost the same defense technique that Shifeng had employed. Seeing Shifeng easily handle his undead guardian in the distance, Fallen Wind bitterly commented, "Sure enough, it's difficult. However, the flowing water realm really is something. It's no wonder why I couldn't defeat one sword. This is the most I can handle for now. I'll have to adapt to this new sensation." Now he could barely estimate the undead guardian's attack trajectory to defect it. Even so, it made his fight against the chieftain a lot easier. Fallen Wind's sudden rise in strength alleviated the healer's burden slightly. They could now shift more focus to keeping Deathwind alive. Meanwhile, the rest of the team launched their attacks against Shifeng's guardian. As the seconds ticked by, the undead guardian's HP decreased. 70%, 60%, 50%. No matter how much the undead guardian retaliated, Shifeng neutralized one of its attacks after another. Finally, after a pained shriek, the undead guardian, which had 2,400,000 HP, exploded into a blood mist and vanished from the large temple. The players released sighs of relief. After the undead guardian disappeared, Icarus's heart absorbed a large amount of life force, climbing from 0 accumulated units up to 30. Although we won't find any loot or gain any EXP here, this is a good place to collect life force. Shifeng was somewhat surprised when he saw his stored life force. After Icarus's heart had risen to epic rank, its description no longer stated whether life force could be collected from players or monsters. It simply stated that it was capable of storing life force. In other words, he should be able to gain life force from both. Unfortunately, it was unlikely that he would gain anything from lower-level players and monsters. Learning that the undead guardians would provide so much life force, it would be a waste if he did not take advantage of this situation to farm them properly. Following which, Sherfong rejoined the battle and dealt with the remaining undead guardians gradually. Unknowingly, 2 days passed outside the trial. The team finally defeated all of the undead guardians and arrived at the top of the staircase. "We're finally here." Sherfong breathed a deep sigh of relief. Contrary to expectations, the temple's undead guardians could respawn. A few new ones would appear every once in a while. The team had fought day and night, afraid that they wouldn't keep up with the chieftain's respawn rate. Only after 2 days did they finally reach the top of the staircase. Unknowingly, Sherfong had also filled his life force storage. Once he returned to the candlelight trading firm, even forging the magic light set equipment would be a trifling task. Meanwhile, God's domain had undergone massive changes. Particularly in Starmoon Kingdom, something had happened that had shocked the entire kingdom. The first-rate guild Ouroboros officially disbanded, and a new guild had absorbed its members. This new guild was called Blackwater. Furthermore, as the Blackwater Guild appeared before the public, 4 second-rate guilds and over a dozen third-rate guilds merged with Blackwater. Blackwater had also formed a strategic alliance with Heaven's Burial and declared all-out war against Zero Wing. Chapter 997. Cast Steel Armor Kit. The alliance between Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had a huge impact on Starmoon Kingdom's players. Originally, Heaven's Burial's influence in Starmoon City rivaled that of the Star Alliance. Now that it had joined hands with Blackwater, who had annexed Ouroboros, it took control of Starmoon City. Even the Star Alliance would not dare to challenge Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. Almost all of the high-resource maps within the Starmoon City region had fallen under the two guilds' control. If anyone unaffiliated to these guilds trespassed in these maps, regardless of whether they were there for monsters, field bosses, or herbs and ores, they would run the risk of falling prey to these guilds' players, dying upon discovery. As a result, the other guilds now struggled to survive in Starmoon City. UP, dated by Novelful. Com to independent players, though, nothing much had changed. To begin with, they never visited high-resource areas as these maps always belonged to some guild. Normal leveling spots were their bread and butter. Moreover, even if Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had joined hands, the two guilds wouldn't have enough manpower to occupy every map. The various large guilds were trying to monopolize high-resource areas because they could send their members there to level quickly, maintaining their level advantage. At the same time, they could harvest plenty of raw materials. Large guilds had no interest in monopolizing normal areas. Aside from obtaining Ouroboros, the Blackwater Guild had annexed many other large guilds as well. In one night, Blackwater had taken control of nearly 30 NPC cities in Starmoon Kingdom. When Aqua Rose notified Sherfong of the news, he too had been surprised. He had never expected the Blackwater Corporation would actually be this swift and decisive. Moreover, it had annexed so many guilds without self-imploding. The corporation's guild could still function in an orderly manner. In fact, it had already begun to recruit new members in the various NPC cities. Usually, a guild needed to spend quite some time to stabilize its rule after taking over an ordinary NPC city, before it could begin its recruitment. Even Zero Wing was no exception. The fact that the Blackwater Corporation had achieved such a feat showed just how frightening its foundation was. This sudden development gave Aqua Rose a massive headache. Just when Zero Wing had earned its title as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, and was about to expand, in came a giant like the Blackwater Corporation. Blackwater even publicly declared war on Zero Wing, stating that it would not rest until only one of their guilds remained. Sadly, this was only the beginning. Their guild members were dying like flies in the fields. As Blackwater grew stronger, field battles between Zero Wing and Blackwater's members occurred more frequently. This would definitely affect their guild members' leveling speed. However, Blackwater's actions had not particularly surprised Sherfong. In the past, despite the Blackwater Corporation joining God's domain so late in the game, and with only half of the strength it had during its peak, it had nurtured its guild to become a super guild. The main reason for its success was its powerful foundation. It also had an advantage that other corporations lacked. Now that the Blackwater Corporation had joined God's domain at its peak, this performance was no surprise. While Shifeng rested at the top of the staircase, Aqua Rose contacted him again. Guild leader, a short while ago, Blackwater's Blackwater Trading Firm and Heaven's Burial's Heavenly Trading Firm have begun to drop their prices. They have also introduced 2 new, highly competitive products. One is the Cast Steel Armor Kit, and the other is the Mana Mixture. Although they aren't selling these items in high quantities at the moment, many of Candlelight's customers have begun to turn to the 2 trading firms for products. Aqua Rose reported worriedly. Should we lower our prices as well? After all, we have more advanced lifestyle players than these 2 firms combined. Our production cost is slightly lower than theirs. Within these 2 short days, the Blackwater Corporation had rendered Aqua Rose speechless. Every move the corporation made disregarded cost. Blackwater was simply using overwhelming force to deal with Zero Wing. Now it had begun to move on the Candlelight trading firm. If Zero Wing lost this revenue source, it would only be a matter of time before it fell to the Blackwater Corporation. Now that she was in this predicament, Aqua Rose had to admit that, while guilds with starting capital were amazing, guilds with both strength and capital were incredible. Blackwater even produced its own armor kit and potion. Even the Candlelight trading firm's advanced lifestyle players hadn't accomplished this. The Cast Steel Armor Kit was much stronger than the basic Strengthened Armor Kit. Each Cast Steel Armor Kit increased defense by 180 points. It could rival the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit. As for basic attributes, it increased roughly the same amount as the basic Strengthened Armor Kit. However, the basic Strengthening Armor Kit could not replicate one aspect of the Cast Steel Armor Kit: damage reduction. With each kit that players bound to their armor, they could reduce the damage they received by 1%. As players could bind a maximum of 3 kits, one could gain a maximum of 3% damage reduction. Although 3% did not seem like much, the kits would perform magnificently against bosses. An MT's ordinarily passive skill only provided 5% damage reduction. Unfortunately, such passive damage reduction skills were extremely rare and precious. These skill books easily sold for 10 gold or more. However, even at that price, these skills were hard to find. Guilds and workshops normally kept these for their own use. After all, unlike weapons and equipment, skills would never be outdated. Many skills were still useful after players reached level 200, unless, of course, players found a stronger replacement. However, doing so was easier said than done. As for the Mana Mixture, it was invaluable to magical class players. When consumed, the Mana Mixture increased a player's maximum mana capacity by 10% for 2 hours. While the potion did not possess a cooldown, its effects would not stack. Mana was magical class's second life source. The importance of being able to raise one's mana capacity by 10% went without saying. Healers, in particular, would increase their healing abilities by 10% with a 10% mana boost. They could last longer in dungeons. With the revelation of these 2 products, Candlelight instantly lost nearly half of its customers. The Candlelight trading firm wasn't worried about a price war. The 2 exclusive products, however, posed a huge threat. In addition, with the Blackwater trading firm and the Heavenly trading firm working with each other, their shops covered far more ground than Candlelight. With this, the increase in their market share would be even more frightening. Do you know their prices? Shifeng asked casually. These 2 items had also appeared in God's domain in the past. However, they hadn't appeared this soon. Heaven's Burial had relied on these items as trump cards to take control of Starmoon Kingdom. In this life, Shifeng hadn't expected Heaven's Burial create these items so soon. Currently, they're selling each Cast Steel Armor Kit at 1 gold, 50 silver, while 1 bottle of Mana Mixture costs 12 silver. Moreover, as they created these items personally, they can produce as many designs and recipes as they want. As more people learn these designs and recipes, their production volume will increase, Aqua Rose said. They're selling them so cheaply? Shifeng's curiosity grew. He clearly remembered that these two items had sold for a considerably high price in the past. Heaven's Burial hadn't been so consumer-friendly. Chapter 998, Confidence. Cheap. A hint of doubt flashed in Aqua Rose's eyes. Although players could earn more money now, their daily expenditures were increasing just as fast as was their reliance on various tools when grinding monsters. After all, nobody wanted to die, wasting several days of effort in the fields. Ordinary players would have to save for quite some time before they could afford a bottle of mana mixture. The cast steel armor kits, which cost 1 gold and 50 silver, were simply a luxury item. Only fairly powerful teams, independent experts, or those who bought coins with credits could afford the kit. What is their sales volume? Shifeng simply chuckled at Aqua Rose's confusion, not bothering to explain. Both the mana mixture and the cast steel armor kits were considerably good items at this stage of the game. They were also player creations, so they could be mass-produced. However, how could such valuable items not have drawbacks? If one pointed out these items' greatest drawback, it would have to be the items' required crafting materials. There were also the low production success rates to consider. In the past, although Heaven's Burial had opened the market using the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures, due to the items' low production volume, the guild hadn't been able to dominate Starmoon Kingdom's market completely. Based on Shifeng's understanding, both items required rare materials. With the few materials available in Starmoon Kingdom, it was impossible to produce large quantities of these items. In addition, based on the rumors of the past, it seemed that even advanced forgers only had a 20% success rate with the cast steel armor kit. The mana mixture's production success rate was roughly the same. To outsiders, a 20% success rate might seem high, but the lifestyle players involved in producing the items knew how low the success rate really was. With a 20% success rate, they would only have a chance of succeeding once out of 10 tries. Most of the time, they failed to produce anything at all. With lifestyle players' current standards, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial wouldn't even come close to covering the production costs if they sold the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures at such a low price. In fact, for every item they sold, the firms took a major loss. I've already sent people to investigate. Currently, they're selling roughly 10 cast steel armor kits in minor cities, while there are roughly 30 to 40 kits available in each major city. It's the same case for the mana mixture. Aqua Rose gave Shifeng a rundown of the situation after glancing through the investigation report she had received. Based on these numbers, it was obvious that these two items were not easy to produce. Either that, or the guilds had very few people who could produce them. Since they want a price war, we'll play along. Reduce the price on everything except for the lightstones. Lower our prices to match theirs. Shifeng chuckled. Although the Candlelight trading firm had earned plenty from the basic strengthened armor kits and mana armor kits, the lightstones, which were essential items that could be produced in large quantities, were the main reason for Candlelight's position as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. The total profits from their other items was just slightly more than what the firm earned from the lightstones. Meanwhile, the designs for lightstones mainly dropped around the level 50 large-scale team dungeon, the Towers of Death. Current guild players had not reached that area yet, so no one else had gotten their hands on the lightstone forging designs. Due to its affordability, the lightstones had a competitive edge. Unless the two trading firms got their hands on the lightstone forging design, or an exclusive product that they could mass-produce, Candlelight's position would be hard to shake. Furthermore, the Candlelight trading firm was no longer Zero Wing's main revenue source. Now, the guild relied on the teleportations houses leading to the Twin Towers Kingdom. Due to the monster repellent scroll, monsters tried to invade Raven's town more frequently, now invading the town once per day. In 2 short days, Zero Wing had earned a total of 12,000 magic crystals. With the teleportation houses, these magic crystals easily transformed into a mountain of shiny gold coins. Even after deducting the cost of the magic crystals, they earned close to 6,000 gold every day. The candlelight trading firm's current income was nowhere near to catching up with the teleportation houses. I understand. Also, guild leader, when will you be returning? I've already found several companies who wish to meet with you to discuss our cooperation. After all, you are asking for a large investment. They could easily establish their own guilds, or invest into multiple large guilds with that kind of money. They're also not very optimistic about Star Moon Kingdom's current state of affairs. Now that Stone Forest Town's protection period has ended, other guilds could attack and capture it at any time. They have expressed their concerns, and they hope that you can provide some assurance. At the moment, they are only willing to consider your offer until they have a clearer view of the situation. When the Sun and Moon Group had taken the lead, many major companies were desperate to cooperate with Zero Wing, even after hearing Shifeng's conditions. However, due to the Blackwater Corporation's sudden appearance and Stone Forest Town's protection period ending, these companies had become cowardly. At this point, she could only name a few companies that were willing to work with Zero Wing. Moreover, this was only due to the revelation that the Sun and Moon Group had joined hands with the guild, insinuating that there were profits to be gained. Otherwise, these companies would have long since ghosted them. They want assurance? Shifeng smiled disdainfully. Sternly he commanded. Tell them this. If you want me to reassure you, sure, but you must sign the cooperation agreement first. Otherwise, don't bother. The Star Moon Kingdom city building order was a core secret. Aside from himself, only Aqua Rose knew of its existence. If this information got out to the public, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shifeng had no doubts that even super guilds wouldn't be able to sit idle if they learned of this matter, much less the Blackwater Corporation. They would try to eliminate Zero Wing at all costs. At that time, Zero Wing would be on a one-way trip to hell. Currently, Zero Wing only dared to provoke super guilds because the latter had already deemed that dealing with the guild was a waste of energy. Moreover, if they weakened themselves in the process of dealing with Zero Wing, other super guilds would have an opportunity to strike. However, the city building order was enough of a temptation for the super guilds to take the risk. Whether it was in the real world or a virtual reality game, even an innocent man would find trouble with enough money. Shifeng still had much to prepare. He still needed to build his strength. Otherwise, he would have started the city's construction long ago. Shifeng's words left Aqua Rose dumbfounded. If she really relayed this to the company representatives, they would most likely explode with anger. But she also understood why they couldn't reveal their trump card. However, there were too few companies that were both trustworthy and capable of investing such a large sum. If they chased these people away, it would be very difficult to find other collaborators within a short time. After all, Star Moon Kingdom's situation had changed. Don't worry about it. Just tell them, Shifeng said, shaking his head. If it didn't work out, he'd find someone else to work with. All right then. I'll contact them right away, Aqua Rose said, sighing. She had to admit that Blackwater's timing was truly horrendous. Had the corporation established its guild a few days later, Zero Wing would be in this predicament. Following which, Aqua Rose contacted the representatives of the several major companies. Inside a certain high-class restaurant's VIP room. Miss Aqua, our companies understand your current predicament. Hence we have thought of another method. If Zero Wing is willing to hand over 60% of its shares to our management, our companies will invest 2 billion credits. What do you think? A tall, thin man proposed. The upper echelons of the other companies nodded their agreement. With the Blackwater Corporation's sudden appearance, Zero Wing wasn't as attractive as it had been. Regardless, it was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, so it still had some value. Aqua Rose was stunned. She had not expected these companies to change their minds so quickly and try to strike at Zero Wing while the iron was hot. 2 billion credits was a lot of money. It was enough to purchase prime corporate real estate in a major city's center in the real world. One could even establish a large guild with plenty to spare. However, Zero Wing was no ordinary large guild. It was a large guild capable of challenging super guilds. Currently, its foundations and number of lands were only slightly inferior to first-rate guilds. It was also the ruler of White River City, Star Moon Kingdom's most populated city, and controlled the strategic Stone Forest town. Zero Wing was worth far more than 2 billion credits. Including its potential, even an offer of 20 billion was an insult. I think you have misunderstood something. Zero Wing is not selling any of its shares. Here is our previous proposal. If you are not willing to sign it, Zero Wing won't force you. If that is all, I'll be taking my leave, Aqua Rose said, smiling. After placing the agreement on the table, she turned and left the VIP room without hesitation. Aqua Rose's extraordinarily calm performance stupefied these company representatives. The Blackwater Corporation had already allied with Heaven's Burial to deal with Zero Wing. Just where did Zero Wing find the confidence to speak to them like this? Aqua Rose's behavior is out of line. She dares to treat us like this. Has she forgotten that she approached us, not the other way around? Now she isn't even willing to offer any guarantees. Does she think Zero Wing is a super guild? I want to see just how long Zero Wing will last. Once Zero Wing's funds run out, it will come running back to us. That's right. We're not in a rush. I refuse to believe that anyone other than fools or spendthrifts would be willing to work with Zero Wing. When the time comes, we only need to spend a little money to take over Zero Wing. The several representatives sneered. In their opinions, Zero Wing only behaved as such because of its pride. Once the Blackwater Corporation gave Zero Wing a beating, the guild would crawl back to them, begging for help. Chapter 999, Divine Treasure Chest. Starmoon City. After dismissing Ouroboros, Blackwater took over the guild residence. Compared to Ouroboros's residence, Blackwater's was far more lively. Among the players moving about the residence, quite a few were only between level 10 and level 20. However, not a single person looked down on these low-leveled players. These players' auras were different from ordinary players. They all felt hostile. Their bodies were also tall and robust. Despite such low levels, even level 30+ ordinary players avoided them. Who are these people? They've just joined the Blackwater Guild. Yet despite such low levels, they have been inducted into the guild's Blackwater Legion, which the guild has been heavily cultivating. You might not know this since you've just joined Blackwater, but they are all experts from the Blackwater Corporation. Although their levels are low, their combat standards are very high. A few elite members even challenged them to a level-adjusted match. In the end, these people defeated the elites in 2 or 3 moves. A few of them are even stronger than Ouroboros's original experts. What? They're actually stronger than Ouroboros's experts? Of course. In Ouroboros, I was also an elite member. To convince us that joining the Blackwater Guild was the right decision, the Blackwater Corporation had allowed Ouroboros's experts, who were displeased by the change, to challenge its experts. In the end, Blackwater's experts won every match. Afterward, Ouroboros's experts were demoted from core members to elite guild members. Elite members like myself were demoted to normal members. If we want a promotion, we have to take Blackwater's new test. And here I thought that the Blackwater Guild lacked experts after forcefully taking over Ouroboros. I never thought that it would have so many experts so soon. Once these experts catch up in levels, won't the Blackwater Guild easily become the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom? I know, right? Initially, I had been rather worried about the sudden change. Now, however, it seems that remaining in the guild was the right decision. Blackwater has more potential than Ouroboros ever did. Even the Star Alliance's members avoid us in the fields. Many Blackwater members discussed their guild's situation as they relaxed in the residence. They were quite confident about Blackwater's future. Blackwater's residence, Guild Leader's office. Entering the guild leader's office, the bald, middle-aged man greeted Abandoned Wave respectfully before reporting, "Guild leader, there's movement in Zero Wing. Aside from the Lightstones, they've lowered their prices to match ours. Moreover, not long ago, I've received news that discussions between Zero Wing's vice guild leader, Aqua Rose, and several major companies have failed. With this, Zero Wing won't receive any major funding. Only the Sun and Moon Group remains a problem. There is nothing to worry about with the Sun and Moon Group. They have their hands full with Twilight Echo. Furthermore, now that more players are reaching level 40, guilds are in urgent need of funds to supply their members with mounts. Sun and Moon doesn't have much to spare for Zero Wing. What we need to focus on now is exhausting Zero Wing's funds and forcing the guild to take the first swing. After that, we will deal Zero Wing a fatal blow. Abandoned Wave laughed. He then asked, "How is the material delivery going?" "The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has already sent the materials. They will last us a relatively long time. In addition, the pavilion sent an additional 20 advanced lifestyle players, stating that these people can help us mass-produce the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures. Should I reject their offer?" The bald man asked. "No need. Isn't it just a few designs and recipes? They can have them. It won't affect our operations in any way. In fact, I have been trying to figure out how to obtain more advanced lifestyle players. Blood Dragon is simply helping the Blackwater trading firm. With this, it will be much easier for the Blackwater trading firm to corner more of Star Moon Kingdom's market." Abandoned Wave shook his head and laughed coldly. "However, we can't let the pavilion learn those designs and recipes for nothing. Have the pavilion sign an agreement. After learning the designs and recipes, they have to remove Zero Wing's branch guild from Lake Heart City immediately. I don't want Zero Wing to have any chance of making a comeback." "Understood. I'll get it done right away." The bald man bowed before leaving. Inside the Trial of God's temple, Shifeng and the players from Wind God's Spear were trying to think of a way to deal with the undead commander that had suddenly appeared before the seven-colored treasure chest. The undead commander wore exquisite golden armor. Two longswords radiating cold area hung from the commander's waist. Despite standing quite a distance away from the undead commander, the team members could feel the chill from the two swords. As long as the team came within 100 yards of the undead commander, they immediately gained the debuff Chilling Field, which reduced their movement speeds by 50% and their attributes by 20%. In addition, their stamina consumption and the frost damage they received doubled. Undead Commander, Dark Creature, Great Lord, level 50 HP 27, 000/000/27, 000/000. For a level 50 Great Lord, the Undead Commander's HP was relatively low. However, the Great Lord's Chilling Field gave everyone a headache. Their levels were already lower than the Undead Commander's, but now that their basic attributes had decreased by 20%, they were even less of a match for the Great Lord. They also had to deal with double the frost damage. Even a level 40 MT, like Fallen Wind, couldn't tank the Great Lord. If nobody could tank the Undead Commander, they would have no way of clearing this trial. Sure enough, a 7-colored treasure chest isn't easy to obtain. Shifeng smiled bitterly as he observed the Undead Commander. In the Trial of God, every stage would provide rewards. This reward came in the form of treasure chests. However, depending on the trial's rank, the treasure chests would differ. Generally, the best that would appear in a 4-colored trial was a 5-colored treasure chest. The best in a 6-colored trial would be a 7-colored chest. Based on rumors Shifeng had heard, a 7-colored trial's top reward was a Yin-Yang treasure chest, also known as the Divine Treasure Chest. According to the official forums, the Divine Treasure Chest was even superior to a legendary treasure chest. Unfortunately, no one had ever managed to open a Divine Treasure Chest, even after a decade in God's domain. The 7-colored treasure chest before him was definitely the highest-ranking treasure chest Shifeng had ever encountered. "Commander, should we use a Tier 2 summoning scroll and give it a try?" Autumn Goose suggested as she watched the 3-meter-tall Great Lord. No matter how she thought about it, they could not handle the Undead Commander without a Tier 2 summon creature. With their current level, the Tier 2 creature they summoned would also be level 50. In other words, they would have a level 50 Lord tank. Although she did not think that a Lord could survive against the Undead Commander for long, they had 4 Tier 2 summoning scrolls. Fortunately, if they died here, they wouldn't lose an entire level like they would in the outside world. Like dungeons, they would only lose 10% experience if they died in the trial of God. They could afford to try. I guess that's our only choice. I'll use the summoned creature to test the undead commander's strength first. If it seems doable, we'll start the raid immediately, Fallen Wind said after giving it some thought. Otherwise, they would have to give up on the trial and pray for a lenient punishment. Chapter 1000. Near-invincible skill. May I know what Brother Yifeng thinks of this plan? Fallen Wind turned to ask Shifeng, who quietly observed the undead commander. Although they hadn't spent much time together, the strength and leadership abilities Shifeng had displayed during the past 2 days had earned him Fallen Wind's respect. If not for Shifeng, they wouldn't have reached this point. They might have been forced to use up their summoning scrolls against the undead fanatics. Hearing Fallen Wind's query, Wind God's Spears members stared in shock, looking like they had seen a ghost. What? The commander actually knows how to ask others for their opinion. After joining the Wind God's Spear, everyone learned that their commander, Fallen Wind, would never ask for someone else's opinion, regardless of whether they were raiding a dungeon or adventuring in the fields. He always found a solution by himself. However, when they thought about it, they saw nothing wrong with this situation. After all, none of them could compare to their commander's experience or abilities. In the entire Dark Knight Empire, Fallen Wind was famous for both his strength and leadership. Very few people in the Empire qualified to offer him guidance. However, it was reasonable that Fallen Wind would ask for Shifeng's opinion, given the strength the swordsman had displayed. After all, among the Dark Knight Empire's many experts, they could not think of one that was more capable than Shifeng. My opinion? Shifeng was also surprised. He hadn't expected Fallen Wind to ask this of him. After some thought he answered, "We don't understand enough about the undead commander right now. It is best if we let the summoned creature fight the Great Lord until its last breath and collect as much information as we can. We will then draft up a raid plan. In any case, the trial of God doesn't have a time limit. Unfortunately, by doing so, we will be wasting a Tier 2 summoning scroll." The team members had mixed feelings about Shifeng's suggestion. After all, a Tier 2 summoning scroll was incredibly precious. Moreover, a Tier 2 summon creature would be helpful during the fight against the boss. "Alright, let's do that then. Everyone step back," Fallen Wind said. While Fallen Wind also understood the value of a Tier 2 summoning scroll, his team members lacked leadership experience. Their considerations were short-sighted. They usually looked out for themselves and ignored the team's overall situation. They were not in a team dungeon. They could not afford to lose. If they disregarded the team's survival for a single Tier 2 summoning scroll, they might throw away their chance of clearing this stage. Although taking a risk and dying once might seem inconsequential, everyone had forgotten about a particular death penalty: the loss of equipment durability. They were trapped in the trial of God. Who knew how long they had to fight to clear the trial? The more deaths a player suffered, the faster their equipment's durability would run out. If their equipment's durability hit 0 midway through the trial, they would have to switch to weaker spares. How would they clear the trial of God then? After Fallen Wind finished speaking, he took out a golden magic scroll and activated it. Everyone immediately widened the distance between themselves and the undead commander. As for Shifeng, he too hid in a corner. The level 50 undead commander was foreign to him. If they charged into battle without analyzing the boss, they would easily team wipe. Without a doubt, sacrificing a Tier 2 summoned creature to analyze the undead commander's combat style and skills was the best decision. Fallen Wind summoned a level 50 Lord-ranked Thundercloud Tiger. Thundercloud Tiger, elemental creature, Lord, level 50 HP 9, 000, 000/9, 000, The Thundercloud Tiger was much larger than the undead commander, standing well over 5 meters. Blue lightning arched around the tiger's body, giving it a very handsome and fierce appearance. Under Fallen Wind's command, the Thundercloud Tiger charged at the level 50 Great Lord. When the Thundercloud Tiger was within 40 yards, a greenish light glimmered in the Great Lord's eyes. Unlike its previous red glow, the undead commander's current gaze felt eerie and horrific. Moreover, the instant it opened its eyes, its chilling field expanded to 200 yards. The already cold temperature around it dropped further. Suddenly, the undead commander waved its hand. Icicles sprouted from the ground and pierced the thundercloud tiger's massive body, forcing a pained cry from the Lord. -32,814. -31,974. -32,427. The massive icicles dealt horrific damage. This scene sent chills down the players' spines. Before the thundercloud tiger had even reached the undead commander, its HP had already begun to fall. Against the commander's icicles, the thundercloud tiger's 9 million HP was a joke. What kind of skill is that? Is that really a great lord? How are we supposed to rate it with that kind of skill? Fortunately, we're 300 yards away from it. If we hadn't moved, it would have killed it before we could fight back. Everyone was stupefied when they saw the icicles. How was this a dual sword-wielding boss? It was a magical turret with infinite ammunition. Anyone that rushed at it would be throwing their lives away. They doubted that they could even land a hit before the undead commander annihilated them. It's just a great lord, but it possesses a domain skill? Shifeng was shocked. Domain skills were extraordinarily rare. This held true for both players and monsters. Any monster that had learned a domain skill was practically invincible among the same level and tier. Unless they had a death wish, players should take the long way around such a monster. However, after giving it some thought, Shifeng realized that it wasn't unreasonable. The treasure chest before him was a 7-colored treasure chest. How could the final monster guarding it be a simple level 50 Great Lord? Fortunately, the Thundercloud Tiger had plenty of HP. Despite the significant movement speed reduction, it reached the undead commander before using the Tier 2 skill Thunder Claw. Boom! The Thundercloud Tiger's Thunder Claw struck an icicle that had suddenly appeared, shattering it. However, the undead commander, who stood behind the icicle, remained unharmed. The Great Lord hadn't even drawn its swords yet. It waved its hands gracefully before more icicles lanced into the Thundercloud Tiger. Although Fallen Wind controlled the Thundercloud Tiger to the best of his ability, launching one attack after another, the undead commander had no interest in fighting the Lord. It focused on evading the Thundercloud Tiger's attacks and using its icicles to deal damage. Very quickly, the Great Lord whittled down the Thundercloud Tiger's 9 million HP to a critical low. With no other choice, Fallen Wind cancelled the summoning and allowed the Thundercloud Tiger to disappear, dispelling the majority of the aggro he had on the Great Lord. As for the remaining aggro, he dealt with it swiftly by using an isolation scroll and the Cleric's Disperse spell. Once he dropped the undead commander's aggro, the Great Lord returned to its original position and reverted to its calm state. It is simply too powerful. Not only does it have such a powerful skill, but its intelligence is also high. Defeating it is impossible. The corners of Autumn Goose's mouth twitched as she stared at the motionless undead commander. Although she had seen more powerful monsters than the undead commander, this was the first time she had seen a boss with such an outrageous skill. If they did not have an appropriate method to cope with these icicles, they would have no hope of defeating the undead commander. Everyone began to consider giving up on the trial. Big Brother Yifeng, do you have any ideas? Are we really going to just give up? Blue Bamboo turned to Shifeng, who was in deep thought. Chapter 1001 Monster Grades. In Blue Bamboo's opinion, the undead commander was terrifyingly powerful. However, for reasons unknown, she felt an indescribable sense of security whenever she stood beside Shifeng. She always felt like Shifeng had some sort of solution to her problems. The undead commander's fighting style resembled the kiting method that players commonly used. It was simply toying with players as if they were random monsters. This was the first time she had seen a monster use such a combat method. Hearing Blue Bamboo's question, the other team members shook their heads and laughed. Not one among them was an ordinary player. In a large guild, they would be top-class experts. They had faced plenty of powerful bosses before. However, The undead commander before them was, without a doubt, the most powerful Great Lord they had encountered so far. Unlike other Great Lords, which were strong in terms of attributes, the undead commander was strong in terms of combat techniques. Fallen Wind had controlled the Thundercloud Tiger personally. Even if the Thundercloud Tiger could not defeat a Great Lord of the same level, it should have been more than capable of dodging the boss's attacks with the combination of its powerful attributes and Fallen Wind's operation skills. However, even a Thundercloud Tiger under the control of Wind God Spear's #1 player had been helpless against the undead commander's icicle attacks. At this point, even Fallen Wind felt helpless against the undead commander. Nobody knew more about undead commander's power than him. The undead commander was strong in both attributes and skills. Unfortunately, its combat techniques were even more frightening. Despite him having already reached the Flowing Water Realm, even if he couldn't control the Thundercloud Tiger as smoothly as his own body, the tiger's combat standards should be significantly stronger than most of the team's experts. Yet the undead commander had predicted his moves. The icicles had been able to adjust their attack trajectories as if they were alive. Originally, Fallen Wind had thought he had misunderstood. However, after numerous attack and dodge attempts, he was certain that the undead commander had definitely reached the refinement realm. He had never encountered a situation like this before. When he realized this, goosebumps had covered his body. Aside from cooperation between players and targeting bosses' weaknesses, the reason that players could defeat monsters with far superior attributes was their application of combat techniques. With combat techniques, players could display their true power, something that monsters were incapable of doing. Yet the undead commander's combat techniques were stronger than the majority of God's Domain's expert players. The boss this team faced was like a refinement realm expert with the attributes of a level 50 Great Lord. With such a huge difference, even a team of 1,000 level 50 players would be child's play for a monster like this, not to mention their team of 21. Even someone monstrously strong like Sherfone couldn't contend with the undead commander. Unless they were all promoted to their tier 2 classes right now, they had no chance of defeating the undead commander. While I do have a plan, executing it is a little too costly, Sherfone said, frowning at the undead commander. To God's Domain's current players, a monster with the combat standards of a refinement realm expert might be inconceivable, but Sherfone had long since grown accustomed to such things. The monsters and NPCs in God's Domain were different from those in other virtual reality games. The higher tiered and leveled a monster or NPC was, the more profound their combat techniques would be. Otherwise, once players gained their tier 3 classes, wouldn't defeating Great Lords of the same level be too easy? However, the reality was that, even after obtaining their tier 3 classes, many players were no match for Great Lords of the same level. Some players even struggled to take down Lords of the same level. As their levels increased, monsters' combat standards would improve. Hence, players' combat techniques were extremely important in God's Domain. This was also the reason that Sherfone was in a hurry to establish Zero Wing's own training center. Without a sufficient number of experts, even raiding team dungeons would be a massive problem, not to mention gaining better equipment. However, encountering a level 50 boss that had reached the refinement realm was a first even for Sherfone. Generally, ordinary guilds only had one option when they encountered such a boss: give up. There were no other options. If one were weaker in both attributes and combat techniques, what could they expect? As for large guilds, aside from Zerg tactics, using a magic barrier was the most common method of dealing with a boss like this. After suppressing the boss with a magic barrier, guilds would bombard the boss with all sorts of precious tools. Brother Yifeng, do you have a plan? Fallen Wind turned to Sherfone shocked. He even wondered if he had heard wrong. A 6-colored trial of God's punishment was no laughing matter. He would rather give up his treasures than submit his people to the system's punishment. In response, Sherfone nodded and asked, "Yes. May I know how many Tier 2 magic scrolls you have?" Tier 2 magic scrolls? Fallen Wind quickly counted the magic scrolls he and his teammates had brought with them. Proudly he answered, "Altogether, we have a total of 52 Tier 2 magic scrolls." Among them, 3 are summoning scrolls. In God's domain, the most common magic scrolls were Tier 0. Tier 1 magic scrolls were much rarer, and Tier 2 magic scrolls were even more so. Most top-tier 100-man independent teams were lucky if they carried 10 Tier 3 magic scrolls. 52. After some thought, Shifeng said, "Aside from the summoning scrolls, hand me your Tier 2 scrolls. I'll leave these 9 with you. Once I have the undead commander's attention, use them." Saying so, Shifeng handed 9 9-star polar domain scrolls to Fallen Wind. As an intermediate magic array, the 9-star polar domain could easily suppress a level 50 Great Lord. Although Fallen Wind had no idea what Shifeng intended to do, he handed over all of his Tier 2 magic scrolls, keeping the summoning scrolls. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well give it a try. If they succeeded, they would walk away with massive profits. However, after Fallen Wind accepted the 9-star polar domain scrolls, he was shocked. Intermediate magic array scrolls. Fallen Wind stared at Shifeng, who gradually approached the undead commander in disbelief. Even basic magic array scrolls' value could rival Tier 2 summoning scrolls. However, unlike Tier 2 summoning scrolls, one needed many copies of a magic array scroll to use it. Even until now, the Wind God's Spear had only collected half a set of basic magic array scrolls. They couldn't use the scroll's magic barrier. As for intermediate magic array scrolls, they weren't even available on the market yet. They were so rare that, until now, Fallen Wind had never seen one. They were no less rare than Tier 3 magic scrolls. Yet Shifeng had casually pulled 9 from his bag. They were even identical. Even large guilds couldn't afford to expend so many, not to mention an adventurer group like the Wind God's Spear. The rest of the team was just as shocked when they saw the intermediate magic array scrolls. Not only was Shifeng so strong of his own right, but he also had such precious tools. Following which, Fallen Wind distributed the 9-star polar domain scrolls to 9 of his team members. He then instructed them to spread out and stand ready. "There is no need to be nervous. After I damage the undead commander, you guys need to close in. Once you reach the maximum range, wait for my command," Shifeng said in the team chat after confirming their positions. Understood. The 9 people relaxed when they heard Shifeng's calm and confident tone. Once everyone was ready, Shifeng activated Power of Darkness and Thunder God's Descent. He then transformed into a blur as he dashed towards the undead commander. He was so fast that, before anyone realized he was gone, he was within 50 yards of the undead commander. Chapter 1002. Effects of an Advanced Combat Technique. So fast. Even the Thundercloud Tiger wasn't that fast. Was he not using his full strength before? Everyone was stunned by the afterimages that Shifeng left behind. With such speed, getting a lock on Shifeng would be difficult, not to mention hitting the swordsman with ranged attacks. Even the speed-type high lords they had encountered before were not as fast as Shifeng. The undead commander is making its move. Autumn Goose grew nervous when the undead commander suddenly opened its eyes. Shifeng's ability to damage the Great Lord would decide the fate of this raid. If he could hit the Great Lord, he could pull the boss's aggro. With this, everyone else would be safer while deploying the 9-star polar domain. On the other hand, if Shifeng failed to hit the undead commander, there was a good chance that boss would target the 9 scroll wielders as they approached. They would be especially vulnerable when they activated the magic array scrolls. Generally, when players activated a magic array to suppress a boss, they would attract the monster's attention. If one of the scroll casters died, their efforts would be for naught. Previously, when Fallen Wind had controlled the level 50 Thundercloud Tiger, he had not been able to deal a single point of damage. Although Autumn Goose thought highly of Shifeng, she felt a horrific aura that nearly stopped her heart when the Great Lord opened its eyes. She stood well over 100 yards away from the undead commander. Yet fear took over her body when the Great Lord's gaze fell upon her, and her instincts screamed at her to run. The pressure felt as if she were facing a Grand Lord rather than a Great Lord. Autumn Goose wasn't the only one who felt like this. The other team members also felt a powerful sense of impending doom. Suddenly the undead commander turned to Shifeng. It waved one of its hands towards the swordsman. Xiao! 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 Instantly, 5 massive icicles sprouted from beneath Shifeng's feet. Treating Shifeng's ghostly speed as if it were nothing, the undead commander accurately pinpointed Shifeng's movements. Of the 5 icicles, 3 limited Shifeng's range of activity, while the remaining 2 attacked the swordsman directly. Without suspense, the icicles pierced through Shifeng's body. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Fallen Wind couldn't believe his eyes. The undead commander's attacks had not been this accurate when against the Thundercloud Tiger. When it had attacked, it had left plenty of space of the tiger to maneuver. Now, however, Fallen Wind could not find any loopholes in the Great Lord's attack. Seeing the undead commander's glimmering green eyes, Fallen Wind suddenly felt as if he had been toyed with. The undead commander had not used its true strength yet. No, Yifeng is still alive, Thoughtful Rain firmly stated as she watched the 2 icicles where Shifeng had been. That's not possible, right? Those icicles hit him. There is no way he is still alive after that kind of damage, Autumn Goose said as she shot Thoughtful Rain an odd look. She couldn't understand Thoughtful Rain's determination. Look at the team's status window, Thoughtful Rain explained. What? How is he unharmed? Everyone was surprised when they looked at the team's status window. As Thoughtful Rain had said, Shifeng was still alive. In fact, his HP was full. As the team members wondered what had happened, the undead commander began to gesture with its hands rapidly. Icicles shot from the ground, one after another. The Great Lord's attack rate much faster than it had been against the Thundercloud Tiger. After a moment, the originally barren terrain had transformed into a forest of ice. Yet the undead commander's gestures didn't stop. It was even starting to retreat. Can anyone tell me what is happening? Blue Bamboo asked, watching the boss with wide eyes. All she could see is the undead commander launch random attacks, filling the battlefield. She refused to believe that such a powerful boss had suddenly lost its mind. While the other team members wanted to answer Blue Bamboo's questions, they didn't know what was going on either. Brother Yifeng is fighting the undead commander. Only our eyes can't perceive him, Fallen Wind said uneasily. As they were relatively far away, he couldn't see the battle clearly either. However, based on the undead commander's movements, he could tell that the Great Lord could sense Shifeng. I get it. He's using void steps, Thoughtful Rain declared. After hearing Fallen Wind's explanation, realization dawned on her. Void steps was a footwork technique that only Zero Wing's core members had an opportunity to learn. It was also the specialty technique of Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. However, this advanced footwork technique was complex. Even now, she didn't even understand a fraction of the technique. Void steps. Thoughtful Rain's explanation confused the players from the Wind God's spear. Even Autumn Goose felt as if she and Thoughtful Rain lived in different worlds. Hadn't she been the one to guide Thoughtful Rain in the past? Following which, Thoughtful Rain explained the footwork technique as best as she could. What? Zero Wing's core members get to learn an advanced technique like that? Wind God Spear's members were flabbergasted. To them, learning combat techniques was a dream. They had no access to that kind of training. And yet, in Zero Wing, the guild's core members were handed the opportunity to learn such powerful maneuvers. Wind God Spear's members suddenly envied Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. To battle maniacs like them, nothing was more tempting than improving their combat standards. Even legendary weapons and equipment were not as valuable as void steps in their opinion. After all, weapons and equipment were external. As long as one was strong enough, they would sooner or later obtain these items. However, combat techniques were a different story. As everyone from the Wind God's spear admired Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, the undead commander stilled its hands abruptly. It unsheathed the 2 swords from its waist and appeared to swing one of them at empty air. Boom! Suddenly, the clang of metal on metal echoed throughout the battlefield. The resulting shockwave unbalanced Fallen Wind and the others from over 100 yards away. Meanwhile, a figure appeared where the undead commander had aimed its attack. This figure was none other than Shifeng. Isn't its strength a little too high? Shifeng was inwardly shocked. He had used parry to block the undead commander's attack. Although he had not received any damage, the sturdy stone floor beneath him had shattered. The shock of the impact had also numbed his hands. The undead commander had far more strength than a level 50 Great Lord should have. Based on Shifeng's estimation, it has as much strength as a Grand Lord at the very least. Fortunately, he had activated Power of Darkness before engaging the boss. Without the boosted attributes, he would have been dead on the floor. However, he had achieved his goal. Scram! Shifeng then launched Dragon Breath at the undead commander. A beam of silver light devoured the Great Lord. Caught by surprise, the undead commander failed to evade the attack and received over -30,000 damage. Moreover, he had triggered Dragon Breath's knockback effect, shoving the undead commander back by 10 yards. Following which, Shifeng took a silvery gray, dilapidated magic scroll from his bag. The instant he unfurled the magic scroll, the surrounding mana flow froze. Tier 3 Magic Scroll Mana Seal. Chapter 1003, Advanced Title. After seeing the Tier 3 Magic Scroll in Shifeng's hands, the green flames in the undead commander's eyes flared. It could obviously feel the threat from the mana seal as it raised its swords and slashed forward. Numerous icicles emerged beneath Shifeng's feet, dense enough that dodging them was nearly impossible. However, predicting the move, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade and fended off the attacks. He then began to chant the scroll's incantation. As Shifeng finished the final verse, more than a dozen small, silver magic arrays appeared around the undead commander, surrounding the Great Lord. Although the undead commander tried to escape the encirclement, silver chains shot out from the magic arrays that bound the undead commander. As the chains tightened around the undead commander, its chilling field vanished. Move! Shifeng shouted in the team chat. The Tier 3 spell Mana Seal could only silence one target. Although its effects wouldn't last long against a Great Lord, it should be able to hold out for 4 or 5 minutes. At Shifeng's command, everyone snapped out of their daze. The 9 people wielding the 9-star polar domain scrolls rushed to surround the undead commander before activating their scrolls simultaneously. Immediately, the surrounding mana surged towards these 9 people, forming a purple-gold magic array beneath each player's feet. Roar! Sensing the battle's shift, the flames in the undead commander's eyes raged. It turned to charge towards the closest caster. You're too late. Shifeng smiled as he pointed the abyssal blade at the undead commander. Abyssal Bind. 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground and bound the boss. Although the Great Lord tore the chains like paper, they still managed to delay the undead commander. The brief moment allowed the magic arrays to merge, forming a golden magic barrier. Seeing the 9-star polar domain, the undead commander released an angry roar. However, no matter how much it struggled, its attributes decreased rapidly under the magic barrier's suppression. In the blink of an eye, the undead commander's maximum HP had fallen from 27 million to 12 million. The Great Lord's attributes had been reduced by more than half. Isn't this magic array a little too strong? These players were nearly speechless. They had seen large guilds use magic arrays to suppress field bosses before. Generally, a basic magic array was considered relatively powerful if it could reduce a Great Lord's attributes by 20%. However, the 9-star polar domain had weakened the undead commander by over 50%. Moreover, this magic array only required 9 people to activate. Compared to the 9-star polar domain, the magic arrays they had seen before were nothing but garbage. Although their team had sacrificed 9 members to maintain the magic array, the undead commander was now significantly weaker. Even the shield warrior Deathwind could tank the Great Lord, not to mention the guardian Knight Fallen Wind. Use all of your Tier 2 summoning scrolls. Have the summoned creatures tank the boss. Everyone else, attack from the sides. Shifeng hurriedly commanded while he dodged and blocked the boss's attacks. Although the undead commander had lost over half its attributes, it still had a Great Lord strength. Even after activating a Berserk skill, Shifeng received over -1000 damage when he blocked the attacks. Moreover, this was after he had redirected a portion of the attack's power. Otherwise, he would have taken over -2000 damage. We're using the scrolls now? Isn't that wasteful? Some of the team members were reluctant. Stop talking nonsense and use them. Fallen Wind shot his team members a glare. Some had begun to think that they could rest easy. However, Fallen Wind knew that this was far from true. The real battle was just beginning. The undead commander's attributes and skills were indeed powerful. However, what made this boss truly powerful was its combat standards. Even though the Great Lord's attributes had been reduced, its basic attributes were still far higher than players. It was more than capable of relying on its techniques to slaughter them. Following which, 3 Tier 2 summon creatures were summoned and charged at the undead commander. Despite all 3 summoned creatures being level 50 lords, when they reached the undead commander and launched their attacks, the undead commander dodged 2 of them effortlessly. As for the third, the undead commander struck its vital points and sent it flying, devouring over 20,000 of the summoned creature's HP instantly. Everyone's jaws dropped. Why is it still so strong? Autumn Goose was a little dumbfounded. Not only had the 3 summoned creatures failed to damage the undead commander, but one of them had also taken damage. At this point, she started to doubt that their summoned creatures' lords. Although the 3 summoned creatures hadn't inflicted any damage, they had affected the Great Lord's actions slightly. This gave Shifeng an opportunity to strike the undead commander's joints, dealing a critical blow. -12,216. It seems that this is quite effective. Shifeng smiled when he saw this damage. Although the summoned creatures hadn't performed as well as he had expected, they still alleviated his burden. In addition, the other team members bombarded the undead commander, whittling down the Great Lord's HP. 80%, 70%, 60%. Everyone's attacks were well organized. The more they fought, the more confident they became. Time passed quickly. When the undead commander's HP fell to 30%, the Great Lord's wicked laugh echoed in the player's ears. Green flames then covered its body, and the mana sealing chains binding it shattered, one after another. Sensing the mana leaking from the Great Lord's body, everyone shuddered. The undead commander's chilling field once again flooded the battlefield. Unfortunately, the chilling field was also more powerful than it had been. Everyone's attributes instantly fell by 30%, increasing the gap between the players and the monster before them. Give it everything you've got. Fallen Wind knew that this was the crucial moment. Immediately, he used the Berserk skill Power of Judgment. Power of Judgment was a Berserk skill unique to Guardian Knights. Upon activation, it increased the user's defense by 200% and strength and endurance by 100%. However, it only lasted 90 seconds and had a long, 10-hour cooldown. The rest of the team also activated their Berserk skills, using this opportunity to close the gap. Unfortunately, their actions bore minimal effects. As the undead commander madly brandished its swords, one icicle after another exploded from the ground. With one wave of attacks, the Great Lord had claimed a life. The players maintaining the 9-star polar domain also received splash damage. Nobody could get near the undead commander. At this moment, Shifeng activated Wind Rider, dodging the undead commander's icicle attacks as he retrieved Tier 2 magic scrolls, activating them swiftly. Unlike the other team members, he wielded a sacred sword. His damage with magic scrolls doubled against dark creatures. As the Tier 2 magic scrolls activated, horrific damages in the tens of thousands appeared above the undead commander's head. Unfortunately, the Great Lord also claimed one player's life after another. By the time Shifeng had used all the Tier 2 magic scrolls Fallen Wind had given him, the undead commander only had around 1 million HP remaining. However, aside from the members maintaining the 9-star polar domain and Shifeng, only 4 players still lived. These 4 were Fallen Wind, Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. All 4 had very little HP left. If not for Blue Bamboo activating Power of Darkness and increasing her healing capacity, they too would have long since succumbed to the icicle attacks. Suddenly, Shifeng's power of darkness came to an end, possibly because it had realized the players were at their wits' end. The undead commander began to chant an incantation. A giant magic array then appeared above the battlefield. Isn't this the Tier 3 curse, Frozen Hell? Seeing the magic array in the air and sensing its power, Shifeng recognized the undead commander's spell immediately, his expression darkening. Why does it know a Tier 3 curse? When Fallen Wind and the others sensed the magic array's power, they knew that they were doomed. Shifeng then threw caution to the wind as he activated both Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation. He also activated Instant Strike, appearing before the undead commander, and sending a violent blow down on the Great Lord's head. Boom! When the streak of blue light struck, the attack planted the undead commander's face into the floor, creating a small crater beneath it. -126,718. Not only had Shifeng's attack triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect, but his powerful damage had also interrupted the Great Lord's casting. However, Shifeng was far from done. Streak after streak of blue light passed through the undead commander's fallen body. Although the Great Lord tried to defend itself with its icicles, the blue lights shattered the frosty lances. By the time Instant Strike ended, the undead commander had less than 200,000 HP remaining. Die. Lifting Killing Ray high, Shifeng used Flame Burst on the heavily damaged undead commander. 15 dazzling flames devoured the undead commander, burning it until nothing was left except for its suit of golden armor. System. Congratulations. You have killed the immortal, rewarding the advanced title Spirit Slayer. Chapter 1004, 4-star treatment. Is it dead? Is he really a human? He actually gave the undead commander such a violent beating. Everyone stared at the undead commander's ashy remains, astonished. The undead commander was simply too powerful. While inside its chilling field, the team had been forced to deal with the icicle attacks. Although the attacks aimed at them were not as strong or fast as those targeting Shifeng, one mistake could lead to an instant death. They had no leeway to launch their own attacks, either, as it had taken everything they had just to stay alive. If not for Shifeng's continuous assault on the Great Lord, none of them would have survived this ordeal. An advanced title? After sheathing his swords, Shifeng stared at the system notification before him in shock. He had intended to save some of his strength to deal with the following Trial of God stages. However, he hadn't expected the undead commander's Tier 3 curse. Had he allowed the undead commander to finish the spell, the situation would have been unredeemable. Hence, with no other choice, he had used twofold Berserk, suffering a long period of the resulting weakened state. Now, however, it would seem that it had been worth killing the undead commander with his own two hands. There were all sorts of titles in God's domain, and different titles provided different effects. Titles were also divided into ranks, with basic titles at the bottom, followed by advanced titles, epic titles, and legendary titles. For the majority of God's domain's players, obtaining even a basic title was exceedingly difficult. Even so, many players still sought them because of the convenience they offered. Take the Demon Hunter title for example. It gave Shifeng the perks of a noble in God's domain's major cities. There were also titles like the basic Tyrant title, which increased a player's combat power. If even basic titles provided such useful effects, there was no need to mention advanced titles. Only, obtaining an advanced title was far more difficult. In the past, many large guilds had willingly offered epic items in exchange for clues leading to advanced titles. In Shifeng's previous life, one of the 10 great Grandmaster alchemists, Silent Wonder, had only obtained her unshakable position because of the advanced title, Alchemy Inheritor. Aside from benefiting lifestyle classes, many players had only managed to complete their Tier 4 class change due to advanced titles. When Shifeng had been stuck at the peak of Tier 3, he had similarly sought clues regarding advanced titles. Unfortunately, he never found anything. After all, advanced titles were no less rare than fragmented legendary items. Now that he had just obtained one, how could he not be surprised? Following which, Shifeng clicked to check the Spirit Slayer's information. Spirit Slayer, advanced title, the proof of vanquishing the immortal. When equipped, this title suppresses nearby dark creatures. All dark creatures within 200 yards will fear the holder, preventing weak dark creatures from approaching. Dark creatures within 100 yards will suffer a 20% decrease to their basic attributes. Holder of the title will also enjoy 4-star treatment when interacting with the Adventurers Association. What an amazing title! Shifeng was breathless when he finished reading the title's introduction. It's no wonder why those experts from large guilds were so desperate for an advanced title. The Spirit Slayer's suppression effects against dark creatures was one thing, but the rise in position one enjoyed with the Adventurers Association was over the top. The Adventurers Association's importance to players was self-evident. The majority of the quests players received were from the Adventurers Association. This was especially true for guild players. As players received and completed more quests from the Adventurers Association, they gained more reputation with the association. Only after obtaining 500 reputation points would one be considered an official member of the Adventurers Association. Before this, players were only outer members. Their status with the association, and the way they were treated, was average at best. However, after becoming an official member, players received far more benefits. One of the most obvious changes were the ranks of the quests they could receive. As outer members, players were usually limited to basic quests. Very rarely would they receive advanced quests. It was common knowledge that more difficult a quest was, the greater were its rewards. After becoming official members, players received plenty of advanced quests. This was also why many independent players had been able to manage in God's domain relatively well without joining a guild. Also, after becoming an official member, players activated the Adventurers Association's star rank system. Official members started in the 1-star position. Only after completing a sufficient number of 1-star quests could they challenge the promotion test to become 2-star adventurers. 2-star adventurers were the equivalent of Adventurers Association's elite members. Needless to say, they enjoyed far more benefits. 3-star adventurers were equivalent to core members, while 4-star adventurers were equivalent to the Vice Branch Association Masters, and 5-star adventurers were equivalent to Branch Association Masters in the Adventurers Association. The Branch Association Masters were the equivalent of the War Gods Temple's branch temple leaders, and the magistrates in major NPC cities. Meanwhile, the Spirit Slayer title allowed him to enjoy a 4-star position in the Adventurers Association. In the past, the furthest Shifeng had gotten was the 3-star status. After all, gaining a rank promotion in the Adventurers Association took more than completing quests. One also needed to be strong enough to pass the association's test. Now that he was considered a 4-star adventurer, even NPC cities' major nobles would have to treat him with great respect. He could even enter a palace freely. Shifeng was inspired, thinking of new plans for the future. Although he knew many of God's domain's secrets, uncovering these secrets required sufficient standing and special conditions. Now that he had the Spirit Slayer title, he could do more. As the battle with the undead commander came to an end, Blue Bamboo and the other healers began to resurrect the dead. In the trial of God, players would not be sent out of the trial upon death. If no healers were available to resurrect them, the system would respawn them at the trial's starting point after 30 minutes. While Shifeng carefully considered his future plans, Blue Bamboo walked over and asked eagerly, "Big Brother Yifeng, we've mostly recovered. Should we activate the treasure chest now?" Now that the guardian boss was dead, the magic barrier protecting the 7-colored treasure chest had vanished. After the long fight to defeat such a powerful boss, the team was eager to learn what rested in the treasure chest that this boss guarded. Shifeng had contributed the most to the boss's defeat. The team had also relied on Shifeng to get this far. Hence, the honor of opening the treasure chest fell to Shifeng. No one disagreed with the decision. "I'll open it then," Shifeng laughed. In reality, it did not matter who opened the treasure chest as the trial of God tested all of them. Unlike ordinary treasure chests, which only provided a few items that players were required to share. The treasure chests at the end of each stage rewarded each player based on their contribution. Following which, Shifeng approached the 7-colored treasure chest and slowly lifted its lid. A golden light escaped the treasure chest. A 7-colored stone tablet then floated up from the chest. As the golden brilliance dissipated, words appeared on the 5-meter-tall, 7-colored tablet. This tablet would evaluate players' performances in the stage. Everyone stared entranced as the first name appeared on the stone tablet. Team Leader, Fallen Wind Evaluation, B rank reward, 1 basic strength fruit, 1 secret silver mastery book, and 1 fine gold treasure chest. Chapter 1005, Divine Artifact. Holy crap! As expected of the commander, everyone gasped when they saw their team leader's evaluation. Aside from the rarity of a fine gold treasure chest, the secret silver mastery book alone was a treasure that many experts dreamed of. Players usually only obtained 8 mastery points every 5 levels. Meanwhile, if players wished to raise their basic weapon damage, they could only do by increasing their weapon mastery. However, aside from the few points they earned when they leveled, there were very few means to obtain mastery points. Even Wind God Spears members, who frequently accepted all sorts of dangerous quests, could only earn 1 or 2 mastery points from super rare quests or unique quests, or by obtaining a bronze mastery book if they were lucky. Hence, even now they possess few mastery points. Only a few among their adventurer team had reached the advanced standard, which allowed them to deal 20% more weapon damage. Meanwhile, the majority of the team's level 35 players were only at the intermediate standard. If their weapon mastery reached 150 points, they would reach the basic master standard, increasing their weapon damage by 30%. A bronze mastery book provided anywhere from 5 to 25 points. In reality, however, most of the books only awarded mastery points in the single digits. Very few awarded more than 10 points. A secret silver mastery book gave between 20 and 100 points. Even if Fallen Wind were unlucky, he should earn at least 30 or so points. If he were lucky, he might get enough points to raise his weapon mastery from the advanced standard to the basic master standard, gaining a 10% boost to his damage. Commander, what are the strength fruit's effects? Autumn Goose asked curiously. Seeing as the fruit had been included with a secret silver mastery book and a fine gold treasure chest, it should be roughly as valuable as these 2 items. Let me take a look. Fallen Wind as he opened his bag. Examining the basic strength fruit's introduction, he was shocked. This fruit can actually raise its consumer's strength attribute permanently. Basic strength fruit upon consumption. Player permanently gains anywhere from 5 to 20 points in the strength attribute. A maximum of 5 basic strength fruits can be consumed. This reward is so awesome. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when they saw the fruit's introduction. Tier 1 players only gained 8 free attribute points with each level up. Upon consuming the basic strength fruit, a player could gain at least 1 level's worth of attributes. The team's gazes shifted back to the floating tablet, anticipation filling their eyes. Shifeng was also slightly surprised. He had never imagined that the 7-colored treasure chest's rewards would be this abundant. Moreover, that had only been a B-rank evaluation. The system's evaluations were not fast. After Fallen Wind's name, evaluation, and reward were displayed, it took quite some time before the next person's name appeared. Death Wind evaluation, C-rank reward, 1 mysterious iron mastery book, and 1 secret silver treasure chest. Gunfire evaluation, C-rank pass reward, 1 mysterious iron mastery book, and 1 mysterious iron treasure chest. Autumn Goose evaluation, C-rank excellent reward, 1 mysterious iron mastery book, and 1 fine gold treasure chest. Thoughtful Rain evaluation, C-rank peak reward, 1 basic intelligence fruit, 1 mysterious iron mastery book, and 1 fine gold treasure chest. The system was quite meticulous in its evaluations. The majority of the team's players only received C-rank pass evaluations. Among the 20 players who had been evaluated thus far, only 2 had received fruits. Although these players were slightly disappointed by their evaluations, they still watched the stone tablet. Currently, only Shifeng's evaluation remained unknown. However, even after a long time, the system still evaluated his performance. With his performance, he should get an A-rank evaluation at the very least, right? That is my guess as well. He might get an A-rank excellent or even peak. I wonder what kind of rewards he will get. If the reward for B rank is a fine gold treasure chest, the reward for A rank should be a dark gold treasure chest. Ever since I started playing God's Domain, I've never seen a dark gold treasure chest. I have heard that dark gold treasure chests have a chance of containing epic items. If I had an epic item, I could brag to my friends in the real world for an entire year. Everyone looked forward to seeing Shifeng's evaluation and rewards. Finally, after 5 minutes, the stone tablet displayed the name Yifeng. Yifeng evaluation, S-rank peak reward. 1 rainbow fruit, 1 dark gold mastery book, 1 epic treasure chest, and 1 skill book for the tier 4 surekill skill, Chilling Field. S peak. What? An epic treasure chest? I actually got to see the rumored epic treasure chest. This is too much for my heart to take. The reward Shifeng had earned stupefied everyone. In their opinions, an A-rank evaluation was already out of their reach. They had never dreamed that Shifeng's performance would earn an S-rank evaluation. The difference between their strengths was truly massive. Even Shifeng was a little surprised. He had heard of S-rank evaluations before. However, he never imagined he would, one day, obtain such an evaluation. Moreover, his rewards were abundant. The skill book for Chilling Field was already enough to drive countless Tier 4 and Tier 5 players crazy. After all, domain skills could only display their true potential at Tier 4. Meanwhile, the domain skill Fire Dance had learned was not even close to Tier 4. It was only considered a half-baked domain skill. Moreover, Shifeng had personally experienced just how powerful the Chilling Field skill was. If not for the undead commander being a great lord, and capable of only displaying the standards of a Tier 3 class, they wouldn't have had any chance of victory. This is the rumored rainbow fruit? Shifeng opened his bag to examine his rewards, his heart pounding furiously. The rainbow fruit was the size of an apple. However, it radiated the dazzling 7-colored light. The fruit was soft like jelly. Just by holding it in his hands, Shifeng could smell an intoxicating scent from the fruit. The rainbow fruit was a divine artifact in God's domain. It was far rarer and more valuable than even the legendary fruit of life. It was one of the fruits that provided the largest boost to a player's attributes. Shifeng had only read about the rainbow fruit in books. He had never actually seen one before. He never considered that he could obtain one in the trial of God. Rainbow fruit, a fruit that has absorbed the power of God. Upon consumption, players can obtain a permanent increase of anywhere between 15 to 40 points to all of their basic attributes and hidden attributes. EXP gain will also increase by 10%, and death penalty will be reduced by 10%. In addition, the rainbow fruit can be given to an NPC. When consumed by NPCs, the fruit will significantly increase their attributes and growth potential. A maximum of 3 rainbow fruits can be consumed. What an intense boost. Shifeng's jaw hung open after he read the introduction. It's no wonder why the books called it a divine artifact. Chapter 1006, Attack-type Domain Skill. When Shifeng retrieved the rainbow fruit from his bag, he had not bothered to hide its attributes. The fruit's fragrance immediately drew everyone's attention. After the team members read the rainbow fruit's description, they were rendered speechless. Compared to the rainbow fruit, the fruit's fallen wind and thoughtful rain had obtained were nothing. In God's domain, there were other items capable of permanently increasing a player's basic attributes as well. However, even now, none of them had ever heard of items that could permanently increase a player's hidden attributes. Players could not put points into the 4 main hidden attributes by simply leveling up. Yet, the 4 main hidden attributes happen to be extremely important to expert players. The Wind God's spear had gathered in Lake Heart City because of a dangerous quest that might reward a weapon or piece of equipment that would increase a hidden attribute. I'm afraid that even an above-average epic weapon won't be enough for this rainbow fruit. What are you even saying? If I had a rainbow fruit, I wouldn't trade it for an entire set of epic equipment. Those are hidden attributes we're talking about. Moreover, that fruit can increase anywhere from 15 to 40 points. Who knows how many quests we'd have to complete to get that many. Giving the fruit to a personal guard wouldn't be a bad decision either. NPCs are far more powerful than players of the same level and tier. If you can increase an NPC's growth potential to Dark Gold rank, you'd basically have a boss monster that could grow. Wouldn't that be even more awesome? Promoting your class to the next tier is always going to be more difficult than the last. For the sake of one's future, no matter how I think about it, one should consume the fruit themselves. After all, if you are strong enough, would you ever need to worry about getting good items in the future? The team discussed the rainbow fruit enviously. Using the fruit on oneself, or giving it to their personal guard were both good options. If they tried to claim that they weren't jealous, they would be lying. However, Shifeng had already proven that he qualified to own the rainbow fruit. Following which, Shifeng stored the rainbow fruit. He had no intentions of deciding how to use the fruit right now. After all, he was still in the trial of God. Clearing the trial of God was still a problem. On the off chance that they failed, wouldn't he have wasted the rainbow fruit? As for the epic treasure chest he had obtained, it was locked. He couldn't open it right now as it required 21 magic stones. As for the Dark Gold Mastery Book, Shifeng had no intentions of using it right now either. Even if he used it, he wouldn't gain anything. The Dark Gold Mastery Book provided anywhere from 50 to 300 mastery points. Unless he gained over 100 mastery points from the book, he couldn't upgrade his one-handed sword mastery from the basic Sword King standard to the intermediate Sword King standard. The only item left was the Tier 4 Surekill skill, Chilling Field. Shifeng had no idea what sort of dangers awaited him. Meanwhile, Chilling Field could increase his combat power significantly, far more than what the rainbow fruit right now. After all, the hidden attributes would only be useful in the long term. They provided very little short-term gains. Following which, Shifeng clicked to learn Chilling Field. Chilling Field Tier 0 Level 1 requires 400,000 EXP to upgrade to Tier 0, Level 2, coverage radius of 30 yards. When activated, user may wield the power of frost within range to attack and defend. Attacks and defenses contain 70% of user's strength. Can attack up to 6 targets simultaneously. Main target will receive 160% damage, while other targets will receive 100% damage. All enemies within Chilling Field will suffer a 10% attribute decrease, 20% movement speed decrease, and 10% increased stamina consumption. When using this skill, user cannot move from their position. Moving instantly cancels Chilling Field. Duration, 5 minutes cooldown 2 hours. It's already so powerful at level 1? Shifeng was surprised. He had seen Fire Dance's domain skill, Water Binding. As a Tier 3 Surekill skill, it was considered a pseudo-domain skill. It simply could not compare to Chilling Field. Regarding control capabilities, Water Binding was superior to Chilling Field. However, Chilling Field had the absolute advantage regarding offense and defense. In God's domain, domain skills were divided into many types. There were attack types, defense types, and control types, among which were more detailed subcategories such as single target or AoE attack types. The same was true for defense types. To put it simply, all domain skills had their own strengths and weaknesses. There was no issue of weak or strong domain skills of a particular tier. It was only a matter of how suitable a domain skill was for a player. Obviously, Chilling Field was an AoE attack type domain skill. As for Water Binding, it was a control type domain skill that could only affect 2 targets at a time. In addition, the EXP required to level Chilling Field was double that of Water Binding. It would not be easy to upgrade it to Tier 4. However, Shifeng did not pay too much attention to that right now. Immediately he upgraded Chilling Field to Tier 1 Level 2. Any further, and his level would fall from level 44 to level 43, losing him the effect of the free attribute points he had gained and allocated when he reached level 44. When a player's level decreased in God's domain, they would not lose the free attribute points they had gained and allocated from leveling up. Instead, the points would be temporarily inactive. Only after said player recovered the level would the points become effective again. They would not gain new free attribute points when they reached the level for a second time. After upgrading Chilling Field to Tier 1, Level 2, the skill's attributes underwent an earth-shattering change. Chilling Field Tier 1 Level 2 requires 400 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1 Level 3, coverage radius of 50 yards. When activated, user may wield the power of frost within range to attack and defend. Attacks and defenses will contain 90% of user's strength. Can attack up to 6 targets simultaneously. Main target will receive 260% damage, while other targets will receive 150% damage. All enemies within Chilling Field's range will suffer a 15% attribute decrease, a 30% movement speed decrease, and 20% increased stamina consumption. When using this skill, user cannot move from their position. Moving instantly cancels Chilling Field. Duration: 5 minutes cooldown, 1 hour 30 minutes. As expected of a domain skill. With this skill alone, no player of the same tier and level will be my match in a one-on-one. Shifeng was speechless after reading the skill's description. Only now did Shifeng understand why players who had learned domain skills in the past were practically peerless among the same tier. Players of the same tier without their own domain skill had no way of coping with such a skill. One would only have a chance of winning if they had an overwhelming advantage in terms of attributes. If one could upgrade a domain skill to Tier 4, even escape would be difficult. Shifeng had experienced this himself. After all, domain skills would no longer restrict the player's movements after reaching Tier 4. After Shifeng learned the domain skill, he instructed the team to rest for a few hours. In any case, the trial of God didn't have a time limit. He could also use this opportunity to recover from the weakened state he had earned from activating twofold Berserk. After the team recovered and had prepared to challenge the next stage, they approached a massive teleportation array in front of the stone altar. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have completed the first stage. Do you wish to leave the trial of God? If you leave, you will be teleported out of the trial and will not incur any punishment. If you continue, you will be teleported to the second stage's individual challenge. Chapter 1007, Lively White River City. Hearing the system notification, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Isn't this the trial of God? Didn't the information say that we won't be able to leave without clearing all of the stages? They had found a lot of information on the trial of God on the official forums. Until now, every person that had challenged the trial of God had only had 2 options to leave the trial. Either they gave up, or they cleared it. This sudden development made everyone wonder if this were a trap set by the system. They could not help but hesitate in making a decision. Big Brother Yifeng, do you think this is a trick? Blue Bamboo asked Shifeng instinctively. In her opinion, there was nothing in God's domain that Shifeng did not know about. Thoughtful Rain also turned to Shifeng. Generally speaking, the game didn't use system notifications to set up a trap for players. However, for reasons unknown, she felt as if only Shifeng's answer would assure her of this. Seeing Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's hopeful gazes, Shifeng smiled bitterly as he said, God's domain system notifications will not lie to players. We were also transferred into the trial of God forcefully rather than through the normal procedures. This is probably why the system is allowing us to leave halfway through the trial. In reality, when Countess Katie Green had teleported them into the trial of God, Shifeng had been shocked. The trial of God was like an otherworld. Moreover, the gods had created this otherworld. Even demigods could not transfer players into the trail forcefully, much less an empire's countess. Normally, players could only enter the trial of God through a spatial connection point. Moreover, this spatial connection point was unstable. Not only did it appear randomly, but it would also disappear after a certain amount of time, regardless of whether or not players had entered. Only gods could transport a player into the trial of God by force. How could the Countess of a mere empire achieve such a feat? According to Shifeng's conjecture, the Countess must have used some kind of item. Take the Bible of Darkness for example. The Bible could activate a gate of darkness, allowing players to travel to the Dark Denver. However, such an item should have some flaws. For example, they could leave the trial of God after completing one stage. Commander, do we leave? Or continue? Autumn Goose asked hesitantly as she looked towards Fallen Wind. The trial of God's rewards were abundant. After obtaining the secret Silver Mastery book, Fallen Wind had finally pushed his shield mastery to the basic master standard, which significantly increased his damage reduction and defense capabilities. If they continued clearing this six-colored trial, they would emerge transformed. At that time, no one within the Dark Knight Empire would be able to afford to underestimate the Wind God's spear. Even those super guilds and super first-rate guilds would have to be cautious when dealing with the adventurer team. We're leaving, Fallen Wind declared. If not for Brother Yifeng's help, we wouldn't have even cleared the trial's first stage. We are lucky that it's giving us the chance to leave. Although the trial of God awarded more with each cleared stage, the same was also true for the stage's difficulty. Accurately determining one's strength was one of the basics of being an expert. Moreover, the system had clearly stated that the next stage would be an individual challenge. They would not find any more loopholes to exploit, and would have to rely on their own strength. If he had to guess who on his team could clear the second stage, he was sure that only Shifeng was capable of doing so. Everyone else, including himself, had no hope of clearing the trial. Why should they risk suffering the system's severe punishment? The team agreed with Fallen Wind's proposal. They all felt that greed had gotten the better of them, and they had forgotten the reason they had come this far. Turning towards Shifeng, Fallen Wind asked in a very friendly tone, "Brother Yifeng, the Wind God's spear intends to leave. May I know what you plan to do next?" Me, after giving it some thought, Shifeng said, "I'll leave as well." Although the trial of God's rewards are tempting, I still have many matters that I need to attend to. Since that is the case, let's add each other as friends. If not for Brother Yifeng's help, we wouldn't have left this place in one piece. If you need any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I will give my all to assist you, Fallen Wind said. He then sent Shifeng a friend request, hoping that he could become close friends with this swordsman. It was also thanks to Shifeng's display that he had finally entered the flowing water realm, which he had struggled to reach for many years. Among the many guild experts he had met, none had truly earned his admiration. Shifeng was the first expert he looked up to. He didn't even feel this way about one sword of the 8 sword heroes. Shifeng instantly accepted Fallen Wind's friend request. In the past, the Wind God's Spear had been an apex adventurer team in God's domain. Although its fame was not as widespread as adventurer teams like the Midnight Tea Party and Owl, which even super guilds feared, they were still one of the few apex adventurer teams in the game. Gaining an ally like the Wind God's Spear would definitely help Zero Wing's development in the future. If those super guilds found out that Zero Wing had formed a deep relationship with 2 of God's domain's future apex adventurer teams, they would most likely try to annihilate Zero Wing at all costs. Although, the fact that Shifeng possessed a city-building order in his hands was already enough of a reason for super guilds to target his guild. Following which, with Shifeng taking the lead, everyone teleported out of the Trial of God. He then returned to White River City with Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. After seeing Shifeng's group off, Fallen Wind glanced at his team members, addressing them seriously. You witnessed today's situation for yourselves. Following this, Wind God's Spear must work even harder. None of us can afford to be cocky anymore. God's Domain is a far more amazing game than we assumed. Nobody knows just how many hidden experts are here. Although the Wind God's Spear fared relatively well in the Dark Knight Empire, in the end, the Dark Knight Empire was only one of many empires in God's domain. It was truly laughable that they took pride in their current achievements. The adventuring players nodded in response to Fallen Wind's words. Setting Sherfong aside, they could already see how powerful Zero Wing was as a guild based on Thoughtful Rain's strength. Moreover, Zero Wing's core members had the opportunity to learn advanced combat techniques. This was not something their Wind God's Spear could hope to compete with. Before this, they had all been proud of their ability to pick fights with large guilds. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Ever since Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had declared war on Zero Wing, the atmosphere in White River City had become somewhat tense. Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's members roamed the city. There were also plenty of players hidden under black cloaks. These people had a predator's gaze when they looked at Zero Wing's members. If not for the severe consequences of attacking another player within the city, there was no doubt that these people would have already made their move. Zero Wing's guild residents. These red players are getting increasingly brazen. They are bold enough to eye Zero Wing's members openly on the streets. What can we do? I don't know what Blackwater did, but it has persuaded many dark guilds to join hands against Zero Wing. Not only do we have to be wary of ambushes from Blackwater's teams, but our elite parties also have to look out for sneak attacks from red players. Those bastards only know how to use cowardly tactics. Once they see us rush at them, they scatter and flee. If I get my hands on them, I'll give them a good beating. A few core members in Zero Wing's residence angrily discussed the situation. Chapter 1008, Different Playstyle. After leaving the Trial of God, Sherfong returned to Zero Wing's residence in White River City. Originally, Sherfong had intended to pay Countess Katie Green another visit. However, after recalling what the Countess was capable of, he decided against it. He did not have the time or energy to risk getting sent into the Trial of God once more. In any case, if the Countess didn't expect his return, she wouldn't have a reason to flee. Moreover, both Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had declared war on Zero Wing. He needed to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Upon returning to the guild residence, however, Sherfong was greeted by a depressing atmosphere. The residence's main hall was far less lively than it had been. There were also fewer players around the quest boards. The former vigorous atmosphere that surrounded the guild residence was gone. It was hard to imagine that Zero Wing had fallen so far in just a few short days. One could see how powerful the Blackwater Corporation's foundations were. Fortunately, White River City was Zero Wing's territory. There were a large number of the guild's members here. It was not easy for Blackwater to deal with Zero Wing in the field. After all, Blackwater needed a lot of manpower to develop the many cities under its rule. The most it could afford was to send the guild's top experts. In a war, both sides needed to spend plenty of coins on rewards and remunerations. A guild's top experts were strong, so their chances of dying were much lower. They were also more capable of killing more enemy players. This was one of the most common methods employed in wars among guilds. In the end, each guild's resources would determine the outcome. Whoever lasted longer would be the winner. In the past, this method had destroyed many small guilds. Large guilds had more resources and funding. They also had more experts. Small guilds could not afford such a taxing war. The Blackwater Corporation really is impressive. In just a few days, they have won over so many of Starmoon Kingdom's dark guilds. Sherfong could not help but frown as he overheard various conversations as players loitered in the main hall. It seems that I can't let the Dark Gods Legion continue its expedition in the Undead Gorge. Are those dark guilds very strong? Thoughtful Rain asked curiously. The Dark Gods Legion was Zero Wing's strongest legion. If he recalled the Dark Gods Legion, it would impact the legion's development. Wars between guilds generally lasted a very long time. Having the Dark Gods Legion waste its time on skirmishes around White River City wasn't a good idea. They're very strong. Unlike regular guilds, dark guilds have an abundance of battle maniacs who love PvP and plundering weapons and equipment from other players. They are very familiar with field battles. Moreover, the skills they learn, the weapons and equipment they wear, and the techniques they possess all focus on PvP. Most importantly, the conditions to join a dark guild are far stricter than regular guilds. To join a regular guild, you only need to pass the guild's test. However, dark guilds are different. Not only do you need to pass the guild's test, but you also need to complete the systems test. The systems test? Thoughtful Rain was even more confused now. This was her first time hearing about such a thing. The systems test to join a dark guild isn't exactly difficult. You are only required to kill 10 players who are no more than 3 levels lower than you. However, remaining in a dark guild is far more difficult. The system will periodically task you with killing a certain number of players and NPCs. By doing so, you will gain a large amount of EXP and various weapons, equipment and tools. If you fail, however, you will be expelled from the dark guild. Because of that, players who remain in the dark guilds are incredibly strong. In addition, unlike regular players, dark guilds members are very discreet. They are not easy to deal with. This is also why regular guilds usually avoid provoking them, Shifeng explained slowly. In the past, many guilds had been forced to disband because they had provoked powerful dark guilds. Unlike regular players, dark guild players did not kill monsters to earn EXP, weapons, equipment, money and other necessities. Instead, they earned EXP from the players they killed. They also earned kill points, which could be traded for weapons, equipment, various tools of slaughter, money, and such. Dark guilds could easily afford prolonged wars between guilds. It was just another day at the office. This was how these guilds continued to exist in God's domain, despite so few dark guilds in the game and so few members. Following which, Shifeng notified Aqua Rose and called for a war meeting. As soon as Shifeng announced for the meeting, every Zero Wing member burst with excitement. Yes, our guild's upper echelons are finally going to make a move. I wonder what the guild plans to do this time. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. It would be awesome if the guild leader leads us into a decisive battle. It won't be easy to find a battle like that. Haven't you seen that the other party has no intentions of starting a head-on fight? They're trying to whittle us down bit by bit. Moreover, thanks to those dark guilds, it is becoming more difficult to start a team battle in the fields. Zero Wings members expressed their opinions as they discussed Shifeng's call for action. Some were hopeful, while others worried. In a level 40 desert map near Starmoon City, large groups of level 20+ players engaged in battle. Every one of these players wore the Blackwater emblem. Surrounding these level 20+ players was over 100 level 35+ players. Currently, roughly 30 level 35+ MTs stood side to side, blocking an advance of demonic ants and great demonic ants. At the rear, groups of elementalists, cursemancers, and summoners launched AoE attacks at the monsters. The scene was spectacular. Demonic Ant Common. Level 45. HP 50, 000/50, 000. Giant Demonic Ant Special Elite. Level 46. HP 550, 000/550, 000. One demonic ant was not much of a threat. However, demonic ants never acted independently. They generally swarmed with hundreds, sometimes thousands, of their companions. Moreover, demonic ants didn't offer much loot, and the EXP they gave was average at best. Ordinary teams usually avoided them rather than wasting their time. However, demonic ants were one of the best monsters to grind for levels. The leveling speed here is not bad. Continue luring monsters. The more the merrier, Abandoned Wave commanded as he sat leisurely behind the wall of players, enjoying a glass of wine as he watched his experience bar rapidly rise. A short moment later, the level 20+ players behind him leveled up again. Their leveling speed was so fast that it could render elite players speechless. Suddenly, an indifferent man in a black cloak, with most of his face covered in black bandages, appeared beside Abandoned Wave. The few level 40 experts guarding Abandoned Wave instantly tensed. Glancing at the indifferent man, Abandoned Wave raised his hand and said, "No need to panic. He's one of ours." Hearing this, the level 40 experts relaxed slightly. However, Fear filled their gazes as they looked at the indifferent player. After all, none of them had sensed the man before he revealed himself. If he had come here with ill intent, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Why are you here?" Abandoned Wave asked the bandaged man curiously. "My side's preparations are almost complete. I'm here just to give you these items. When the time comes, your men won't need to worry about friendly fire." Chapter 1009, Moon God's Robes. A large group of independent players had gathered before Heaven's Burial's majestic guild residence in Starmoon City, everyone quietly waiting to take the guild's entrance exam. In the past, such a situation would have been unthinkable for Heaven's Burial. Now, however, this had become a regular scene, and the city's inhabitants were used to it. Suddenly, these waiting players heard loud neighing. Everyone turned towards the sound. "Wow, so many mounts. Are those common mounts?" "Those are warhorses. I heard that warhorses are bronze rank at the very minimum. Heaven's Burial is so amazing. It has so many warhorses. I have to join Heaven's Burial no matter what. If I get a bronze mount, all of the time I've invested into God's domain will worth it." In the next moment, over a dozen players atop various kinds of warhorses entered Heaven's Burial's residence, arousing the crowd's envy. Particularly, the sight of the valiant, heroic beauty leading the group etched itself into everyone's minds. Not only was this beauty fully geared with top-tier equipment, but her white warhorse also wore a set of silver armor. She looked like a war goddess as she rode into the residence. All throughout Starmoon City knew this goddess's name: the Ice Witch Daybreak Fog. Daybreak Fog had earned this title by defeating one of the Star Alliance's 100-man elite teams in front of a dungeon by herself. The Star Alliance had sent many experts to deal with her, including Red Feather, a player on the God's Domain's experts list. In the end, however, Daybreak Fog had defeated all of these experts single-handedly, even Red Feather. While she killed the Star Alliance's members, she had displayed her exceptional technique with ice-type spells. She had transformed the dungeon's entrance into a winter wonderland with an ice-type, large-scale destruction spell. After she used the spell, not one player, aside from herself, had lived to see that snowy world. As a result, some players had started calling her the Ice Witch. Over time, as the tale of that battle had been retold, all of Starmoon City's players had begun to refer to her as the Ice Witch. "She's too beautiful. If I get into Heaven's Burial, I want to work under my goddess." Keep dreaming. Lady Fog is the commander of Heaven's Burial's Ice Fog Legion. Only the elites among elites are allowed to join that legion. It's not even certain that you'll be accepted into the guild with your standards, much less joining the legion. Among the many independent players crowded before the residence, many only sought to join Heaven's Burial because they had been captivated by Daybreak Fog's charm. Otherwise, they would have joined Blackwater instead. After all, Blackwater's guild was backed by the famous Blackwater Corporation. Upon entering Heaven's Burial's meeting room, Daybreak Fog directed her gaze towards Singular Burial, who sat in the guild leader's seat, and asked curiously, "Guild leader, why have you recalled us so suddenly?" Many of the guild's upper echelons were also present in the meeting room. Aside from the several lifestyle class masters, these members were mostly level 40. If an ordinary player were here, they would tremble with fear. Among the level 40 experts present, everyone was considered a top tier in Starmoon Kingdom. Even the guild leaders of other large guilds had to treat them with respect. "Take a seat. I'll explain soon," Singular Burial said as he pointed towards the vice guild leader's seat. Hearing Singular Burial's words, Daybreak Fog's confusion grew. Practically every upper echelon was here. Only a few preoccupied members were missing. Yet Singular Burial's comment seemed to suggest that they were waiting for someone. "What's going on?" When Daybreak Fog reached her seat, she noticed an additional, empty seat beside Singular Burial. This seat had been placed parallel to the guild leader's seat. Daybreak Fog wasn't the only person who wondered. The rest of the upper echelons were also curious. In Heaven's Burial, Singular Burial was their one and only leader. He had single-handedly supported the entire guild. No one sat as his equal. That hadn't even changed when Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave, had visited. After waiting for a little over 10 minutes, the meeting room's heavy doors swung open. Who is she? Everyone turned towards the doors, discovering a peerless beauty. The dazzling young woman wore a set of luxurious purple robes that reached the ground, vividly highlighting her graceful curves. The girl had silky black hair that reached her willowy waist. Every step she took felt as if she were stepping on their aspirations, inadvertently driving their gazes to the floor. How does such a person exist in this world? Daybreak Fog's eyes widened in shock. She had never dreamed of this world having such a beautiful girl. Even Daybreak Fog acknowledged that she was no match for the girl's beauty, and she could not help herself from being captivated. The instant this young woman appeared, she had become the center of attention. Is she wearing the moon god's robes? The cleric Flameblood commented, shocked, when he saw the young woman's luxurious purple robes. When everyone else heard the comment, they were also shocked. Ordinary players might not know what the moon god's robes were, but the equipment was relatively famous in Blackwing City's high-class auction house. As epic-ranked mage robes, the starting bid was already a whopping 4,000 gold. Its price could already rival that of an epic weapon. In the end, however, a mysterious player had purchased it for 7,600 gold. Many players had ridiculed this mysterious player. After all, this player had spent so much money to compete with the NPC nobles over a single piece of epic equipment. Had that person spent a little more money, they could have afforded a major city's golden land. It would have been easy to earn back the cost then. They had never dreamed that such a peerless beauty had been the mysterious player who purchased the moon god's robes. These guild members instantly activated their identification skills, hoping to discover this beauty's identity. However, even after using advanced identification skills, they had failed to learn anything. Sorry for the delay. I had some matters to deal with. The young woman apologized after taking her seat. All right, since everyone is here, let me introduce you. This is the Blackwater Corporation's representative, Miss Ling Jingxian. She has come here to discuss the raid on Stone Forest Town, Singular Burial said, respect filling his voice as he introduced Ling Jingxian. Although the introduction had been simple, everyone was shocked. Singular Burial's respect for Ling Jingxian was one thing, but they had not expected that their discussion would involve raiding Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1010, High-Profile War Declaration. Guild Leader, are you really planning to do this? Flameblood asked, slightly confused. There were no NPC towns close to Stone Forest Town. If they attempted to raid Stone Forest Town, they wouldn't be able to dispatch reinforcements quickly. On the other hand, Zero Wings members could utilize the guild transfer scroll to reach the town in an instant. Even when they died, they would revive inside the town. To put it simply, this town was easily defensible. Although Stone Forest Town's protection period was over, players could hire NPC guards. Although the levels of the enlisted NPCs would not be as high as the level 150 NPC guards hired during the protection period, recruited NPCs were still 10 to 15 levels higher than current players. With Stone Forest Town being one of Zero Wing's primary revenue sources, after its protection period had ended, Zero Wing had hired 500 level 50 and above Tier 1 NPC guards to defend it. In addition, many of Zero Wing's members were garrisoned in the town. Zero Wing had also constructed basic mana pulse cannons, which the guild had used in its war against the Star Alliance, around the town. In the last war, Zero Wing had introduced everyone to the weapon's attack range and destructive power. Hence, raiding Stone Forest Town would not be easy. It was likely that they would have to sacrifice a significant number of players to take the town. The other Heaven's Burial members also turned to Singular Burial, wearing confused expressions. While they had considered raiding Stone Forest Town before, it was too early for that. God's Domain was only starting to transition into the era of mounts. They should wait a little longer. I understand your concerns. However, I have already considered this problem. Since we are going to make a move, I am confident in our success. Singular Burial chuckled. However, I would like to invite Miss Ling to elaborate on this point. Everyone shifted their gaze towards Ling Jingxian, questioning looks filling their eyes. I've received news that Zero Wing has recently contacted several major companies to gain financial support. In addition, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has begun to move against Zero Wing and is dealing with Zero Wing's branch guild in Lake Heart City. In response, Zero Wing has dispatched quite a number of their members to the Black Dragon Empire. Hence, the guild's member population in Stone Forest Town has decreased significantly. However, most importantly, Zero Wing has begun to show signs of activity in White River City. They have even recalled their guild's strongest Dark Gods Legion. As long as Zero Wing is focused on hunting down Dark Guild members, the latter will think of a way to pin down Zero Wing's main forces for as long as possible. After that, both Blackwater and Heaven's Burial can take the opportunity to attack Stone Forest Town. Ling Jingshuan's explanation had caught these upper echelons' interest. If Zero Wing pitted everything it had to defend Stone Forest Town, they would never be able to capture the town. However, now that Zero Wing's members were scattered, it would be a piece of cake to take Stone Forest Town with the strength of both guilds. I have a question, Daybreak Fog suddenly declared. If Zero Wing's members use their guild transfer scrolls, they can easily gather in Stone Forest Town. Regardless of how fast we assemble our forces, we're not faster than Zero Wing. As if she had expected this question, Ling Jingxian took out over a dozen old, tattered scrolls, displaying them on the table. Those are. Curiously, everyone examined the scroll's introduction. Immediately, everyone's jaws dropped. None of them could believe their eyes. A sealing magic array. This magic array would seal off an area for a certain amount of time, preventing the players from teleporting out of or into the area. This was a godly tool for raiding towns and cities. If Zero Wing could not teleport players into Stone Forest Town, with the small number of players garrisoned in the town, they could successfully raid it. As long as they took Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing would lose its main source of income. Meanwhile, their two guilds, who captured Stone Forest Town, would enjoy the town's massive profits. With this shift in power, it would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing was annihilated. I'll leave the sealing magic array in your hands. I hope that you can construct it quickly. If there's nothing else to discuss, I'll be taking my leave. After Ling Jingxian said so, she left the meeting room under everyone's watchful gazes. Fog, you and everyone else here, get ready. I've already arranged for the advanced lifestyle players that will be required to construct the sealing magic array. You will protect them until they have finished their work. Do not let anyone disrupt them. Singular Burial commanded sternly. Guild leader, leave it to us, everyone excitedly replied. The sealing magic array was powerful. However, it possessed major flaws. Players needed to construct the magic array's cores in various locations of a map. Moreover, the magic array cores would disturb the surrounding mana, which would in turn cause nearby monsters to gather and attack the cores. Hence, players were needed to defend the cores. This was why Singular Burial had called Heaven's Burial's upper echelons back. To seal a map as large as Stone Forest Towns, they needed to construct at least 14 magic array cores. In other words, they needed to defend 14 separate locations. If they mobilized too many players at once, it would attract Zero Wing's attention. Hence, dispatching experts to defend these locations was the best option. When the time came, they simply needed to replace these experts with a large number of elite players. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence in White River City, after Shifeng recalled the Dark Gods Legion, he had Fire Dance rally the guild's experts and elites, officially announcing their crusade against the dark guilds in Star Moon Kingdom that targeted their guild. Every player in Star Moon Kingdom noticed this sudden announcement. In a few short minutes, Shifeng's post rose to the very top of Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. This is insane. Zero Wing has gone insane. Zero Wing is awesome. It has openly declared a crusade against Star Moon Kingdom's dark guilds. With their temper, These dark guilds won't let this rest. All hail Zero Wing. Zero Wing's latest declaration dazzled God's Domain's ordinary players. Not only was Zero Wing at war with two of the kingdom's giants, but it had also declared war on the dark guilds, which most players tried to avoid. Only a lunatic would make a move like this. The various guilds were even more shocked by Zero Wing's declaration of war. Ordinary players might not realize the truth about dark guilds, but they were perfectly aware. Although dark guilds had very few members, these people were extremely obstinate. Dealing with large guilds like theirs was just another day at work for these people. Moreover, even if these players died, their dark guilds wouldn't compensate them for any losses. They would only have themselves to blame for not being strong enough. Speaking of the survivability of dark guild players, they were much stronger than regular guild members. Most importantly, unlike regular guilds, dark guilds did not possess a permanent base of operations such as a guild residence. Instead, they operated like independent players. A simple bar was enough of a base for them. They could easily move between towns controlled by the forces of darkness. Hence, it was very difficult to launch a concentrated attack against dark guilds. Regarding sustainability, regular guilds were even less of a match for their dark cousins. Dark guilds players could level up by killing other players. This was not an option for regular guild players. If an extended war occurred between a regular guild and a dark guild, the latter would only exhaust their enemy to death. Hence, regular guilds generally overlooked dark guilds as none of them wanted an unnecessary confrontation. Logically, Zero Wing should have been more focused on dealing with Blackwater and Heaven's Burial after it realized that its enemies had hired dark guilds to take action. After all, dark guilds were merely hired guns. It was easy enough to hold them at bay. Once their employers were gone, they would go back to their normal lifestyle. Yet, not only had Zero Wing ignored Blackwater and Heaven's Burial, but it had also provoked the various dark guilds deliberately. Zero Wing's priorities were clearly skewed. Chapter 10-11. High Alert Mode. A measly guild like Zero Wing dares provoke all of our dark guilds? They must be tired of living. If we don't annihilate Zero Wing, the other guilds will start to think that we're weak. I had only planned to humor the Blackwater Corporation. However, now it's personal. Our dark guilds will not rest until Zero Wing's name has been erased from Starmoon Kingdom. Shortly after Zero Wing announced its crusade, the various dark guilds' upper echelons issued their response. Originally, there hadn't been many dark guild players in White River City. However, after Zero Wing's declaration, cloaked players began to flood into the city. Moreover, Zero Wing's members experienced more ambushes in the fields around White River City. Guild leader, now that the members from the various dark guilds have gathered, our guild's parties can't leave the city. Only larger teams have any sense of safety in the fields. Some of those dark guilds have even begun to boldly stalk our guild residence's entrance, trailing anyone who leaves and finding an opportunity to ambush them. Aqua Rose reported, frowning. She didn't understand what Sherfong was trying to do. They could deal with a single dark guild. Now, however, members from over a dozen dark guilds had gathered in White River City. The city was practically a hub for red names now. Yet Zero Wing couldn't do anything about it. As long as these red players wore cloaks and disguised themselves with various items, they could easily trick the NPC guards. Even if they were discovered, as long as they escaped to the fields, they would vanish without a trace. Although she had dispatched Zero Wing's core members to kill some of these dark guild players, they barely made a scratch. If they continued this war of attrition, these dark guilds would wear Zero Wing down. Furthermore, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial were watching their guild closely. They've gathered in White River City? Nodding, Sherfong smiled and said, we should celebrate. With this, we won't have to waste time looking for them. Aqua Rose was confused. Despite the increasing number of enemies, Sherfong thought this was a good thing. However, Sherfong did not bother to explain. He simply led Aqua Rose and Fire Dance to the Adventurers Association. In the end, dark guilds were still dark guilds. They were no different than street rats that were forced to hide in dark corners. Now that they were acting so bold inside an NPC city, they had to pay the price. "Hello, sir. How may I be of service to you today?" the blonde NPC beauty behind the counter asked as she watched Shifeng's group approach. "Hello, I wish to purchase a blood aura crystal. Also, I want to activate White River City's high alert mode," Shifeng said. Neither Aqua Rose or Fire Dance had any idea of what was going on. They had never heard of the blood aura crystal, or the so-called high alert mode. "Sir, you'll need to be at least a 2-star adventurer to purchase the blood aura crystal. As for activating White River City's high alert mode, you need to be a 3-star adventurer to apply for that," the NPC beauty explained. "Will this identity be enough?" Shifeng chuckled as he switched to the Spirit Slayer title. The Spirit Slayer title was an advanced title that allowed him to enjoy 4-star benefits in the Adventurers Association. His status was equivalent to that of a Vice Branch Association Master. "So it is Lord Spirit Slayer. Here is the Blood Aura Crystal. As you are a 4-star adventurer, you will receive a 30% discount. You may purchase the Blood Aura Crystal for 700 gold. As for applying for the city's high alert mode, you must pay a 1,400 gold application fee." Upon seeing Shifeng's title, the NPC beauty adopted a more respectful tone and posture as she spoke with Shifeng. "All right," Shifeng said. He then handed 2,100 gold to the NPC. Both the Blood Aura Crystal and the city's high alert mode were red players' nemesis. This was why players from the various dark guilds avoided NPC cities. The Blood Aura Crystal could detect players' blood aura within a certain range. Only players who had killed other players or lawful NPCs had a blood aura. It was similar to PvP players' red names. It also took a long time for a player to get rid of their blood aura. In the past, the Blood Aura Crystal had been commonly used to target dark guilds. Only, current players had not discovered this yet. The Blood Aura Crystal was also very expensive, and only 2-star adventurers could purchase and use it. As for the high alert mode, to put it simply, it would prevent all players within White River City from equipping black cloaks to hide their identities. The patrolling NPCs would also wield an advanced detection stone that would pick up on dark creatures' auras and red players' blood auras. At the same time, players within the city would not be able to use teleportation items. With this mode, there were only 2 ways to leave the city: the teleportation hall and the city's entrance. However, high-tiered NPCs guarded both locations. Without the black cloak to hide their identities, red players had no escape. "Lord Spirit Slayer, your application has been approved. High alert mode will last for 3 natural days. You will have to wait another week before you can reapply for this mode," the NPC beauty respectfully informed Shifeng. After the NPC finished speaking, a system announcement rang throughout White River City. White River City System Announcement. The city has temporarily entered high alert mode. All teleportation tools will no longer function within the city. The system announcement repeated 3 times, dazing White River City's players. What's this high alert mode? Did somebody trigger a special quest? As the city's players wondered about the system announcement, every player wearing a black cloak was revealed. What's going on? Why isn't my black cloak working? The Dark Guild players camping outside Zero Wing's residence panicked at this sudden development. Without their black cloak's hide effect, the high-tiered NPCs would easily see through their disguises. As red players, they were as good as dead if they were caught inside an NPC city. "Guards are coming. Don't worry. They're only patrol guards, not high-tiered NPCs. We just need to be careful. Once this high alert mode ends, we can leave the city safely." "You're right. Only advanced identification skills can see through our disguises." Just as these red players started to relax, the patrol guards over 200 yards away charged towards them. Without hesitation, the NPC guards began to slaughter these Dark Guild players. For a time, battles broke out across White River City, shocking the city's ordinary players. After a few minutes, all Dark Guild members within White River City were dead. Not one had survived the NPC guard's onslaught. However, this was not the worst part. It was common knowledge that in White River City, the punishment for attacking another player was quite severe. If the city's NPCs caught these Dark Guild members, who had killed countless players, these players' only real option was to delete their accounts and start all over. Chapter 10-12. Profitable Investment. Haha. Now that Zero Wing has provoked so many dark guilds, I can't wait to see how the guild gets out of this. Even I am starting to pity Zero Wing. Gentle Snow can't get her priorities straight, either, refusing to join Underworld. I wonder how much she's regretting that decision. Young Master Feng, should we head to White River City and take care of Zero Wing's members too? That's a nice idea. Now that so many guilds are targeting Zero Wing, we can disguise ourselves and use this opportunity to rake in some profit. If we can get rid of 10 or so Zero Wing core members, we can upgrade everyone's equipment. If we're lucky, we might even get a cut of White River City. My position in the organization will rise again, and I won't have to listen to that damnable woman anymore. Currently, Feng Xianyang led a team to grind level 42 mine gnomes, using them to power level to level 40. However, as his team lacked good equipment, they couldn't afford to venture too far into the mine. If they could upgrade their equipment, they could increase their grinding speed. However, when Feng Xianyang thought about how he had been forced to lead this team personally, he was indescribably frustrated. He had been one of Underworld's middle managers. Now, however, he had been reduced to leading a team to grind monsters. This was all due to Underworld's upper echelon's sudden focus on Yulan. They had even transferred Maple City's management, as well as 5 other major cities, to Yulan. This was a nightmare. Just you wait. When Zero Wing falls, I'll poach Zero Wing's top players and regain possession of Overwhelming Smile. Feng Xianyang inwardly chuckled. Zero Wing's elite members and experts were extraordinarily strong. If Zero Wing were defeated, these people would refuse to join guilds like Blackwater or Heaven's Burial. At that time, he simply needed to offer an appropriate price to recruit them. After making these people his own, Underworld's upper echelons would have no choice but to focus on him. When Feng Xianyang and his team reached White River City, they were astounded by what they saw. The NPC guards were slaughtering numerous players inside the teleportation hall. In the face of the level 180 guards, level 40 expert players were infants. The NPCs only needed one hit to defeat each player. One cloaked player, who had just teleported into the city, died before he had even realized what had happened. What's going on here? Chills ran down Feng Xianyang's spine as he looked down at the Dark Guild player corpse beside him. Feng Xianyang wasn't the only player who wondered what was happening. Many other guilds that had teleported to White River City to take advantage of Zero Wing's predicament were stupefied. Inside the spacious teleportation hall, several hundred disguised red players had died. The scent of blood lingered in the air. White River City had become a forbidden ground for red players. Previously, everyone had thought that these Dark Guild players were too arrogant in the city. Now, however, they pitted these players. Any red players the NPC guards killed would be jailed in White River City's confinement room to await their punishment after they resurrected. With the crime values these Dark Guild members possessed, it would be a miracle if they were not locked up for over a month. Rescuing these players from White River City's confinement room was nothing more than a dream. Level 200, Tier 3 NPCs guarded that room, and they would instantly kill any and all players that didn't belong. However, if these players weren't rescued, mainstream players would have long since surpassed these players' levels and equipment by the time their prison sentence was over. It would be very difficult to catch up. At the very least, they would need to spend several months grinding endlessly. As for deleting their accounts and starting all over again, although they could level up quickly if high-level players power leveled them, they would never catch up to mainstream players in a month without some leveling secret. Of course, regaining their levels was one issue, but what about their reputation? What about their weapons and equipment? What about the wealth they had accumulated? Young Master Feng, Are we still going to take on Zero Wings members? South Wolf, who was currently level 38, asked hesitantly. Zero Wing was definitely involved in White River City's sudden development, and anyone that said otherwise was lying. If Zero Wing was already capable of this, who knew what else the guild could do? Let's investigate the situation first. Feng Xianyang felt somewhat unsteady at this moment. He could not forget the level 40 expert who had teleported in beside him, dying after a single strike. Elsewhere, the various dark guilds' upper echelons were dumbfounded when they heard the news of this sudden development. Can someone tell me what is going on? Why are White River City's NPCs slaughtering our members like madmen? This was the first time these dark guilds had encountered a situation like this. The NPC city that they had been able to move through freely was now a forbidden land. Over half of the members they had dispatched to White River City were dead. Only a small minority were still active in the fields near White River City. This was an unprecedented blow to their dark guilds. The death of their members was nothing to them. However, if their members were confined for over a month, this would severely wound their guilds. Damn it! Zero Wing set us up. Contact the other dark guilds immediately. From now on, we cannot let anyone from Zero Wing survive. If they show themselves, kill them all. Starmoon Kingdom's various dark guilds swore to fight Zero Wing until the bitter end. What did you say? Over half of the dark guild members have been locked up in White River City's confinement room. How is that possible? Didn't they have their disguise tools? Abandoned Wave's expression froze when he received the news. He could not bring himself to believe it. While dark guilds were not strong in a head-on battle, their survivability and ambushing capabilities in the fields were top-notch. This was precisely the reason that he had paid a massive price for these dark guilds to whittle down Zero Wing's strength. Yet now over half of them had been killed and jailed in White River City. With this, it had become far more difficult to deal with Zero Wing's members. Guild leader, what should we do now? Now that over half of the Dark Guild players have been locked up, the threat on Zero Wing has been reduced significantly. Moreover, some of the regular guilds that intended to strike Zero Wing have decided on the wait-and-see approach, the middle-aged, bald man asked. After some thought, Abandoned Wave commanded. This development has affected our plans slightly, but no matter. Contact the Dark Guilds immediately. Tell them that we'll send some of our top players to assist. If they can delay Zero Wing's top players, we'll reward them. Heaven's Burial had already begun to construct the sealing cores around Stone Forest Town. If they could not pin Zero Wing's core members down in White River City, taking Stone Forest Town would become far more troublesome. Understood. After hearing this, the middle-aged man retreated to contact the various dark guilds. Meanwhile, inside White River City, Shifeng was in a very good mood. He had simply spent some money to exterminate the pests in White River City. He had never expected such a huge windfall. After he had activated the city's high alert mode, over 10,000 red players had died and were captured. This result earned him yet another advanced title. City Protector. Chapter 1013. Epic Personal Guard Quest. When Shifeng heard the system notification, he was dazed for a long moment. He had never thought that he could obtain an advanced title like this. It was already difficult to obtain a basic title, let alone an advanced title. Now, just by spending 1,400 gold, not only had he dealt with the eyesores in the city, but he had also earned himself an advanced title. No one would believe this. In the past, many large guilds had willingly spent over 10,000 gold for an accurate clue that led to an advanced title, not to mention the method of obtaining one. City Protector? While Shifeng was relatively familiar with the basic titles throughout God's domain, his understanding of advanced titles was quite shallow. After all, advanced titles were extraordinary. Nobody would casually reveal information about them. City Protector, advanced title. A hero that has protected the city from the dark forces' influence. Wielder enjoys the benefits of a major noble in every human city. At the same time, personal guards can accept one epic quest per week. In addition, personal guards receive a 5% increase to quest success rate. As expected of an advanced title, it actually allows my personal guards to pick up one epic quest each week. Sherfeng could not help his surprise. Personal guards' development speeds depended on the quests they accepted from the Adventurers Association. The higher the quest's rank was, the better the EXP and items it would award. However, there were not many personal guard quests to choose from in the Adventurers Association. Even Dark Gold quests only appeared about once a week, much less epic quests. One would be extremely lucky if they picked up an epic quest once a month. If his personal guards could complete an epic quest once a week, their improvement speed would be unimaginable. They also had a 5% success rate. Even if he allowed Dark Gold guards like Kite and Anna to challenge a Dark Gold quest, their success rate was only 50%. If they were very well equipped, their success rate could top out at 80%. As Sherfeng understood it, even extremely well-equipped Dark Gold guards only had a 30% chance of completing an epic quest. Otherwise, ordinary Dark Gold guards only had a 20% chance for success. As for Fine Gold guards, even with top-tier equipment, they'd be lucky if they had a 10% success rate. Hence, the City Protector title's 5% increase to his guard's quest success rate was amazing. Thinking up to this point, Sherfeng immediately replaced his Spirit Slayer title with the City Protector title. He then summoned Kite and Anna to his side. Both Kite and Anna had leveled up significantly after some time away from Sherfeng. The last time he saw the two NPCs, both were only level 60. Now however, both had reached level 65. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, who stood beside Sherfeng, were shocked upon seeing Kite and Anna. How are they so strong? Aqua Rose asked curiously. She had long since become a Viscount of White River City and could recruit her own personal guard. After mobilizing the guild's strength and Sherfeng's guidance, she had managed to recruit a Fine Gold guard. Moreover, this Fine Gold guard was a Guardian Knight, which was an excellent match for her class. She had been overjoyed when she found this personal guard. After that, she had spared no effort to nurture her personal guard, helping the NPC accept all sorts of high-ranking quests. Her personal guard had only recently reached level 60. Who knew how many more quests the NPC had to complete to reach level 65? However, the NPC was already considered very high level. After all, the personal guards that other guilds' upper echelons recruited were usually around level 55 to 58. In terms of strength, those personal guards were nowhere near a match for hers. Yet, right now, not only had both of Sherfeng's personal guards reached level 65, but the NPC's auras felt like that of two level 65 Great Lords. Aqua Rose felt as if she were suffocating in their presence. After summoning his two personal guards, he spent 200 gold for both of them to accept an epic quest together. The Adventurers Association's epic personal guard quests could be completed by more than one person. Moreover, by forming a party, the guard success rates increased. However, only personal guards that belonged to the same player could form a party. Multiple players' personal guards could not form parties together. With both Kite and Anna challenging the epic quest, the displayed success rate had increased substantially. Including the benefits from Sherfeng's title, their current success rate was 37%. That percentage was high enough to excite many players, but Sherfeng was not satisfied. Although a 37% success rate seemed relatively high, Sherfeng knew that Kite and Anna might only succeed one of 5 attempts, rather than the theoretical one of 3. However, these NPCs could only accept one epic quest each week. In other words, it could take 5 weeks for Kite and Anna to complete one epic quest. To Sherfeng, who started in God's domain with nothing and had not had the support of any corporation, this efficiency wasn't favorable. It seems that I'll have to use it. Sherfeng opened his bag and looked at the rainbow fruit that sat quietly inside. As a divine artifact, the rainbow fruit could increase a player's potential, setting a sturdy foundation for challenging their Tier 4 and Tier 5 promotions. The boost might even help with one's Tier 6 promotion. After all, the 4 major hidden attributes were incredibly important. It was extremely difficult to increase any of those attributes by 1 point, not to mention improving all 4 by 15 points or more. However, using the rainbow fruit to nurture a near-invincible personal guard was also not a bad idea. In the past, despite Kite's growth potential of 92 points, he had been practically invincible among Tier 5 classes. Only Tier 6 God-ranked players could take him down a notch. If Shifeng nurtured a Tier 6 personal guard, he could stroll through God's domain unhindered. However, getting an NPC to Tier 6 was far more difficult than getting a player to Tier 6. It was not a problem that could be solved with money alone. Luck, opportunity, and strength were all necessary to raise a personal guard to Tier 6. Kite's potential is at 94, while Anna's is at 96. Although Anna is no match for Kite in a head-on fight, it will be safer to let Anna use the fruit. After giving it some thought, Shifeng decided to let Anna consume the rainbow fruit. After Anna ate the fruit, the room's mana grew rampant. However, this phenomenon was different from a high-tiered spell. It felt as if someone were deliberately controlling the surrounding mana. Right now, various elemental mana had come together to form a 7-colored mist that rapidly melded with Anna's body. Soon, the 7-colored mist formed a giant cocoon that enveloped Anna. The mist flashed, again and again, releasing a 7-colored radiance and a frighteningly powerful aura with each burst. Shifeng paled in the face of this mighty aura, and even moving a finger was difficult. As for Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, they were as stiff as statues. They could not move whatsoever. If not for them being in the VIP hall on the Adventurers Association's 2nd floor with a magic array separating them from the outside world, Shifeng did not doubt that every player in the association would have been thrown to the floor. After a minute passed, a crack formed in the 7-colored cocoon. When the cocoon shattered, Anna slowly emerged from within. However, unlike before, Anna seemed to have dominated elemental mana. The surrounding mana could not help but submit to her. Was it a success? Shifeng anxiously examined Anna's statistics. Chapter 10-14. Promotion to Epic Guard. The frightening mana circulating in the room drove everyone's gazes to Anna. Despite having the same level and items, Anna's aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. What's going on? Guild leader, what did you do? Aqua Rose's eyes widened in shock as she looked between Shifeng and Anna. She had no idea what Shifeng had done to transform his personal guard. Previously, she had felt Anna radiate a powerful pressure. Now, however, she felt nothing from the woman. This was not the first time she had experienced such a situation, so she knew full well what had caused the change. The greatest danger was one that you couldn't sense. To put it simply, Anna's new strength was outside her range of perception. While Aqua Rose and Fire Dance were shocked, Shifeng was extremely anxious. The rainbow fruit was a divine artifact. It was likely that he would never obtain another. If Anna remained a dark gold guard after consuming the fruit, the loss would be tremendous. Shifeng took a deep breath before taking a look at Anna's statistics. Anna, Yifeng's personal guard, level 65 loyalty, 95 growth potential, 105. Epic rank. She reached epic rank. Shifeng was ecstatic. He had never heard of an epic guard. As to whether or not epic guards had existed in the past, he had no idea. He had merely been the guild leader of a second-rate guild back then. He had not been privy to many of God's domain's secrets. However, he was certain of one thing. Even among epic guards, one would be hard-pressed to find one with a growth potential as high as 105 points. In God's domain, the importance of an NPC's growth potential grew as they reached higher levels. At higher levels, even an extra point would result in a massive boost to the guard's attributes with each level up. Hence, even personal guards of the same rank and level could have drastically different attributes. Take Kite for example. Although his growth potential was only 2 points higher than it had been, after he reached the same level and tier that he had been in the past, his strength would surpass his past self by a minimum of 10%. If it came down to a battle, the present Kite could easily suppress and defeat the past Kite within a short time. Moreover, this was only a 2-point difference for dark gold rank. There was even less need to mention epic rank. There had not been any clear standards in the past for epic guards. Any NPC whose growth potential exceeded 100 points was considered an epic guard. Currently, Anna's growth potential exceeded Kite's by a whopping 11 points. By the time Anna reached level 70 or 80, he had no doubt that she would defeat Kite even in a melee battle. In terms of combat power, even the current Anna could defeat Kite. As both NPCs continued to level, the gap between them would only grow wider. In the end, even Kite would have to look up to Anna. Amazing! Anna's promotion to epic rank has raised the epic quest success rate to 67%. I doubt even a full party of Dark Gold guards could achieve such a percentage. Shifeng was speechless. With her promotion, Anna had learned many new skills. She now had 3 Tier 2 curses, one more than before. Most importantly, she had learned a Tier 2 domain skill. With this domain skill, Anna was practically invincible among Tier 2 classes. Unless the other party also possessed a domain skill, even 2 Kites were no match for Anna. Following which, Shifeng had Kite and Anna set out to complete their epic quest. The sooner they completed it, the more they could improve their strength. Guild leader, I've just received news that Blackwater has dispatched many of their top players. From the looks of it, it seems that they were sent to help those dark guilds. Meanwhile, the members of the various dark guilds have joined forces. Not only are they targeting parties, but they've also begun ambushing 100-man teams. Aqua Rose reported once she received this information. In addition, Blackwater has opened another shop in White River City and is selling cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures in large quantities. They've even reduced their prices. They've already lured a lot of players to their shop. They've also started purchasing rare herbs and ores at high prices from all over Starmoon Kingdom. It looks like they're getting serious. Getting serious, huh? Shifeng smiled. Since they want to play this game, then we'll get serious as well. Saying so, Shifeng purchased 100 cloaking scrolls from the Adventurers Association. The cloaking scrolls were unique to the Adventurers Association. Only 3-star adventurers could purchase them, and each scroll cost 20 gold. The cloaking scroll were considerably useful to players adventuring in the fields. When used, the scroll provided a cloaking buff to players within a 20-yard radius, which prevented them from being tracked, searched, and perceived. It also increased these players' movement speeds by 10% for 2 hours. This was a must-have tool for escaping and pursuing enemies. Unfortunately, only the person who purchased items from the Adventurers Association could use them. 2-star adventurers could purchase a scroll similar to the cloaking scroll, but the scroll was only effective on themselves. Following which, Shifeng gathered the Dark Gods Legion's members and Zero Wing's main force in the guild hall. He then used the Blood Aura Crystal and Cloaking Scroll. Everyone immediately obtained a buff. White River City Region Snowy Forest. The Snowy Forest was a level 40 to level 50 high resource map. Usually, White River City's various large guilds came here to level. Now, however, this had become the main battlefield in the war between Zero Wing and the various dark guilds. Godfire, you really are amazing. You actually defeated that level 39 expert from Zero Wing in 3 moves. A level 39 mighty berserker in spiked armor gushed with admiration as he gazed at a level 40 emaciated youth wearing dark gray mage robes. As their dark guilds had agreed to work together, they no longer operated individually or in small parties. They now moved in large teams. After experiencing several battles together, everyone on this team admired this level 40 elementalist. It's nothing. Zero Wing's experts are noobs. They couldn't dodge my Great Fire Dragon technique. If I were fighting our guild's experts, they would have easily dodged an attack like that rather than succumbing to my chain attacks. The youth named Purgatory Godfire said, laughing. Godfire, you're too humble. I've heard that you are the top 5th elementalist in your guild. Among the elementalists in Starmoon Kingdom, only a handful are as strong as you. Another level 40 masked assassin said. Others might not realize Godfire's strength, but he knew. After all, Godfire's Dark Guild was far from ordinary. The Elementalist was a member of Smiling Angel. It was a top-tier dark guild that operated in multiple kingdoms and empires. The guild was many times stronger than their dark guilds, which only operated in Starmoon Kingdom. While everyone chatted with each other merrily, 5 streaks of blue light swept past the team. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the team's 50 players died, transforming into light particles before vanishing and leaving behind a few pieces of weapons and equipment. The Dark Guild players finally reacted. They turned towards the blue light's origin. They were all experts, yet they had only noticed the ambush after 5 of their team members had died. This was unprecedented. Don't even think that you can escape with your lives after killing Zero Wings members. Chapter 10-15. Initial Display of Strength. As a deep voice echoed throughout the forest, over a dozen figures emerged from the woods. Every player bore a silver, 6-winged emblem on their chests. Moreover, the lowest leveled player among them was level 39, while many of them were level 40. These players also brandished awe-inspiring weapons and equipment. However, after these dozen or so players appeared, the anxious Dark Guild members calmed, wearing mocking grins. And here I thought Zero Wings members had surrounded us. It seems these people have only found us by coincidence. Indeed. It seems that we're quite lucky, though the same can't be said for them. With so few, we won't even break a sweat. A team of Zero Wings core members. If we get rid of them, we'll earn more excellent equipment. These are Zero Wings experts? With just a dozen or so players, they dare to ambush us? Their foolishness knows no bounds. Let's finish this quickly. If we waste any more time, Zero Wings' other members will catch up. While Zero Wings' sudden appearance had given them a scare, after a closer look, the difference in strength between them was clear. Based on each team's numbers, the outcome of this battle was obvious. Although they had lost 5 players, they still had more than 40 team members. On the other hand, there were only a dozen or so Zero Wing members. These red names had an overwhelming advantage. Not to mention, they also had a top-tier expert on their team. Leader, leave that ranger to me. I'll use him as practice for killing Black Flame. I'll leave the others to you, Purgatory Godfire said, smiling as he focused on Minor Wind, the ranger that had fired the first 5 arrows at their team. He could sense that, among these dozen or so players, Minor Wind was undoubtedly the strongest. He was even stronger than the Zero Wing core members he had already killed. Minor Wind was the best practice target. Alright, leave the rest to us. The mighty level 39 Berserker who led the team replied. He realized that even he could not take down the level 40 Ranger, Minor Wind. Leaving the Ranger to Purgatory Godfire was definitely the best choice here. However, as soon as this mighty Berserker finished speaking, his expression darkened. Before anyone realized it, a figure had appeared behind Purgatory Godfire, a snowy white dagger sinking into the Elementalist's head and forcing him into a fainted state. Immediately, the player thrust another dagger towards Godfire's back. This sudden development even stunned the Elementalist. He had failed to notice the sneaking assassin. However, Purgatory Godfire was no ordinary expert. In the moment of extreme peril, he activated Blink. Not only did he avoid the backstab, but he also cancelled the fainted state and appeared 15 yards away from his enemy. Unfortunately for him, as soon as Purgatory Godfire used Blink, the black figure followed by using shadow steps and appeared behind him once more, the gleaming dagger resuming its attack. Scram. Panicking, Godfire used Flame Blast in an attempt to knock back his opponent. However, when Flame Blast struck the black figure, contrary to Godfire's expectations, the black figure stood steady. His Flame Blast had passed through the figure's body harmlessly. Crap! An afterimage. Godfire immediately realized that he had been fooled. Although he tried to rectify his mistake by casting Ice Wall to guard his back, the black figure landed a kidney strike, forcing him back into a fainted state, before his Ice Wall could even take shape. The figure instantly followed up with an absolute strike, transforming into a shadowy streak that passed through Purgatory Godfire's body. When the figure reformed, It spun in the air and launched backstab on Purgatory Godfire's side, stealing the Elementalist's last strand of HP. How are you so fast? Could you be Zero Wings #1 expert? Fire Dance. It seems that I truly have rotten luck. As Godfire's HP was about to reach 0, his eyes focused on the black-robed assassin. As far as he could remember, only Zero Wings Fire Dance possessed this kind of ability. Smiling Angle, his dark guild, had even labeled Fire Dance as a unique combatant. Should any of the guild members encounter her in battle, they were warned against taking her on alone. They should enlist the help of 3 or more people to deal with her, at the very least. The group must have an expert member, as well. Big Sis Fire doesn't need to dirty her hands with the likes of you. Flying Shadow. I'm more than enough. You're 10 years too early to think of fighting Big Sis Fire. The black figure expressed its disdain in response to Purgatory Godfire's words. However, Flying Shadow had not lied. Despite having reached the half-step refinement realm after much difficulty, when he had sparred with Fire Dance, he had not even had a chance to retaliate. Meanwhile, Purgatory Godfire had not even reached the half-step refinement realm. He was nowhere near good enough to be Fire Dance's opponent. Although Godfire wanted to say something, his vision began to gray. In the end, none of his words left his mouth. Godfire is dead. How can he be dead? The other Dark Guild members were stupefied when they watched the expert die. They had all witnessed Purgatory Godfire's strength personally. Even their Dark Guild's top experts were no match for him. Yet against Flying Shadow, Godfire had stood like a child before a master. These players even wondered if they were dreaming. Although they had heard rumors of Zero Wing's many powerful experts, Flying Shadow's strength was insane. While these Dark Guild members struggled to recover from their daze, dozens of arrows and spells bombarded them. In the blink of an eye, another 7 died. Damn it! We've encountered some troublesome experts. Retreat. The leading berserker commanded. After examining the situation on the battlefield, he understood the difference between their teams. Although they had a numerical advantage, it was only temporary. If the battle dragged on, more Zero Wing members would arrive. This was an extremely unfavorable situation. However, as soon as he issued his command, Minor Wind fired 9 blue arrows from a distance, sealing his path of retreat. Don't even think about killing me that easily. As one of the Dark Guild's team leaders, he had the strength to earn the position. Immediately, he activated Whirlwind Slash to block the incoming arrows. Pung, pung, pung. However, when the Berserker's battle axe collided with the 4th arrow, the weapon was repelled. The remaining arrows then struck this team leader, eliminating his HP. Without a leader, the surviving Dark Guild members fell into chaos. After all, most of them were from different Dark Guilds. They were barely familiar with each other, much less in sync. Not that they lacked someone in command, Zero Wings members swept them down like flies. Although some had tried to escape, none could outrun Flying Shadow and Minor Wind. After a short moment, the Dark Guild team consisting of nearly 50 players died at the hands of Zero Wings' team. At the same time, inside Snowy Forest, a large number of teams formed by the various Dark Guilds were also being ambushed by Zero Wings' Dark Gods Legion and main force. As the Dark Guild members died, Sherfong posted their death count on the official forums. In less than an hour, a total of 3,586 Dark Guild members operating near White River City died. Moreover, this number continued to climb by the minute. Chapter 1016. Unsealing the Advanced Book of Magic. Shortly after Sherfong publicized the death count on the official forums, players throughout Star Moon Kingdom were in an uproar. The various guilds who watched from the sidelines and planned to take advantage of Zero Wings' misfortune were particularly stupefied. Dark guilds were famous for their abstinence and resilience. Although they had few members, taking down a dark guild in a field battle was extremely difficult for regular guilds, unless they wanted to invest far more players and resources into the endeavor. Unfortunately, that was just too costly. Furthermore, on the off chance that the operation failed, the guild would suffer. This was why most regular guilds avoided provoking dark guilds. Yet, not only had Zero Wing lured over half of the dark guild members into a death trap, but the guild had also begun to plow over the remaining members like a bulldozer. These dark guilds were toothless and clawless beasts against Zero Wing. They posed no threat to the guild whatsoever. Zero Wing's methods were truly incredible. Most importantly, until this point, Zero Wing had suffered little to no losses during its hunt for the dark guild members. At the end of the day, strength decided the field battle's victors. If the teams Zero Wing had dispatched were not strong enough, they would never achieve such frightening results. This development inspired the various large guilds to re-evaluate their opinions of the strength of Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion and main force. However, compared to Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds and players, the Dark Guild's upper echelons were fighting a headache over this situation. They could not understand how this had happened. They were famous for their stealth and evasion techniques in the fields, yet Zero Wing had arbitrarily slaughtered their forces. Moreover, according to the reports they received from their subordinates, Zero Wing's members moved like ghosts, capable of approaching giving away their presence. Zero Wing must have possessed some sort of tool that could target them. Anyone that said otherwise was lying. If this were the only problem, they could deal with it. The crucial issue was how few members Zero Wing had dispatched. The guild had accomplished this terrifying win with only a fraction of its power. To dark guilds like theirs, who usually won their fights through quality over quantity, this was humiliating. They had become a laughingstock throughout the kingdom. What should we do now? Do we continue fighting Zero Wing? What else can we do? Don't forget our agreement with Blackwater. If we pull back now, everything we've done will be for nothing. Indeed. Our only choice is to continue the operation. However, we don't actually need to fight Zero Wing. Our job is simply to keep them busy. As long as we pin down Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion and main force, we will have fulfilled our part of the bargain. When the time comes, we simply need to watch as Zero Wing loses Stone Forest Town. Without Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing can't afford to sustain its development. We can strike then. I want to see just how they plan to fight our dark guilds. That's right. We'll let Zero Wing maintain its arrogance for now. I want to see their faces when they realize we're only bait. The various dark guilds' upper echelons held a secret meeting to discuss their current predicament. As for facing Zero Wing head-on, that was just a dream. Although Blackwater had dispatched quite a few expert and elite players to assist them, White River City was Zero Wing's territory. A direct confrontation with the guild here was suicidal. Even if the Blackwater Guild were willing to pay the price for such a confrontation, it would only result in heavy damage to Zero Wing's strength and reputation. If Zero Wing wanted to stage a comeback, it had everything it needed. However, if Blackwater captured Stone Forest Town and severed Zero Wing's main source of income, Blackwater would only need to suppress Zero Wing financially, and it would eventually collapse into itself. When the Dark Guild representatives concluded their meeting, the various Dark Guild members around White River City split up, acting independently. With this, Zero Wing would have a harder time dealing with them. After the Dark Guild's weak behavior, the various large guilds that had watched the situation began to withdraw to their own territories, afraid that they would suffer the same circumstances as these dark guilds. Despite Blackwater clearly being the mastermind behind all of this, Zero Wing had deliberately chosen not to target Blackwater's members. Rather, it had decided to teach the assisting dark guilds a vicious lesson. After realizing this, they had no desire to take that risk. Guild leader, your plan is brilliant. The guilds that have been watching from the shadows are too afraid of becoming our next target, and have withdrawn, Aqua Rose said. She hadn't been able to hide her smile when she received the report. The players from the various large guilds have split up. Although they are somewhat more bothersome to deal with now, if we invest a little more time, we'll eradicate them, sooner or later. Even if the dark guilds intend to oppose us, I'm afraid they won't be able to. Not only had the Dark Guild's defeat increased Zero Wing's morale, but it had also improved the world's evaluation of Zero Wing. Some major companies, which had been pessimistic about Zero Wing's chances, had begun to express their interest in cooperation. Only Shifeng rejected all of these offers. However, he had not done so because he no longer lacked money. Rather, these corporations demanded a cut of Zero Wing's shares in exchange for their cooperation. Shifeng would not tolerate that. Crap. Zero Wing is too arrogant. Do they really think that a small guild like Zero Wing can stand against the Blackwater Corporation? Without our support, the Blackwater Corporation will, sooner or later, reduce Zero Wing to nothing. The various corporations' representatives were enraged when they received the blatant rejection. Guild leader, should I utilize my family's authority to invest some of the Star and Moon Group's funds? Aqua Rose asked somewhat worriedly. The Blackwater trading firm dropped its prices, again and again. They were now taking a loss with almost every item they sold. However, Aqua Rose had to admit that it was quite effective. The Candlelight trading firm had been losing profits as a result. In addition, Zero Wing had recently established 2 more branch guilds. It cost a considerable amount of coins to maintain the additional main forces. Furthermore, a battle raged in Lake Heart City. No need. I'll find a way to earn more coins. Shifeng shook his head. He had already upgraded Icarus's heart to epic rank. He had even filled the necklace's life force storage. This was a good opportunity to show what the necklace was capable of. If he became a master forger, not only would he have a higher success rate when forging the fine gold ranked magic light set equipment, but he would also unlock the next item in the Advanced Book of Magic. The Advanced Mana Armor Kit. Previously, the strongest armor kit Shifeng had been able to produce was the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit. One of these kits could increase the wearer's attributes by over a dozen points. With 3, the total attribute boost was the equivalent of an additional piece of dark gold equipment. However, the Advanced Mana Armor Kit was more astounding. It was also the strongest item one could learn from the Advanced Book of Magic. In the past, countless players had gone crazy over the Advanced Mana Armor Kit. This kit was precisely the reason that a small guild had risen in the massive world of God's domain. Chapter 10:17. Advanced Mana Armor Kit. Star Moon City, Heaven's Burial's residence. Although the Dark Guild's defeat had significantly increased Zero Wing's prestige in Star Moon Kingdom, this outcome had not affected Heaven's Burial in the slightest. There was still a long line of players queued up outside the guild's residence. Rather, things had become even more lively outside the guild residence. After the majority of the Dark Guild members had been confined in White River City, Heaven's Burial announced its recruitment for a large number of lifestyle players. It had even publicly announced that lifestyle players who joined the guild could receive guidance from a few of the virtual gaming world's well-known lifestyle masters, easing the difficulty of reaching the master rank in the future. The master rank was every lifestyle player's goal. It was also an opportunity for countless lifestyle players to get rich overnight. After God's domain joined the virtual gaming world, the various large guilds had begun to place greater importance on lifestyle players. After all, many things in God's domain required lifestyle players. This increased the value of well-known lifestyle players in the virtual gaming world. In God's domain, some lifestyle players' status could even rival that of top-tier experts. Many super guilds even began to compete to recruit lifestyle players who had a list of achievements in previous virtual reality games. Among them, the Super Guild Battle Wolves had paid an astronomical price to recruit one player who had been known as one of the top 5 Grandmaster lifestyle players in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the Battle Wolves had made this Grandmaster their chief forger. Becoming one of a Super Guild's forgers was already quite difficult, much less becoming the chief forger. A chief forger's status was the equivalent of the vice guild leaders. Although they did not dream of such a lofty position, if they could become master lifestyle players in God's domain, they would be set for life. However, reaching the master rank in God's domain was easier said than done. If they were guided by someone with experience, though, It would be easier to become masters in the future. This was precisely the reason that Star Moon Kingdom's lifestyle players had flocked to join Heaven's Burial. Not only that, but other kingdoms' lifestyle players also began to rush towards the guild after hearing about its recruitment. Uncle 7, why are you in such a hurry to meet me? If you had something urgent to say, couldn't you have just called me? Why make the trip back? Singular Burial asked, chuckling as he looked at the 50-plus-year-old man as he frantically rushed into the guild leader's office. If this were something that could have been conveyed in a call, I would have done so. This is important enough to make the trip. I also have a surprise for you, Seven Treasures said, laughing. A surprise? Singular Burial responded skeptically. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Here, take a look. What do you think this is? Seven Treasures retrieved a design from his bag and placed it on the table. This is, Singular Burial was stunned after reading the design's introduction. Although the design was very common, the words Lightstone attracted Singular Burial's attention. As the guild leader of Heaven's Burial, not much surprised him. Even an epic weapon wouldn't faze him. However, he had to admit that the Lightstone forging design that Seven Treasures had laid before him had been a surprise. The Lightstone was practically the Candlelight trading firm's symbol. Despite Heaven's Burial and Blackwater working together, neither of their guilds had been able to damage the Candlelight trading firm over much. This was due to the Lightstones, who in God's domain did not want to level up faster. However, when darkness fell over God's domain, the fields became much more dangerous. If one were not an elite or expert player, they would struggle. And if one were unfortunate enough to lose their life, their progress would go to waste. Hence, Lightstones were a must-have item to level up at night in God's domain. In addition, as the Lightstone's price was quite low, it became a must-have tool for ordinary players. This secured the Candlelight trading firm's position, leaving no room for competition. However, now that Heaven's Burial had the Lightstone forging design, the Candlelight trading firm would no longer hold the monopoly over the Lightstones. Uncle 7, where did you find these? Singular Burial asked. Only one forging player could learn from a single forging design, and the number of Lightstones one person could produce was limited. The Heavenly trading firm still wasn't a threat to the Candlelight trading firm. This would barely impact Candlelight's business. In the Towers of Death, one of our guild's teams obtained one by accident while grinding monsters there, Seven Treasures said, laughing merrily. After obtaining this design, I immediately notified the guild's elite teams to grind in the Towers of Death. Soon, we'll have far more Lightstone forging designs. Wonderful. This is simply wonderful. Uncle 7, I'll leave the rest for you. If you lack manpower, just say the word. Singular Burial was ecstatic. As long as they knew which monsters dropped the design, with Heaven's Burial's strength, it would only be a matter of time before they had a stockpile. Once we have enough designs, we will extinguish Candlelight. Without the financial support from both the Candlelight trading firm and Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing will be finished. Isn't that why I'm here, trying to borrow some of the Funeral Legion's members? The monsters are too high-leveled. Our ordinary elite's grinding speed is too slow. They need experts to lead them, Seven Treasures explained, nodding. The Funeral Legion was Heaven's Burial's strongest player force. It was similar to Zero Wing's Dark God's Legion. Heaven's Burial had invested the majority of its resources into nurturing this legion, and every member was extremely powerful. In the eyes of ordinary players, they were definitely experts. However, only the guild leader could command the Funeral Legion. They would ignore anyone else's orders. Sure, no problem. I'll give you command of 400 members. Without hesitation, Singular Burial notified the Funeral Legion's commander, instructing him to dispatch 400 members to the Towers of Death immediately. Inside one of the Candlelight trading firm's special forging rooms in White River City. After sacrificing 500 units of life force to activate Icarus's Heart's God's Blessing skill, Sherphone began forging advanced mana armor kits, one after another. Not only had Shifeng forcefully raised his forging standard to master rank, but the effect also lasted 3 full hours. Meanwhile, God's Blessing's cooldown was only 4 hours. With this buff, he was practically a bona fide master lifestyle player. The only downside was that God's Blessing cost too much life force to sustain. Regardless, Shifeng was satisfied with this result. As a master forger, he could learn the advanced mana armor kit's production method. By utilizing various tools, he also increased his success rate with the advanced mana armor kits to 41%, which allowed him to succeed 1 out of 3 tries. In 3 short hours, Shifeng had successfully forged 31 advanced mana armor kits. Although the production volume could not compare to the intermediate mana armor kits, the advanced version's attributes trampled over the intermediate versions. You're tuning in to the Limei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.